Make that board gay, yeah, yeah, yeah. The journey starts now. Bandai card game, yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Dominate the field, master your tactics. Dominate the stage, master strategy. Deck to the world. United the world, TCG, yeah. Stack to the top. United the world, TCG, yeah. Bandai card game. Make that board game, yeah, yeah, yeah. Journey starts now. Bandai card game, yeah, yeah, yeah. Bandai card game, yeah, yeah, yeah. Bandai card game, yeah, yeah, yeah. Join in the game, master your tactics. Jump in the surge, master strategy. Flip for the world. United the world, TCG, yeah. Attack through the wall. United the world, TCG, yeah. Raise your cards up. Make that board game, yeah, yeah, yeah. Journey starts now. Bandai card game, yeah, yeah, yeah. Bandai card game, yeah, yeah, yeah. Bandai card game, yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Raise your cards up. Make that board game, yeah, yeah, yeah. The journey starts now. Bandai card game, yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Dominate the field, master your tactics. Dominate the stage, master strategy. Deck to the world. United the world, TCG, yeah. Stack to the top. United the world, TCG, yeah. Bandai card game. Make that board game, yeah, yeah, yeah. Journey starts now. Bandai card game, yeah, yeah, yeah. Bandai card game, yeah, yeah, yeah. Bandai card game, yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Join in the game, master your tactics. Jump in the surge, master strategy.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to day 2 coverage of the Toulouse Regionals for the One Piece Card Game Championship 26-27. My name is Ben Fitzpatrick. It's a pleasure to have your company with us today, and joining me is Abra Krasniqi. Abra, a very good morning to you.
Good morning, Ben. Good morning, everyone. Ben, I'm so hyped. Top 32 for today, and yeah, we will have some nice games today on stream, that's for sure.
Absolutely, yeah. The first regional where OP16 is legal here in Europe. And yesterday we got to see some pretty cool and pretty inventive deck lists. We got to see a wide range of representation from pretty much all the new leaders from OP16, I think, except for Buggy, was the only one that we didn't get to see on stream yesterday. And quite a lot of them surprised us. We had multiple appearances of Mono Red Ace on stream. We had Teach showing up and showing out really, really well, as of course, Green Blue Luffy performing as you'd expect.
Yeah, I think we talked about it at the beginning of the day yesterday that Green Blue Luffy should be the best deck, and yeah, it should be the deck that is the most presented one for the top cut. But we have a lot of leaders in the top cut. That's very surprising to see. And yesterday we saw nearly every single round a different leader. And that's at least one different leader, and that's really, really nice. We saw Black Crocodile on stream against Hivoye, and this one was a really, really close one. We saw Roger winning against Yamato, also a very, very interesting one. We saw Nami on stream, of course, but two different lists. One of them was completely different than the normal Nami lists. At the end, it was only a 7-3 from Lane, a good friend of mine, but still 7-3 with this spicy list is good. Unfortunately, he faced Blackbeard at the end more than he wants to face him. Yeah, because that is your toughest matchup as Nami. And yeah, we will also have some interesting leaders for today, Ben, because the top cut seems to be very interesting.
Yeah, we seem to have obviously a bit of green blue Luffy, some mono purple Enel, a little bit of blue yellow Nami as well. Whether that is going to be the traditional build with the Thriller Bark engine, or there'll be some of this Sky Island package that was running around on day one yesterday within those lists. We also have some Don Quixote Rosinante. That deck has been absolutely bolstered by the Navy support through Sengoku in OP16. But there is one deck that's under the radar for us and has managed to sneak its way through and will be the one that we will feature in our top 32 matchup to kick things off. We've got Mono Red Shanks.
Yes, we have Mono Red Shanks there. This is a very, very interesting one. To be honest, this leader was very popular in OPO9 because the OPO9 meta was, I would say, it was we didn't have a tier 0 deck because no one knows what was the best deck. It took a very long time to find out what is the best deck and format, because it was after the ban of Blue Jimbe. So the best deck and format from OP8, OP8.5 with the starter deck support was Blue Doflamingo, and then it changed with OP9, and Shanks was one of the best decks in OPO9. That was really, really surprising. And from there, so from OP10, I would say until now, there's nearly no one playing Shanks anymore, but there's one card that is new for this deck. It is the Ben Beckman from OP16, and this card alone is the reason why this deck is now very, very strong. So Ben Beckman's ability, first of all, he is a blocker, 5 cost 6k with a counter. That's the first very important thing. So he's not a brick, but his on-play ability, this is really strong. So you need to be on 10 Don, and then you can play Ben Beckman with an extra Don, so for 6 Don in total. And this Ben Beckman just play out a 10 cost Shanks from your hand. So for 6 Don, you are playing a 5 cost 6k blocker and a 10 cost Shanks or a 9 cost Shanks that we will see here. There are 2 10 cost Shanks. One of them is, or even 3 with the promo one, but normally most of the players, or I would say, are playing the KO Shanks, we call him, from OPO6, that KOs the character from your opponent with 10k power or less, and the Rush Shanks that has the permanent effect of giving every character of your opponent minus 1000 power. And then you also have the starter deck 23 9-cost Shanks. That is one of your best cards in this deck. Super strong card that you can also cheat out a little bit earlier. Depends on if your opponent has a character with 8000 power or more, you can just play him out for 3 Don less, so for 6 Don. This is so strong. And with that Ben Beckman, after you're playing a Ben Beckman into 10 cost or 9 cost, you still have 4 Don left. So you can leave some Dons for counter events, you can attach some Dons to make some more pressure, or you can also play out some very, very important blockers like Lucky Rouge, the 4 cost. We have the PRB02 Lucky Rouge that recycles, or the Shanks. Yeah, the blocker Shanks is also very, very strong. 2 cost Uta, and so on. And this is what makes this deck so strong now. To have the option with Ben Beckman is the only reason why this deck is now, I would say, more than playable. And this card is just super, super strong.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we couldn't have a set revolved around Impel Down and Marineford and not include Shanks and the red-haired pirates in some kind of fashion. And Ben Beckman really has, like you say, put an opportunity for Shanks to come back into the forefront and into the format in some kind of way. If you're having the potential of playing 3 different versions of a 10-cost Shanks with this Ben Beckman now, and then also having the Don left over, like you say, to shore up the board with something like the OP09 Lucky Roo or the PRB02 Lucky Roo as well, attaching some Don for some counter events or some attacks. That 4-cost Shanks as well from OP12 brought Shanks back into the format a little bit during that format. And for a deck that was one of the most popular during OP09 and has struggled a little bit for support since that time, finally getting a card like this, it's really, really cool to be able to see it not only make an immediate splash, but see it get all the way up into the top 32 as well today.
Yeah, it's just very, very strong. But he has to play against Rosinante, one of the best decks that we have in this format, one of the most consistent decks. And this is a very interesting one because normally with that Zakatsuki, I think you can deal with the board of Shanks. But there's another new card that we didn't talk about in Shanks, Ben. It is Rockstar, the 1-cost 2k counter. This is a very important card for Shanks because the ability of this card just protects your board from being KO'd. So not only from abilities, also from swinging into it. So you could just trash away a character with 6,000 power or more from your hand to protect it. So this card is also very, very important for Shanks. But let's have a look into Rosinante. That's the deck that Shanks has to play against. So we talked about it yesterday, but we also are going to talk about it today. So 2 very, very strong leader abilities. One of them is that you can play out a Trafalgar Law for 2 costs less when you are minusing 1 Don. And the 1 per turn ability, if a Trafalgar Law card gets KO'd, you can just instead take 1 life. And that's very, very strong. Yes, it's only once per turn, but still it's very, very important because nearly every single law card in your deck is super important. We have the 6-cost Rosinante Law, that should be the best card of this deck. We have the 4-cost Promo Law blocker. We have the 4-cost Pitch Law, we call him, from the starter deck. That is super strong. And you can just protect them with your leader ability. Then we have the 7-cost Zakatsuki, one of the main reasons why this deck is back at the top with the whole Navy package. So you can search your key cards with a card like Marineford, but we also have Obi, Tsuru for it. So very, very important. And yeah, this deck is just very, very strong. And I'm not surprised to see Rosinante at top card, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm not by any stretch of the imagination either. I mean, we talk about the cards that are able to be searched by Marineford. Pretty much everything in your deck is now. And one of those key pieces is Borsalino, the mono-yellow 5-cost blocker that is able to heal you at 2 or less life. The fact that that is a searchable option now in this deck as well just unlocks so much potential and means that that protection leader ability isn't as costly as it once was. Now, I know you're all waiting for the big information to find out what the bracket looks like and what our top 32 looks like for this first OP16 legal event here for Europe. So let's go over to the bracket and let's find out. There are 1 or 2 surprises in there, but for the most part, it seems like the leaders for the top have been sorted. So the most represented deck is a tie between Green Blue Luffy and Mono Purple Enel. There are 8 of each of those in our top 32. Highlights there are some piloted by Havoye that we saw yesterday. Gaston as well, the youngest ever regional winner in One Piece card game history, also playing Green Blue Luffy, and they're on the other side of the bracket together. Then you've got Blue Yellow Nami as the second most represented deck there with 7, all pretty much exclusively on the right side of the bracket. One of them big matchup actually there as well on that right side in a Blue Yellow Nami Miller, Fede Moltres and Angelo Truschello in top 32. That's going to be an interesting matchup to keep an eye out for. Then the decks drop off a little bit in representation and in numbers. We've got 4 Don Quixote Rosinante, one of which we'll be seeing in our top 32 feature match. 3 black-yellow Teach. The limited numbers of that maybe surprises me a little bit. And then our one-ofs are 1 mono-red Shanks and 1 Lucy managing to make it through. That's piloted by Nadir, who we saw lose in the last feature match round at the end of day 1, but had enough of their 8-2 record to be able to make it through. So that is your top 32 bracket and your leader breakdown. Any initial thoughts, Abra?
Oh, this looks so interesting. And to be honest, to see so many familiar names there is just showing me one more time that how consistent the players are. Like Hivoye on the left side, playing against NL now is tough because that should be one of your toughest matchup for Luffy, but it is Hivoye. Hivoye can just deal with every single matchup. On the right side, we have Arman, again top cut. That's so crazy. With Nami, he has to face against Rosinante, and if he's going to win this one, he will face Luffy or Enel in the next round. So also very important for him. Taishu on the bottom right side is also a regional winner. This is our regional winner from Bonn, and he won the regional with Red Blue Ace. Now he's changing his deck to Purple Enel, what makes sense because I think Red Blue Ace isn't in a good position anymore. It's still a very good deck, but yeah, I think you have the chance to make it into top cut, but it's not that strong as it was. But yeah, to see 1 Lucy, it's also the one that we saw on stream yesterday. And if I'm not wrong, we saw this matchup yesterday. So this could be the rematch. If not, then I'm wrong, but I'm not sure. But we saw both players, Mage and Nadir, on stream. And yeah, it was just super strong performance from them. So both definitely deserve this top cut. And yeah, Luffy and Enel, yeah, not a surprise to see them in top cut. Nami, of course, also. Only 3 black-yellow Teach is a surprise to me, but the reason for it is definitely because of Luffy, because how many players are starting to play that Luffy, and this is Teach's, or one of Teach's toughest matchups, so definitely one of the main reasons why yeah, Teach isn't the most represented deck anymore, or one of the most, but it's still a very popular deck and still a very strong deck. So we see on the left side at the top that 1 Teach has to play against Luffy. Then bottom left we see Teach NL. That's a favored matchup for Teach. And on the right top side we have Teach Nami. That's again a very favored matchup for Teach. So there's a chance we can see Teach later on, but we will focus on Rosinante versus Shanks. This is our matchup. So Tanguy versus Float. This is a very interesting one, and Ben, I'm just so hyped to see Shanks performing on a very high level now with top 32.
Yeah, absolutely. Seeing Mono Red Shanks back in a top cut, bringing me all the way back to the era of OP09 is going to be really interesting to see exactly how much and what that Ben Beckman is able to do for this deck. I do want to quickly just go back to the number of black-yellow Teach that is in this top 32. While there's not necessarily many in there, the quality of player that's piloting this deck is really strong. You've got on that bottom left-hand matchup between Teach and Enel, that's Mirko Zanelli that is piloting black-yellow Teach in that matchup. And then the top right, where there is a boatload of Nami on that right-hand side of the bracket, that's Gianluca Di Clemente that is piloting that deck. And if there is 6 of the 7 blue-yellow Namis that are in top 32 over on that right-hand side of the bracket, if Gianluca Di Clemente can keep going up against all of these Namis, this seems like a potential straight route to the final.
To be honest, that's a 10 out of 10 bracket for him. So many Namis on the right side, especially under Dikle's match. There is a Enel Nami match, and we all know that Nami is favored against Enel. Doesn't mean that Enel is going to lose this one for sure, but there's a high chance that Nami is going to win this one. So if he's going to win against Nami, then his next match will be Nami again. And there is another 3 Namis under all of these leaders on the right side. So that means there's a very high chance that he will see a lot of Namis there. And only 1 Nami on the left side, and one of the Namis there is playing against Luffy. At the beginning, I thought this is a very easy matchup for Nami, but I was completely wrong. It is not that easy. First of all, the Luffy player is starting to play Gravity Blade. That's very, very strong. Not that strong against Nami, like against other decks, but still very good. But the main problem is this deck can go so wide, recent event, and the most important card in this matchup, or one of the most important cards, of course, Buggy Prisoner Package and Mr. 2. Mr. 2 copying the leader power is just so strong against Nami. So, yeah, very interesting to see. Let's see how many of the Luffy's, Namis we are going to see on stream. But the first game that we are going to see, first top 32 game, is Red Shanks versus Red Yellow Rosinante. And also both players are ready. So Ben, I would say let's have a look into the players because they are nearly ready to start off, because I think this bracket is done. We will have a look into the bracket again, that's for sure, later on, because yeah, we have so many rounds for today. So wow, I'm hyped.
Yeah, it's going to be a good matchup to kick things off with Purple Yellow Rosinante and Mono Red Shanks. How do you think that this is potentially going to go with the amount of protection that the Purple Yellow Rosinante is able to have with its life? Obviously, Mono Red Shanks has had a lot of chances in the past with sort of power reduction and KO possibilities. Obviously, you've got things like the Ben Beckman that's going to get around that KO protection because it's a trash effect. You've got the 10-cost Shanks that's going to be able to reduce the power of everything on the opponent's side of the board by -1 for each 10-cost Shanks that is on the board. How do you think that this game could potentially go?
Oh, very good question. To be honest, I still think that Rosinante is favored in this matchup, but like you said, that Ben Beckman, the 7-cost, is definitely a very important card for this matchup because you just play around that KO protection from the leader that you have. So because that Ben Beckman is trashing a character from your opponent with 6,000 power or less. It's also not base power, so you can power reduce. At example, Sakatsuki, okay, you cannot protect him anyways, but you can power reduce Rosinante Law with a card like Hongo, or with a card like the 1-cost Ace Sabo Luffy, and then you can just play that Ben Beckman and easily play around that Rosinante lead ability that protects your Law card. So that could be a very, very strong combination there. And because of the players are playing open decklist, we can also talk about some cards that Shanks is playing. And we have, an example, Kobe, the 4-cost Kobe from POBO2, that is very, very strong. And it is one of the strongest cards that Red has. So opponent's turn, if your leader has Navy type this character against 1000 power, of course, this effect is not important because Shanks is not a Navy, but the second ability, when attacking, pay up to one of your opponent character with 3000 base power or less. Then if you have 6 or less cards in your hand, draw 1 card. This card is so strong because first of all, you can just get rid of a character with 3000 power or less. That means very, very strong against Blue-Green Luffy, very, very strong against Enel, and against some other 3k power or less characters that are very important. And you can draw a card if you have 6 or less cards in hand. So this is the first very, very strong thing. And then we also have from POBO2 the 6-cost 7k Law. This is one of the best cards in my opinion right now for this deck. Once per turn, if this character would be removed from the field by your opponent's effect, you may give this character instead -2000 power. This is the first very, very strong ability. And the second one is give up to one of your opponent characters -2000 power during this turn. That means when there is a Law on board and you are on 10 Don, you just swing with the Law. Your opponent has a character with 12k power, give that character -2k. After this swing, just play out the Ben Beckman into the KO Shanks, the OPO6 Shanks, and then you can just KO a 10k character from your opponent. This combo is just so strong, and this is what I like, and this is what I love to see with Shanks, how it changed, because removal is nothing new for Shanks, because Ben Beckman was there since day one, but you have so many more combos, especially at 10 Dons that you can do, because the problem that Shanks had before the new Ben Beckman from OP16 was you only have 10 Dons. That means if you want to play a 10 drop, you cannot play anything else. So you need to establish anything else that has a combo with the card that you play on 10 Don before the 10 Don. And normally you just want to go wide and play some big bodies. So let's say on 8 you always want to have a Ben Beckman, and on 10 only a 10 cost. But you need to find the right moment to play a card like Hongo. So Hongo can only be played on 4 Don. If you have to play a Hongo on 6 or 8 Don, then you are too slow. And to have Hongo together with 10 cost KO Shanks as a combo, it's just way too hard to prepare and to go for this line. But now, with the Ben Beckman, you can go for this line because you have 4 Dons left after playing Ben Beckman into a 10 cost. And that's so strong. This is why Shanks is now a deck that we have to consider, definitely.
Absolutely. Well, I think we are now ready to get ourselves into this top 32 matchup finally. So we're going to be able to see who's going to come out on top, Don Quixote Rosinante or Mono Red Shanks. It's going to be Tongi with our Don Quixote Rosinante deck. It will be Dugong Flow with the Mono Red Shanks. And we'll be able to kick things off very, very soon. Of course, we're into top 32 now. So that means we are a best of 3 and not a best of 1 anymore. And extra time will be afforded to these players, and the highest seed will be able to choose who is going to go on that first or second curve.
Yeah, the thing is, Shanks wants to go second and Rosinante wants to go first. So that's very, very interesting to see where's the higher seed that if he decided to go first or second, because I think Rosinante can go both, but first is definitely better. But Shanks can also go both, but second is definitely better. So it's very, very interesting now to see what the players are going to do. What do you think, Ben?
Yeah, I mean, Shanks historically has always been very much a go second deck, hasn't it? It's always wanted to get to that 10-drop Shanks as quickly as possible. And especially now with the Ben Beckman, you know, you need the 10 Don cards and it's a 5-drop, but you still want to get to that 10 Don as quickly and as soon as you possibly can. So definitely, I think Shanks is a little bit more favored with the go second. For Don Quixote Rosinante, it's a little bit more awkward because you don't necessarily have that early ramp package to be able to offset if you are forced into going first. You can at the very least kind of go 1 Don into Kobe or Marineford and then 3 Don, immediately activate your leader ability and go into the new Baby Law from OP16, which does get you an active Don that is ramped. But definitely it's capable by going first, but I think that going second is probably the little bit of a better one. We were already underway.
Oh, okay. Camera's freeze, so sorry about that. We are already there, and we saw Rosinante having a good start here with Searcher, with the promo law, and for Shanks, we only have that A Sabo Luffy, but that's fine because the ability is active at main, so you can just play him out and wait until you can have the right moment to use him. Love to see that beautiful gold Shanks Dons. These are like scaring your opponent with that aura. Looks so nice. And I think there's a 6k swing coming. Yep, and Rosinante is going to take this one. So goes down to 2 life already.
Now we see the 4-cost Shanks making its way down. This one's a really great card for those that need reminding. It's a blocker that on your opponent's attack, once per turn, you can trash a card from your hand and give up to one of your opponent's leader or character cards minus 2,000 power. So it's essentially like a secondary leader ability almost. Yep,
absolutely right. I think this card is just so strong. Especially in combination with the lead ability that we saw. So 6k swing means you can use your lead ability. If that law minus 1k, that means he's only a 5k swing and then just a free block. Very, very strong here. And then the second swing from Rosinante leader, you could just use the 4-cost Shanks ability by trashing 1 card from your hand to give that leader minus 2,000 power. So let's see. I think this turn could be a double 4-cost turn. First of all is the new OP16 Baby Law to ramp it on. And oh, that looks like it's an 8k swing coming into the Shanks probably.
And not necessarily maybe getting the amount of characters on the board that Tangi was hoping for, but it is going to be that 8k swing attempted into the 4-cost Shanks. We do have the opportunity here, if we haven't used leader ability already though, to be able to get out of this attack for the sake of just one card. We can leader ability minus 1000 power, bring it down to 7k, and then the Shanks effect will be able to kick in as well, the blocker Shanks, to be able to trash a card away and protect it safely if we don't necessarily have the counter in hand ourselves, be able to defend this the hard way.
That's, to be honest, not the best turn here from Rosinante, but that 8k swing is definitely a good one, because now you're forcing 2 cards from Shank's hand.
Yeah, so what is Dugong going to go ahead and do here? I can see that there is the Kobe in hand. So that's going to be the trash of that. It looks like to be able to activate the Shanks effect, the blocker Shanks effect. And it looks like we are going to counter up even further. So leader ability might have been used already in that turn to be able to protect the initial block. And then there is the protection now. So over to Dugong's turn, is going to move itself up to 6 Don here, so did get the opportunity to go second. I do think I see the PRB2 Trafalgar Law in hand as an option to be able to start getting some of that extra power reduction on our turn.
Yeah, absolutely right. But there is a problem. Next turn, Rosinante can just play out a Zakatsuki that we already see in hand. And if he also has a Mamaragan in hand, he can just try to get rid of that law. So minus power from Sakatsuki, Mamaragan, and then you have so many swings into it. But let's see if he has it. So first of all, 5k swing into leader. This one will be countered out with a 1k. It's the 4-cost data deck blocker law. And now we have a 6k swing. I think this one is also into Rosinante leader. And Ben, to be honest, I don't see any counters in hand. Only Divine Departure.
Yeah, it doesn't look like there's a lot of counter power in there. We've just used one of the few that seems like was there with the blocker law. You see that there is, looks like 3 Rosinantean laws, a slow beam sword. We don't have the Don open for that. Multiple Sakazukis and the Divine Departure, like you said. So I think you might be right here, Arbor. It doesn't seem like there's a great deal of counter power that is available to us here on this turn and on the defensive.
This one hurts. Yeah, he has to go down to 1 life. This is not perfect, to be honest, but you are playing a deck that has the access to play one of the best cards, if not the best card in this game. It is Borsalino, so you can still heal yourself. But what is the best option now for Shanks? I mean, for that, is it just the 6-cost law here?
More than likely. Yeah, it absolutely is going to be just the 6-cost Trafalgar Law going to make its way down. So that protection already now online. And the when attacking, when you can give your opponent's character minus 2000 power during this turn. So some of those Rosinantes are going to be a little bit less safe, as well as the Trafalgar Laws on the board. Now over to Tangi, who's going to draw themselves up to, looks like 8 Don, thanks to a little bit of extra ramping that's gone on. Has the Sakazukis in hand, has the Rosinantean laws. Also might want to have some consideration for some Don up for some counter events if there wasn't that much counter in hand on that previous defensive turn. I do see that there is that slow beam sword and a copy of I Love You that was picked up off of life. So we've got a little bit of defense, but it'll be about, is it going to be enough to be able to get through the next turn safely before the 10-drop Shanks start making an appearance?
Very, very interesting position now for Rosinante. Not the best position, to be honest, but this deck is so strong. Nothing's over yet. Also love to see the Law Gold Dons on Rosinante's side, so both players decided to play the perfect Dons for their leaders. And now we see a 7-cost Akatsuki being played out minus 6,000 power, yeah, into the Shanks that has 0 power now. Just the Kobe 2k swing into it. Of course, you're not going to defend this one. Still 2 Don up, and you can still use the ramp ability by resting 1 active Don to get 2 active Dons from your Don deck. This is very, very strong, because now you are on 3 Don. That means you can use your lead ability, Don -1, and then just play out a 4-cost Law for 2 Don, and then you also have 1 Don up to use your I Love You.
Yeah, absolutely. Now we're getting to see a 6k swing going in here. Remember, this Baby Law gets the extra 3,000 power boost when attacking if the leader has the Don Quixote Pirates type. So that one's going to be allowed through here by Dugong. Now it's going to be the swing in with the Blocker Law. This is a 6k swing again, which has always generally been the magic number against Shanks to try and swing up to, because that means that it's not just a free activation of the leader ability to be able to make the attack safe. It still demands an extra card out of hand from the Shanks player to be able to make sure the attack doesn't connect. In this case, though, we have the 2k in the form of Hongo. So leader ability still online at the moment, it seems, for our Shanks player this turn.
Yeah, and we also see the 4-cost Blocker Law in hand. The promo one, that means that he's definitely going for it. So lead ability, Don -1. Your next Trafalgar Law card costs 2 Don less. And of course, we are going to play that one out. 1 Don is for the I Love You. Before that, he swung 5k into Shanks. And of course, Shanks still has his lead ability, so just use lead ability to negate the swing. Now he passes his turn. Shanks goes up to 8 Don. And for 8 Don, Ben Beckman should be the best option here. And you have a Sabo Luffy on board. That means you can do the combo with a Sabo and Luffy, and then play out Ben Beckman to get rid of that Sakatsuki.
Yes, a Sabo Luffy. You may give one of your active Don to your leader or character cards and trash the character to give up to one of your opponent's characters -3,000 power during the turn, and then combine that with the fact that the Trafalgar Law can also give -2,000 power to something when it goes ahead and attacks in. There's multiple routes on this board to be able to deal with this active Sakazuki if the Ben Beckman is available to Dugong here. The fact that it's not immediately come down onto the board makes it feel like it's a little bit dubious that it might even be there. Maybe it's just a case of just weighing up and taking the options into consideration, especially knowing that a Sabo Luffy, or that Trafalgar Law, and that Kobe is around as well to take some easy attacks into. Here comes the first swing, though. It's going to be 8,000 power and the activation of the when attacking effect as well.
Yeah, I mean, you don't need to use your A Sabo Luffy because you also have that Law. So this swing is just being blocked here. And I'm sure that he doesn't have a back on hand, but you can just play out that Shanks right now because your opponent has a character with 8,000 power or more. It's Sakatsuki. So you just play that 9-cost starter deck Shanks for 6 Don that has 10k. And if your leader is Red Hair Pirate, then you could just boost your leader with 2k power. So that means Shanks is going to be a 7k leader until his next turn.
Yeah, and the beauty as well of the 9-cost Shanks' reduction is that it's 8,000 base power, so it doesn't take into account any long-lasting reduction effects that might be going on from the Trafalgar Law, for example. If it was targeting that Sakazuki, then it doesn't matter that it's representatively a 6k on board. The 9-cost Shanks just looks at base power here, so getting that onto the board, now pushing forward a 9,000 power swing when there's no blockers active on Tagi's board. They used it for the swing of the Trafalgar Law earlier on in the turn, and it's just going to be a take here down to 0 life. Goes Rosinante, and I haven't seen a Borsellino being found yet to be able to start healing up.
Yes, but you are playing Navy Searchers like Kobe, so you can still try to find that Borsellino. And in this position, you definitely need to find one. Especially, you're playing against a red deck that is going up to 10 Don next turn. That means there is a chance that Gold Roger is coming, but we are playing with open deck list, so both players know what the opponent is playing, and there is no Gold Roger in Shank's deck list.
Yeah, which is an interesting choice, actually, deciding to go for the maximum complement of the 9-cost Shanks as opposed to maybe dropping one of those down and popping in a Gold D Roger just to have that extra element of surprise factor. But it's gotten Dugong this far, all the way up into top 32. So certainly working out for them at this point. On Tangi's turn, though, or up to 10 Don, was able to top deck, I think, a Borsalino to start off the turn. So wanting to make sure they've got 5 Don still set aside to get that blocker on the board and get that heal of the top card of the deck into life. See the first attack going through. Sakazuki with 8,000 power, attempted in. Just going to need a 2k because remember that leader is at a 7,000 power base during this turn.
I also see a slow beam. Oh, there is a Rosalino on hand. He was hiding it.
Yeah, I think he drew it for turn.
Yeah, I also think that. So that's very, very important to have that Rosalino right now. I also saw a slow beam in hand. Slow beam against Shanks. Slow beam in general is super strong, but especially against Shanks, this could be very, very important because Shanks playing a lot of high costs and slow beam just resting one of your opponent characters, and you have the 2k power as a counter. This could be very important. You also have Divine Departure, so 3k counter power to counter out with a brick in hand to get the 3k, and you also have lead ability, and for 4 Don, just a Rosinante Law that allows you to ramp, but you are on 10 Don, but still draw. No, okay, he wasn't at 10, so he can ramp.
Yeah, he had to Don -1 there for the leader ability there, did Tangi, to be able to play out the Rosinante and Law alongside Borsalino on this turn. And it's just going to be a pass to end the turn, realizing that the Shanks leader at that 7,000 base power, the 2 Don attachment and a swing in would just be completely pointless because the leader ability would be able to fend it away easily. So going into Dugong's turn, up to 10 Don, 3 blockers on board here for Rosinante in the form of Borsalino, Trafalgar Law, and Rosian Law. See double blocker Shanks, the KO Shanks as well in hand. I think maybe an Uta is the last card in hand for Dugong. So no Ben Beckman blocker to be able to play out the 10-cost KO Shanks for even cheaper and still have the opportunity to back that up with the 4-cost blocker Shanks on this turn. But still a pretty decent and commanding lead for Dugong, given the amount of offensive pressure that he's going to be able to conjure up on this turn.
But to be honest, Ben Beckman would be so good right now because you could just play out Ben Beckman into the KO Shanks to get rid of that 7-cost Sakatsuki. But unfortunately, you don't have it in hand. So that means if you want to play it out, you need to pay 10 Dons for it. You can still do it, but wow, this hurts, to be honest. But he's still on 3 life. The board is fine, I would say. ASAB or Luffy still on board. Question is, does he need to use it right now? Because there's also a law for that -2k power reduce.
Yeah, I don't think Asabo Luffy is necessarily a concern at this point in the game. I think when Dugong already feels like they're so far ahead, I wonder if there's even just an argument here to go 7k into lead, swing in with the Law and the Shanks, and then just go double Shanks blocker just to give you a little bit of extra protection. Tangi's clearly trying to afford themselves a turn or two, and with not too much counter power going on in hand, or at least it seemed like it wasn't a turn or two ago, just opportunity to eat away some of that counter power in hand, maybe take care of a blocker or two as well with some of these swings in. Dugong is going to have to make that judgment call. It is going to be the activation of Ace and Sabo and Luffy on the start of this turn. So giving an active Don to the Trafalgar Law 6-cost, and then giving -3,000 power to the Rosinante and Law blocker.
Yep, so that means no KO Shanks is coming. But he does have the 4-cost blocker Shanks that he can also bring out, and a Uta. So you can just play out double blocker here, and for the rest of the dons you can just try to do some pressure. You have the 10k swing from the 9-cost Shanks. Very good number here. That's why this card is so important. Yeah, and he's going for a 9k swing. Probably into... Is it into life? Just to... Yeah, make
it is into life. It looks like it's into life, but the minus 2,000 power when attacking reduction is going into the Sakazuki. So the Sakazuki currently sitting at 6,000 power, and then 9k, which is always a huge number, makes it so that the I Love You to fetch back a potential 2k would not be enough. So it looks like it might just be the block here.
Yeah. Looks like it's going to be the block. Oh, is it slow beam? Oh, Ben, I think it's slow beam. Yep.
It is going to be slow beam sword. So we're going to declare the block, then in the counter step, utilize slow beam sword. That will give the power reduction and rest down the 9-cost Shanks. We're also going to commit the 2k to keep the Borsalino alive.
Wow. Yeah, that was super strong. So slow beam is just what a card to get rid of a 10k swing. Like, this is so strong. That's why I'm a big fan of this card. Shanks still with a Don. So probably yes, double Shanks in hand. So probably double 4-cost Shanks.
Yeah, that's what I mentioned at the start of the turn. I said, was there an argument to maybe drop just double 4-cost Shanks, give yourselves an extra turn or so, give yourselves an extra little bit of time? Didn't necessarily work out the right way that you were hoping for. You would have loved to have get at least one of the bodies off the board from Rosinante through this turn. But at the very least, you've still got all your characters there. Be able to get the double Shanks on the board. That's 2 bricks out of your own hand as well. Instead, though, we're going to go for the big 9k push attempted into the Sakazuki. That will just draw the block of the 4-cost Law. Here comes the Shanks blocker, and then a pass of the turn.
Yeah, this wasn't the best turn, to be honest. But yeah, it wasn't his fault. It's just with the cards that he has in hand, I think you cannot do a better turn than this. Unfortunately for him, that slow beam hurts a lot. Because yeah, he cannot do any pressure there with the 9-cost Shanks to try to get rid of that Sakazuki or that Borsalino that was rested. Now let's
running into the slow beam sword definitely changed the plans a little bit for Dugong. Here comes the second Sakazuki now, and that slow beam sword might become even more punishing because the Dom -1 activating its on play, pushing the 9-cost Shanks down to just a 4k character. And now look at this, the 4-cost Trafalgar Law going in and taking down the 9-cost Shanks as well. Dugong not willing to commit the block, not willing to commit one of just the 3 cards that are left in hand for Dugong here. And Tongi now wanting to try and press that advantage. A little 5k poke. This can just be leader affected away if Dugong wants it. But will he just utilize this leader effect, or will he actually decide, you know what, I'm on 3 life cards in hand, let me just take this damage into hand. It is going to be the leader effect just to keep the attack away. Now the 8k swing from the 7-cost Sakazuki making its way in, and this looks like it might be directed into the Law.
Yeah, I think you just go for bot here because Rosinante's position is so good right now. Shanks only 1 card in hand, and that's the 10-cost KO Shanks. That doesn't look good, to be honest. And I think you don't have... Realistically, you don't have a chance to win this game, I think.
Well, it's going to be interesting here because the Law has been saved. Now we're activating the Rosinante leader effects for Dom -1. We've still got Sakazuki to be able to use with its activate main to immediately refund some of that Don right back. We've got 4 active Don remaining, and having already used the leader ability, we've got multiple copies of this Rosinante and Law available to us in hand. It's all eggs in this one basket here, though, for Tongi. No Don left active and available. So it's over to Dugong that we go. 3 representative attacks on the board right now. Know that they're holding on to the KO Shanks as well, which will be able to get rid of Borsalino without any argument. The draw for the turn looked like it was an Ace and Sabo and Luffy, so a 2k counter available in hand for Dugong as well.
Yep, that was his draw for turn, and to be honest, it's not happening. It's not good right now. The position of Shanks is really, really bad. So yeah, you just go next, to be honest. Right thing,
Yep.
just save some time, because you probably going to need that time. You're playing against a deck that can heal up a lot. So just take the time, save the time, and go next. That's the right decision. So 1-0 to Rosinante. Good point for Shanks now. He has the dice. So let's see. He wants to go first or second, because to go first against Rosinante is always right, but it's difficult to decide, because your deck wants to go second. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's always awkward when you have to put yourself on your unfavored curve to make sure that you're offsetting your opponent's curve as well. But I mean, we saw the issues that you could run into when you are playing on that odd curve, having to delay the opportunity for a 10 cost Shanks. Yes, we had the 9 drop in hand and available to us with the reduction as well to make things a little bit easier and a little bit better, but not seeing the 5 cost Ben Beckman, not seeing the 10 cost reduction Shanks either, the big OP09 10 cost 12k rush Shanks. We didn't get to see that at all during that game. No Lucky Roos either to be able to get rid of some of the baby laws early, or get rid of a couple of annoying characters. Obviously, it's a 6,000 power base that the Lucky Roo can go after, so that takes care of Borsalino, for example, on KO. So not necessarily finding all of the tools necessary there in game 1. Hopefully they can find them, though, in game 2.
Yeah, so let's see how game 2 will be. So with the dice, if he wants to go first, I think that could be very interesting. I'm still not sure, because your deck wants to go second, if it is the right decision to go first. But you can still go first, especially that 9 cost Shanks help you a lot going first, because after a Rosinante Law is on board or a Zakatsuki, you can definitely bring him out a little bit earlier than on your 9 Don turn. That could be very, very important. So you can bring him out on your 7 Don turn. Rosinante with 6 Don, will definitely have a Rosinante Law on board. So that means on 7 Don, just play him out, or a Ben Beckman. So you still have I would say, a curve that is fine going first. And yep, Shanks is going first here. So 1-0 for Rosinante, and the second game now, Shanks decided to go first, and starting off with a Uta. That's always very important, to starting off with a Searcher, and to find your 7 cost curve, a card for your 7 cost curve. It is Ben Beckman, and Ben Beckman is you helping a lot in this matchup. We didn't saw him last game. We will definitely see him this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting a stronger start than game 1 for sure for Dugong, where it only looked like it was that Ace Sabo Luffy as the turn 1 play this time, getting themselves up and set for that turn 4 play of the 7 cost Ben Beckman. To kick things off for Tangi is going to go with this Kobe, and is finding the 7 cost Sakazuki out of that search as well. So a good start for them to get themselves their late game later on. And now the Marineford stage as well, really racing through the deck as we see a bunch of Trafalgar Laws. It's going to be Rosinante that we elect to pick, however, the further searcher for the more Trafalgar Laws later.
Yep, and I think it was the only target, but that's a good target, because, and that's what we talked about yesterday, this is the power of this deck. With one searcher, you can find another searcher, and this is so good. So, both players with a good start. For 3 Don, normally Shanks is not playing anything here. Only searcher and some, or 1 swing, or just split with 3 Don under Uta, and then swing double 5. But he decided to bring out a Sabalufi again. So let's see how important this is going to be this time. First game, it wasn't that important. Second game, it could be more important. 7k swing also goes through, so Rosinante down to 3 life. 4 Dawn now, that could be 7k swing into lead ability into a 4-cost law. And Ben, I'm right, it is the 7k swing into Shanks.
There's the activation of the leader ability, and then with 2 remaining Dawn, it is going to be a 4-cost blocker law. It'll be the promo that will be able to get that Dawn right back from the Rosinante leader ability. So a pretty strong first 2 turns at the moment for Don Quixote Rosinante. And now over to Shanks, who did manage to pick up and find both copies of Lucky Roo, both the PRB version and the OP09. And it will be the PRB Lucky Roo that we are going to play down here. So on play, we've got to trash a character card with 6,000 power or more from hand. And we draw 2 cards, so it nets us basically back up to net 0 from the cards that we've spent, -1 for playing it out, -2 for trashing away the character, and then replenish for the draw 2 there into hand. 6k swing, and that's allowed through for Tangi as well. So down to 2 life pretty early, but those first 2 life generally are pretty easy and free takes for Rosinante players.
Yeah, and since PRBO2, Shanks has a lot of options now to play on for 4 Dawn. You have Kobe, first of all. You have the OP12 Shanks. You have the Lucky Rouge from PRBO2. You have Hongo from OP09 and Lucky Rouge from OP09. So that's a lot of options for 4 Dawn. This time he was going for the PRBO2 Lucky Rouge that allows you to recycle. That's very, very important, especially for a deck that is red, because you don't have that much recycle in this color. So we see a double 6k swing. The first one was blocked. The second one just use lead ability into 1k. Now we will probably see double 4-cost, I would say. Or is it Rosinante? No, it's double 4-cost.
Yeah, it's going to be the baby law to start off with in terms of new characters on this turn, grabbing the active Dawn, and then the activation of the Rosinante leader ability means that the next law will cost 2 less. For that, though, we are going to activate the Marineford stage, just making sure that if it is this promo law that we are playing down for this turn, that we make sure that we get that Dawn right back into play. And there is going to be the promo 93 Trafalgar law, returning one of the rested Dawn that we spent from the leader ability and from the Marineford activation, and then a pass over of the turn to Dougal.
Yep. Always remember to use your stage. This is so important. But this time we see the Ben Beckman. He searched the Ben Beckman with the Uta, so he can just trash that Trafalgar, not KO it. Otherwise, you can use the lead ability to protect him. This time he will be trashed, so definitely very, very strong. Also a 5k string from Shanks that Tanguy decided to counter out with Rosinante Searcher, the beautiful treasure rare. Rosinante give the Devil Fruit to Law. What a legendary scene. And now there could be a huge turn from Rosinante. Could be, because you are on 8 Dawn, Zakatsuki into Mamoragan to get rid of the Ben Beckman.
Yeah, could be a really, really big turn here for Rosinante. There was no hesitation from Dugong to immediately slam down that Ben Beckman and try and deal with one of the 2 promo blocker laws, but there's still one more that is remaining, and Tanguy on 8 Dawn as well has the Rosinante and law available. We know that the Sakazuki is in hand as well, because we saw it a few moments ago, debating on whether to play the X-Drake here. Which would be an interesting choice to activate main. You may rest this character. If the number of your life is equal to or less than the number of your opponent's life, we can rest up to one of our opponent's characters with 4 cost or less. So we're going to activate it straight away. It will be the Ace Sabo Luffy that we're going to rest down, and Kobe will swing to take care of it. Stop some of that power reduction from going in next turn to maybe try and combine with a second Ben Beckman if it was available. Really heads up play.
Yep, very, very interesting. X-Drake, also a card that Rosinante is playing right now. There's always this discussion if you are playing X-Drake or Tsuru. I understand both, and I play 2 copies, to be honest, because I feel like to have in Tsuru for an extra search to find that Zakatsuki or El Borsalino could be, or is very, very important, because there are some matches where you're just missing on your searches and then you have Tsuru instead of X-Drake. But X-Drake is also very strong, especially in a situation like this. He's very important in a mirror match to rest the 4 cost, and in matchups like this where there are some very, very good cards with a cost of 4 or less in Shanks, like 4 cost Blocker Shanks, 4 cost Lucky Rouge, or even the 4 cost Kobe. So, yep, X-Drake very strong. You also can use your lead ability and then play out that Rosinante Law for 4 Don that allows you to ramp 1 Don and draw 1 card. So, yeah, again, very strong turn. And what I like about the X-Drake, your opponent needs to get rid of it.
Yeah, it's a potential threat for the remainder of the game here with the X-Drake, just to stop yourself and prevent yourself from playing more of those Ace, Sabo, and Luffy's if you're wanting to park them for the rest of the turn and wait for a rainy day. We are going to go and use the Marineford activation here to just Don -1, draw 1, trash 1 before we commit to a potential 7k swing with the leader. It's going to be a Sakazuki that will trash away here, and then a 7k swing, which is going to go ahead and connect, passing the turn over up to 9 Don. I do see that there is that 9 cost starter deck Shanks that is available in hand here for Dugong. Will get the cost reduction thanks to the Rosinante and Law being on the board. So it will essentially be a 6 cost 10k, which leaves us 3 more Don available to be able to work with if that's the route that we're going to go down. First things first, though, it's going to be 1 Don payment, and it's going to be, come on, we'll fight you.
Yep, checking the top 5 to find a red hair pirate card other than come on, we will fight you is very strong. And there is the Ben Beckman finally. So we will see Ben Beckman next turn if he has a target for it, and he does have it with the 9 cost Shanks that he will probably also play this turn. So there could be another target for the next turn, but you need to be on 10 Don. That's very, very important. So we will not see Ben Beckman in this turn. The thing is, Ben, like I said, you need to get rid of that X-Drake in my opinion. So just attach 1 Don under Uta and swing 3k into 3. Is that an option?
It very well could potentially be an option. There's quite a few cards in hand for Tongui, so might want to think about protecting it. We are going to go with the swing for Ben Beckman. It will be an 8k swing into life here. 8k, a little bit of an awkward number in this situation. Does mean that we could draw out the block plus 1k from Rosinante and Lord just to make this attack safe and not have to dump a load of cards out from hand. Alternatively, of course, there is just the opportunity that we could just decide to take the life here and feel a little bit safe in doing so. There is the payment of the 6 Don. There is the 9 cost Shanks making its way down onto the board. So we have that 7k base and another 8k swing into lead. Now are we going to see the Rosie and Law block and the commitment of the 1000 power counter? Thinking about the block there with Rosie and Law, we do have some Borsalinos available to us in hand, as well as a Mamaragan to be able to counter with. There is the block. And what 1k are we going to choose? Or are we going to dump the Mamaragan here? It will just be the Mamaragan that we're going to counter away with. The result is the same. Rosie and Law is protected, and the turn is passed on over to Tongui.
Yeah, I mean, position is, again, very good for Rosinante, to be honest. Board is full, so if you want to play out 2 characters in this turn, then you have to replace one of your characters that is swinging. Because Kobe is not swinging this turn for sure, only if you're playing Zakatsuki here, but then you still need to replace something that could be a good value. So you can easily replace the Kobe, but then you also need to replace the 4 cost Baby Law or even your X-Drake. But I think it's fine if you want to go with double characters this turn. But okay, he's going for X-Drake ability and then Kobe swing into Uta. Why not? I mean, every single character could be a potential finisher. So it's very important to get rid of every character. Depends on your hand, of course, and on your situation, on your position in this game. So 10 Don and so many options. I think Zakatsuki into Mamaragan to get rid of that Shanks, or just the Zakatsuki to minus the Ben Beckman and then to try to get rid of it is also strong. But a 9k swing into 7k is also very good. So lead ability into 2k would be enough to get rid of this attack.
Yeah, and I tell you what, actually, Abra, I think we might have a possibility to try and get rid of this 9-cost Shanks on this turn, because I think that I spot the Gum Gum Lightning in hand for Tangui. So if we can find that Sakazuki, get the big minus 6,000 power reduction onto the 9-cost Shanks, Gum Gum Lightning will be able to take care of the rest and will be able to refund that Don -2 cost from the Sakazuki's activate main ability as well. So let's see if Tangui is going to want to try and commit to that option. We see Kobe is being picked up, so that is going to be removed, getting the most usage out of it on this turn by attacking into the Uta with it beforehand. And it is going to be the Sakazuki that we're going to go ahead and play down here. There will be the Don -1, reducing the Shanks by 6,000 power. We have to use the Sakazuki effect now to get the 2 active Don, but I have a feeling that there might be a little bit of a storm coming here, Abra, and this 9-cost Shanks is in prime territory to be struck by a little bolt of Gum Gum Lightning. Come on, Tangui, we've been building up to it. It's been pulled to the front of the hand. Commit to the activation, surely, surely, surely.
What is he thinking? There's no reason. Go for it. Come on.
Come on.
There is it.
Yes, there it is. There we go. Gum Gum Lightning taking care of it, and Dugong resting it down, thinking it's Mamaragan, and realizing, oh no, actually, that Shanks is gone.
Well, he thought that it was Mamaragan because of the altered version. Looks like a little bit of the Mamaragan. Man, what a turn. He just get rid of the whole board. Uta, Ben Beckman, and the 9-cost Shanks. Yeah, I don't need to say that Rosinante is on a top position here.
Yeah, and it could be a situation where this might be a board state where Dugong is just unable to rebound from as well. Once again, looking down to the hand, I don't think I see the 10-cost Rush Shanks from OP09. It might just be extra copies of the 9-cost Shanks available. We do know that there is the Ben Beckman, though, at the very least, from OP16, so we will be able to cheat out a Shanks and have 4 Don extra after the activation of the on-play, be able to play down another blocker, and there is the Ben Beckman coming down, using its on play, resting 1 extra Don. It will be the 9-cost Shanks that we commit, plus 2,000 power to our leader until the end of our opponent's next end phase, and then just a 7k swing to try and get some extra cards out of hand. We've got the promo blocker if we want it. Tangui thinking maybe this is just a card that I want to keep around for next turn to actually attack with. We're going to take the life down to 0. There is the Lucky Roo trashing away a 4-cost Shanks to try and draw 2, get a little bit more counter into hand, and then a pass over back to Rosinante.
Yep, I think that was the best turn that you could probably do. 10-cost to Rush Shanks would also be okay, but I think to be a 7k leader, especially against the spot, is very good. But look at X-Drake's work here. To rest that Lucky Rouge again, X-Drake is definitely doing a great job right now. So Lucky Rouge was only there to recycle, still good, but you cannot block with him because of that X-Drake. So very unlucky. And now we will also see a 8k swing coming down into 7k leader Shanks. So that could be leader ability into 1k. That could also be just a 2k or the Beckman block, but he decided to take this one. So Dugong goes down to 1 life, and this turn could be so huge for Tangui now. He has double Borsalino in hand, 10 Don. You can do so many different things here. You can also just play out another Sakazuki and try to get rid of that 9-cost Shanks again.
Yeah, and I think I also spy that Tangui has the starter deck 10 Trafalgar Law in hand, the hand rip law, to be able to on-play Don -1. If your opponent has 7 or more cards in their hand, you trash 2 away from your opponent's hand. So depending on how many cards are available here for Dugong in their hand, the decision to take that life could actually be very punishing. We are going to see the activation of the Rosinante leader ability here. X-Drake will go away. There is the hand rip law, and Dugong does have 7 cards in hand, so the decision to take the life is going to punish Dugong here. We're going to go down to 5 cards in hand as Tangui rips 2 of them away at random. It's another Beckman and the 4-cost Kobe that we're going to get rid of here.
Yeah, I think Kobe is fine because you don't need Kobe anyway. Ben Beckman does hurt. Depends on if you have another Ben Beckman in hand or not. And it looks like there is another Ben Beckman in hand, so that's good. Could also be double Ben Beckman, and then we are sitting here like, oh my god, what happened? So yeah, that's very important. So I would say everything is still up because you will definitely have your board, because I think there's no chance to get rid of both characters with 3 Don. So let's see what the rest is going to be from Rosinante's side. So probably, yeah, going to pitch the secret rare here. I don't think he needs that card in this situation.
Yeah, which is a little bit of a shame. We like the secret rare Trafalgar Law in this household, particularly in this matchup. It's a 6k body, so doesn't need to attach any Don to be able to attack in if the Shanks leader isn't boosted, to make sure it is that magic number against this leader. So it's not just a free leader ability to be able to send the attack away. And then, of course, it's activate main to trash 1 card from your hand and this character, heal yourself for 1, and then play a 7 cost or less Trafalgar Law from your hand as well, but not needed in this matchup and not needed in this situation right now, knowing that we've got triple blocker active at the moment defensively for Tanguy. One of them is able to attack on this turn if we want to. That promo 93 law has been around for quite some time in this game, and Tanguy just deciding about whether we actually do want to commit with an attachment and an attack here. This would be a 7k swing if so. Has the leader ability been used for Dugong yet? Looks like it might have done, because we are going to counter away with the Ace Sabo Luffy.
Yep, and he's passing with 2 Don. So again, that could be a slow beam. And Dugong know that there's a slow beam in Tanguy's deck, especially he saw it last game. So 10 Don. So that could be Ben Beckman into another Shanks here. But he is starting off with a 10k swing, probably into leader, because yeah, he's like, okay, I need to go very aggressive into life, because to go for bot here just allows Tanguy to replace the characters if there is space for it, just to heal again, to find another Dakatsuki to get rid of something. So yeah, I think it's right to just go face here, to be honest. Also, you maybe try to force your opponent to block, like we are going to see that Data Deck Trafalgar Law being used as a blocker. And he's not 100% sure, but I think, yeah, you just block this one with the Law, to be honest.
Yeah, and you've also got the opportunity for the slow beam sword in hand to rest down that Ben Beckman if we want to. Instead, it is just going to be the block through. That Don was active as well from Dugong's side of the board. He hasn't committed to any characters being played just yet. He is now going to commit some Don here, and this might be another copy of the Ben Beckman. It will be indeed, so we can play out an extra Shanks. Which one is it going to be this time, though? Is it going to be another 9 cost to give us that base power 7k going into Tanguy's turn again? It is going to be that option, just making sure that we've got enough possible defense and make it even harder for Tanguy to think about potentially trying to win on their next turn.
Then slow beam is coming. Block into slow beam. That's the perfect answer to get rid of that 7k swing, to get rid of 1 blocker, and yeah, Tanguy just know exactly what he has to do. And the problem is Dugong cannot play around it. He has to play like this. Otherwise, the leader swing will only be 5k, and that would be a free block. So, this one hurts. Yep, 1 blocker's gone. You will play another blocker. That's why there are 4 Dons left, and we also saw the 4-cost Shanks. So, yeah, still okay to have 2 blockers, but then you only have 1 card in hand.
Yep, only 1 card in hand, 2 blockers available. This is where Tanguy would love to have kept that X-Drake around as well, just to be able to rest down this 4-cost Shanks and get it out of the way so it wouldn't be a quick block for Dugong on this turn, but still 5 attacks that are going to be able to come through on this turn. Is going to have to commit a little bit of Don to a couple of them if we want to swing with both of the blockers. But to start off here, we are going to swing with the Sakazuki. That's going to draw out the 4-cost Shanks activation to turn our 10-cost Rush Shanks into a 2k. And now Dugong is working with no cards left in hand. 2 active blockers, 4 attacks. So if maths works out here, this very well could and should be game on board.
Yeah, you cannot swing 7 because then you just give Shanks the free lead ability. So definitely 8 is right here to force the block with 0 cards in hand. And I saw X-Drake in hand, but of course you don't need to play him this turn. So just split, so you're swinging 8. So the next swing is definitely again an 8k swing. And I think, do you block this one? Do you take this one? Yeah, I think you have to block here, to be honest.
Yeah, because it's 8, 9, 9 are the splits here with the remaining Don. 3 Don on each of the remaining 6,000 power base characters, which is going to be awkward here as well, because that last card in hand means that 9k is absolutely going to connect. We do trigger, come on, we'll fight you. That draws us a card. But the problem is, even if we do draw into a 2k counter, that's not going to help us in this situation, because Tai is going to go to the attacker. So this very well should just be a case of a formality for Tanguy. Just going to go through the motions here, making sure they're using every available activation. And Dugong is just going to extend the fist bump, knowing that there is no mathematical way through. There was a 2k counter drawn, but it doesn't matter. Shanks, the lone Shanks in top 32, is going to fall at the first hurdle to Don Quixote Rosinante.
Yeah, well played there from Rosinante, to be honest. Yeah, both games doesn't look really good for Shanks. Yeah, I think this matchup isn't that easy. Like I said at the beginning, I see Rosinante favored here. Yeah, especially because Shanks had to go first, because Rosinante is just so strong going first. And if you have to go your curve that you normally don't want to go, then it's always unfavored, to be honest. So yeah, congrats. Top 32 is still a great achievement to be proud of. So congrats for that. And we have at least one Rosinante in top 16, Ben. That's very strong.
Yeah, absolutely. And you've mentioned perfectly there about top 32 being a really strong achievement already. It means that you are qualified into the Season 1 finals to try and vie for one of the 6 spots that will be available for the World Championships in Season 1 finals. And then we get to do it all again in Season 2 as well. But one Don Quixote Rosinante making its way through, and I do believe that it is going to be facing a Lucy in our top 16. And in the top 16, Lucy Nadia winning 2-1 against Mage on Don Quixote Rosinante. A couple of other results as well that are making their way through. Angelo Truschello, a former finalist in Season 1 finals back in last competition and the last championship season. He has fallen 2-0 against Fede Moltres in the blue-yellow Nami mirror. He's going to be going up against Georgios Marios, which is another blue-yellow Nami mirror for Fede Moltres. Gianluca Di Clemente, he's going strong in top 32. He was able to beat his Nami opponent in that matchup and is going against Nami yet again in top 16 as well. Mimifix taking down a purple Anel to go up into top 16. Quite a few results missing on the opposite side of the bracket at the moment. One that is confirmed, though, is our first season and first year Worlds qualifier, Havoye, with Green-Blue Luffy, has made it through into top 16. That's a 2-0 victory against Anel, and Mirko Morsico winning by 2-0 against Blue-Yellow Nami as well. So already 3 Blue-Yellow Namis qualified into top 16, 2 Green-Blue Luffys, 1 Rosinante, 1 Black-Yellow Teach, and 1 Purple Anel, with a few results still to make their way through.
I just have one question. How did Evoye beats Enel 2-0? Like, how? It's one of your toughest matchup as Luffy, and he just beats Enel, and that is definitely a good Enel, otherwise he wouldn't be in top cut. 2-0. This shows one more time how different he is. Let's see if we are going to see Evoye for today on stream. But yeah, that was the results for now. I would say, Ben, let's do a quick break because we don't have that much games left and we have a lot of stuff to talk about later on through the day. So I would say let's do a quick break and then we will be back with the top 16 game. Of course, we try to bring you a very interesting matchup. That's for sure, guys. So yeah, let's do a break here and then we will be back with the top 16 game.
start.
ただ神底に輝いたのはジョーカー選手となりました。世界の頂に無敗で上り詰めたのはガンノン
And Kane scoops it up. We have your champ, Cross.
Already start.
ただ神底王に輝いたのはジョーカー選手となりました世界の頂に無敗で上り詰めたのはガンノ
And Caden scoops it up. We have your champ, Cross.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to our coverage of Day 2 for the One Piece card game offline regionals live from Toulouse. We are getting ourselves ready for top 16 action very, very soon. But before that, we can have a little peek through into the bracket and see who made it through safely from top 32. Abra. Unfortunately, there's not too many big surprises here, particularly on the left-hand side of the bracket, but there is one interesting deck that's made it through a regional winning deck already from this format. So let's cross over into the bracket and have a look and see exactly how it has shaped up. So on the left side, it's a lot of Enel, and it's a lot of green, blue, Luffy. Unfortunately, both of the black-yellow Teach players on the left side of the bracket falling to defeat. One against blue-green Luffy, the other against Enel. Both of them being defeated 2-0 as well. So not even able to pick up a game. But that's how the left side of the bracket looks. On the right side, that's being heavily dominated by Nami. 4 of the 8 players on the right side of the black bracket are piloting blue-yellow Nami. But elsewhere, there's still a little bit of variation. You've got the one lone black-yellow Teach player, piloted by Gianluca Di Clemente. You've got Tanguy, who, of course, is our Rosinante player, the now lone Rosinante player left in top cut, going up against Nadir, who's playing Lucy.
Wow, so interesting to see this bracket now. 2 things I noticed. First thing, we can confirm that we will have a blue-green Luffy or a purple Enel in the final match because of the left side of the bracket. Only these 2 leaders, and to be honest, these 2 leaders with Nami are the best, build the best decks and format. So I'm not surprised to see that. But it's just funny to see the bracket like this. Second thing I noticed is that Thomas Piero, that decided to bring Enel, does have a mirror match, and his opponent just won 2-0 against Teach. That's an unfavored matchup for Enel. Still 2-0. Also, Ivoye just won 2-0 against Enel. That's again an unfavored matchup for Luffy, but they won 2-0. I'm saying this because this shows us that even if you're having an unfavored matchup, if you're super confident, of course, the deck needs to be on your side, so you need to draw the right cards in the right moment and so on. You can still manage to make everything. So an unfavored matchup doesn't mean anything. That's what I want to say. So for the people that still are not sure what deck should I bring because I want to play Nami, but if I will face Teach, I will lose. Yes, matchup is hard, but it's not like you are 100% losing this matchup. So just try to be more comfortable with your deck, and then you can also lose a unfavored matchup for sure. That's what I want to say. And after realizing and seeing this bracket, this is so interesting. But Ben, let's talk about our game that we will bring on stream, because Taisu is playing against Arman, and Taisu just texted me, bro, I'm playing against Arman. Let's go for the streaming game. And of course, I want to bring them on stream. So we have 2 regional winners playing against each other. It's Nami versus Enel for our streaming game. Nami bringing Arman bringing Nami, and Taisu bringing Purple Enel. Just won a regional. It was in Bonn in March, I think, with Blue Red Ace. And Arman won so many regionals, I cannot count with what kind of leader. He won regional with Red Green Law. He won a regional with Bonnie, not even one, I think 2 regionals. So many tops. And there's also one rule. When I'm doing casting and Arman is playing on this event, Arman is winning this event. So if Arman is going to win this event, there is something wrong. But no, jokes beside, this is going to be an interesting one. Yes, Nami is favored against NL, but that's why I say all these things. That still mean nothing. So this is going to be an interesting one. And of course, we wish both of the players the best of luck. But to see 2 regional winners playing against each other, Ben, that means we will probably see high quality gameplay now.
Yeah, absolutely what you come to expect going into our 4th competitive championship season in One Piece card game so far. And a little bit of a look into Nami as well. This is very much sort of the traditional version of Nami with the Thriller Bark engine that is being brought and is seeing the majority of success, it seems like, in this top 32. Headlined, of course, by the 8-cost Gecko Moria. You could have also put in things like Kumasi, Perona, Hogback, all of the Thriller Bark engine cards because they work so nicely in tandem with one another, especially with the new secret rare Marshall D. Teach from OP16 being able to potentially put one of those cards into life if you see them on the top 3. The great equalizers, I think, in this matchup, though, are going to be the copies of Wiper as well as the Gravity Blade Raging Tiger. What the big draw do you think here, particularly in the Enel matchup for Wiper and Gravblade, Abra?
To be honest, I think Viper is more important than Gravity Blade, but you still have some targets for Gravity Blade, especially because the Enel players starting to bring Holy back in their decks. So Gravity Blade could be very important against to get rid of a Holy. Some Enel player also playing 4-cost Frankie or 4-cost Pitch Law, the starter deck Law. And because we are playing with open deck list, we can see that Taisu is playing the dog and is playing the ST10 Trafalgar Law blocker. So Gravity Blade could be important against these two. Also Senior Pink as a 2-off in Taisu's deck could be important to get rid of. So Gravity Blade is helping, but Viper is helping even more against this deck, against one of the best decks that we have in this game, because Inel is playing so many one-drops, and that Viper can definitely be very important to just get rid of cards like Ohm, cards like Shura, and of course Satori, and Pudding Searcher, and so on. But this matchup is favored for Nami because of the leader ability. Being a 7k leader is very strong, and one of the MVP cards in this matchup, Ben, it's Perona. 6-cost Perona is very strong, but let's have a look into Inel, because Inel can play around Perona with a card like Vari, and there's no Inel player not playing Vari. We see Senior Pink, Trafalgar Law from ST10 and Holly. We noticed since yesterday that, yeah, I think it's... we can confirm that Holly is back in NL's deck for sure. Holly being very important, and probably one of the reasons why NL has quite a better matchup against Teach now than it was, because Holly can just rush down your opponent very fast with that double attack, especially if you have Ohm and Holly on board. And there we see Vari could be or is a very, very important key card in this matchup. So this card helps you boosting your Enel. If your leader is Enel, you can just boost one of your characters to make them +2 cost. So that means you can make your 6-cost Enel to an 8-cost Enel. That means if there is a Perona trigger, you can just play around it. But you can also just give a +2 into something else, like a 4-cost blocker. So you just make them to a 6-cost blocker, and then Zeus cannot get rid of that blocker. So yeah, Vari is very important right now for Enel, and Pitch Law as a one-off in this deck. Arma knows that. Nami, yeah, always playing with a lot of cards in hand, so that Law definitely will have a huge value if Taisu is going to be able to see this card. We also see a one-off Lightning. We only saw Lightning now in Rosinante. Performed really, really good. I would say one of the MVP cards for this weekend that we saw in Rosinante. But Taisu decided to bring one Lightning in his deck. Ben, what do you think about that deck choice in NL? The card choice.
Yeah, it's intriguing. Yeah, it's intriguing to have Gum Gum Lightning as a part of the deck list here. I mean, obviously, you've got things like Lightning Beast Chitin to help you reduce some power down. You've got Mamaragan, of course, to be able to rest down a character with 5,000 power or less. It is predominantly going to be that Lightning Beast Chitin and copies of Gamma Knife as well to be able to go after the big bodies. That's going to be the real key to combine with the Gum Gum Lightning, is trying to utilize that in combination with Gamma Knife to go after things like 8-cost Teach, the 8-cost Moria, the 10-cost blocker Newgate as well, that Nami has been so keen on running, because by the time you get to 10 Don, you can slam that down, have your 2 Don attached onto the leader, and you have your Nami leader ability online in that fashion as well. So definitely going to be a lot of key targets for Gamma Knife and Gum Gum Lightning. And of course, the Don reduction cost isn't really going to matter too much, because with the Enel leader ability, you'll get all that Don back anyway.
That's why this leader is so strong, especially in combination with a card like we saw Gamma Knife, Mamaragan being one of the best cards, if not the best card in this deck with the Secret Rare. So then I'm hyped to see both players on a very high level, 2 regional winners play against each other. It's friendly fire because it's a German mirror match. And yeah, let's see. Okay, we have left side Taisu bringing Enel here, and on the right side we see Arman with Nami. And yeah, to be honest, dice is important. So let's see who has the dice. Arman was 6th place after Swiss round 10. That means he probably will have the higher seed here.
Yeah, we'll have to see in just a moment as the players are getting themselves set up, just having a quick return shuffle as well. Looks like there might have been a judge shuffle to help really randomize the deck a little bit more as well. And then we'll figure out who is going to have the opportunity to go first or second, and who might be pushing their spot into top 8, going after those big serialized prize cards very, very soon. Just one more win away from getting closer and closer to it. So we're going to see the opening 5-card hands being drawn here. See a couple of 5-cost Namis, a Galdino, a Zeus, and a Perona in the opening hand there for Arman. But Taisu at the moment, he's keeping his hand pretty closely at the moment. Got a Reiju. Looks like there might be Gamma Knife in there as well. There is the Lightning Dragon and a Vari. We mentioned the importance of that card in this matchup. Arman's happy with the initial opening 5-card hand, so it's going to be a keep from him. And Taisu is going to keep as well, setting their 5 life down into the life area. So all that's needed now is the fist bump between these 2 great players, 2 former regional champions, looking to add another title to their illustrious careers. We are underway. It's Arman going first, a draw 1 Don and pass, and over to Taisu with 2 Don, Worlds Don and Kumamoto Don. I don't mind if I do. Gonna kick things off with Pudding.
Beautiful Dons and a good start. First of all, I need to make clear, Taisu didn't want a regional. I know another Taisu that won a regional. That's why yeah, that was a wrong information. Still a very, very good player. And I also did a video together with him. So yeah, still a very, very, very good player. And he is starting off by only playing 1 Pudding, nothing else. Nami is just going for that 8k swing and just have the leader ability there to draw 1 card because one life was taken. And Ben, look at this more Worlds Don here. Oh my god.
Yeah, this is really, really awesome, getting to see the beautiful World Championship exclusive Don that is granted to participants. We're going to see the 5k swing here from the Enel leader. That's easily going to just activate the on your opponent's attack ability, trashing away the Edward Newgate blocker to make us a 7k body. Now into the Reiju. Here is Vari, the first of 4 potential Varis that we could see throughout the course of the game. That will boost the cost of the Vinsmoke Reiju and make it up to a 6 cost on board right now. And then the Enel leader ability getting activated. Charlotte Pudding will crash in for a 7k swing with the 4 rested Don attached and the 1 active Don going in as well. Will Arman be happy to take this first card from life, or will we counter away? We will do. And it's getting that Perona set in the trash, ready for some more thriller back shenanigans.
Yes, Arman on 5 Don. Obviously, there's only one very, very important card on 5 Don. It is the 5 cost Nami, obviously from EBO3. So if your opponent had 3 or more life, your opponent needs to take 1 life, and you can just give 1 Rested Don under your leader. That's the perfect card for your deck. And we will also see a 6k swing coming down. If Reiju isn't a 7k body yet, there's no free block. So yep, he has to counter this one out by using 1 Kaiten as a 2k. Now he just draw for turn, so Arman decided to pass his turn. 6 Dawn for NL means there could be a Secret Rare now.
Yeah, it's not been the ideal start so far for Taisu and Anel. We've not had the flurry of 1-cost characters. We've not had a great amount of events being played as well so far. Only 2 events in the trash right now, so that Vinsmoke Reiju is not currently yet a 9-cost 7,000 power blocker on the board. It's still just down to a 4-cost. We're going to play Senor Pink here to return back the Lightning Beast Kaiten back into hand. And in fact, we're going to use it straight away as well to Don -1. We're going to get the reduction going onto the Nami here. Do we have something like Mamaragan to be able to rest it down and start attacking into the character? For now, it's going to be the 7k swing in with the leader. This will require 2 cards out of hand, whether it's a 2k or the Nami's leader ability on opponent's attack.
Normally, you don't want to swing into that 5-cost Nami, only if your opponent does have already a face-up life, because then the on-KO ability of Nami you cannot use. That means, yeah, for now you just don't attack into it, but you can still minus the Nami like Taisu did, then play Mamaragan, and then play your Lightning Dragon to freeze that 5-cost Nami, and that could be very important. But it's also interesting to see that he's bringing out a Senor Pink on his 6th Dawn turn. That is definitely because of he doesn't have any Secret Rare Innels in hand. Otherwise, he will just go for that. But still, I think fine. But yeah, do we see Mamaragan in hand? Yes, and we also see the Lightning Dragon. So he will have that combo, that's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. It seems like that's going to be the pivot that we're going to go for here on this turn for Taisu. We are going to see the activation of the Nami leader ability and a 2k out from hand as well in the form of the Zeus. There is the Mamaragan now, so that is going to rest down the Nami. Draws Taisu a card in hand. Still doesn't look like it's found that secret rare Anel. There is the Lightning Dragon now to keep Nami frozen down for this turn. I don't believe we've used the leader ability yet either at this stage right now. Just double checking the number of cards and the trash here for that Vinsmoke Reiju, and it does look like we've managed to reach the 4 events necessary. So the +5 cost and the +2k is now live on Vinsmoke Reiju. He's actually going to go ahead and make an attack in here for 7,000 power. And Arman with just 4 cards in hand, it might be a temptation to take this damage at least some point in this turn.
I think it's fine to take 1 damage here, especially if you are searching for a card to play for the next turn. Then you definitely try to find the card by taking 1 life. But I saw 1 5-cost Nami in Arman's hand, so probably we're going to see another one. But you just want to play out a 7-cost Nico Robin. And we see a Gecko Moria trigger being used here to bring out Kikonojo as active. And that's very, very important now. Wow.
Yeah, that's really, really nice there. I think the debate from Arman was whether to commit to the Kikonojo or go for the Perona, but instead wanting to keep the Perona in the trash for the time that the 6-cost Anel does end up hitting the board. So bringing out Kikonojo, making it so that it's just a constant 6,000 power annoyance, similar to the Nami, because of course for Kikonojo on KO, if your opponent has 3 or less life cards, it's going to be a heal for Arman if Taisu does elect to attack into the Kikonojo. So another swing coming in here, this time from the Charlotte Pudding, will be the 7,000 power. And Arman is just going to go ahead and counter 1 with the Borsalino.
Yeah, interesting to see that Arman decided to counter with a Borsalino, but I think it's okay. I mean, you are playing 4 copies. So let's see. Does he have a Nico Robin in hand? Or is it just another? I see Nico Robin in hand, and I also see
think we
5 for
found
Tsunami
it.
in hand. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you can try to go for both, but what is the better option here? I think it's fine to go for another Nami here.
And I think Armin might just agree with you here as well. Here comes the second Nami that is going to allow the second damage as well to be taken off of that ability. Give up to 1 rested Don to your leader. Then if your opponent has 3 or more life cards, they have to add 1 to the top of their life. Well, they don't have to. It is an up to, so you can decide not to give your opponent the life. But in this instance, Armin happy to give Taisu the life and put him down to 2. Now, the 7k swing from this Kikunojo is going to be countered away with Elthor plus the Shura. Another 7k swing, this time from the leader, to just keep up this pressure.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm not sure if the Reiju swing was the best decision, because if you're on 3 life, on 7 Don, you just need to think of, there is a chance that another Nami is coming and then double 7. So yeah, because of that, he just lost 4 cards in hand, because he cannot go down to 1 life. That would be way too fast. But still, Reiju swing was also doing some pressure. That's why it's a difficult decision, to be honest. I'm not sure if I would also swing there with the Reiju or not. But good start, very good start for Arman, and also the right decision to play out another Nami instead of the Robin, because, like I said, to get rid of 1 life and swing 7/7, and also unlock your leader ability to draw 1 card because you are on 7 or less cards in hand. That is very, very strong. Yes, with Robin you can also draw 1 card because a life card is being replaced there, but you will not have leader ability unlocked with that 1 Don to be a 7k leader by pitching 1 card on your opponent's attack, and you can also not swing 7k with Kikunojo, only 6. So this line was very strong. So Taisu is starting off with a 7k swing from Senior Pink. Again, no secret rare Enel. That's unfortunately for him, to be honest.
Yeah, not finding the secret rare Enel at this point so far in the game. I think there's double Gamma Knife, there's a Vinsmoke Reiju, there's an Ohm in there as well, so not a great deal of help at the moment. There's also a Shallot Pudding to be able to continue to find more of these events, maybe try and dig for another Lightning Dragon to keep either the Nami or the Kikunojo frozen down for another turn. See, the damage is just going to go through here from that 7k swing, it looks like, though, from Armin. No activation of the leader ability for Nami just yet. Here comes the Ohm, does draw into Holy off of that draw, so we could look to start getting some double attack shenanigans going on at some point during this game. Where else are we going to go for the rest of this turn now? We've still got our leader that can swing. We've obviously still got the leader effect to be able to utilize as well if we want to start Dom minusing a little bit more with some other events in hand. I don't know if I see too many 0 cost events at the moment here, which is a bit of an issue. And it is just going to be a 5k swing here from the leader, and Armin's going to tap the Nami leader case, boost itself by 2,000 power for the rest of the turn, and send away a second copy of the 10-cost Edward Newgate blocker.
Yeah, I think to pitch Newgate here is also completely fine, because normally you don't go for that 10-cost Edward Newgate in this matchup, especially if you know that your opponent is playing Gum Lightning. So we see another Reiju being played. So 2 4-cost 7k Reijus right now on board. And that's fine.
A little bit more defense at the very least here for Taisu. We are now going to see the leader ability get activated, and the rested Don is going to go on to Reiju, which is going to connect. Armin, no activation of any triggers either. And then the replacement of a Charlotte Pudding. Now we see 2 secret rare Enels in the search, which aren't going to be legal targets. That's going to be really frustrating for Taisu to be able to see. We've all been there, haven't we, Abra? Seeing your key card and your big impact card not at all throughout the matchup. And then as soon as you can't take it off a search, there's multiple copies of them.
Of course, yeah. You draw so many cards with this deck, you're still not able to find your key card here. But to be honest, it still looks fine for Taisu. Double Reiju, send your pink on board. Also Ohm, that could be very important in the next turn with that extra minus 1000 power. So what could Armon's turn be with 9 Don? Normally you just swing 4 times 6k here and play out a Gecko Maria or a Martial Deteach from OP16 that Nami is also running now. And that could be a option for Arman. And of course, Daisu, because of the open deck list, know that Martial Deteach is in Arman's deck. There are 2 copies of it. But you can also play out a Nico Robin here, so you have 2 Dons. So you can swing 6, and then 7.
Yeah, I was just going to say that obviously we did delay the Nico Robin on curve on the last turn. So it does open up that window, like you say, to go in with the Nico Robin. We'll be able to swing in with everything else, refresh our life pretty much completely as well, because we take that final card from life into hand and then replace them with the top 2 cards of the deck. At the moment, Arman, though, just gathering a little bit of information, just finding out how many events and what events are gone in the trash at this point. Check of cards in hand here for Taisu. There is also the Mr. 3 Galdino available for Arman if he wants to just freeze down either one of the Reijus or potentially the Ohm as well to try and insulate himself from Holy coming down and potentially trying to double attack in.
Also, one thing I noticed Arman is doing all the time, he's playing with a dice right on his side just to mark the hand size from his opponent. He's using this method for a long time now. That's something I noticed. And yeah, I think I can definitely recommend doing that. First, just to be safe. Yeah, you never know what the opponent is going to do, but also just to see very quick, and you don't need to ask every single time how many cards. So yeah, just try to use them. It's not a must-have, but I think it can help you playing on a higher level, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a method and a strategy that quite a few players I've seen adapt, making sure that they're keeping a visual track of cards in hand, especially when players have the tendency, like myself, I am a serial hand shuffler, I have to admit, as it looks like both of our players also are. So while that's happening, it can be a little bit difficult to, you know, track the amount of cards that are in hand. So to have that little easy glance down at a dice to keep an eye on how many cards are available. Definitely something that could help, like you say, elevate your game. And there's a reason why Arman is a multiple-time regional champion. We see one 7k swing does connect. Here comes another 7k swing, this time from one of the other character Namis. And that does leave the remaining 7 Don potentially open for a Nico Robin to make its way down onto board here. This is going to be a counter with a block, though, out of the 7k swing from Vinspo Reiju, dealing away with the Holy.
I think we will see another 7k swing and then Borsalino. I don't think it does make sense. It doesn't make sense to play out a Robin without having lead ability. Oh yeah, it is 7k swing into Borsalino, that's for sure.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense in this point. And obviously, we've already sent one Borsalino away for counter, so there'll only be a maximum of 3 left in the deck at this point. And the last thing you want to do is to let yourself get too greedy, too far ahead of yourself, you know, thinking that you're playing yourself into a winning position by playing that Nico Robin, but then not giving yourself the Don available to have that plus 2,000 powers boost on your opponent's attack. And in fact, we're going to actually try and go for board here on this attack here. Takes care of the Senor Pink with a 7k swing. And now here's the payment of 5. There is that Borsalino blocker, healing ourselves back up to 2 and a pass of the turn.
Yeah, very important that this 7k swing into the Senor Pink is going through. The problem about Innes, yeah, you can only play 50 cards in your deck, and because you are playing so many events that are 2k counters, these events only work with your inner cards. So with your secret rare, with the 6-cost super rare inner from OP15, or with your leader, the only card that is working is Mamoragan. You can also use Mamoragan to counter or to defend one of your characters. That's why, yeah, you have to use double 1k here, or Mamoragan 1k, or a 2k That is not one of the event cards that Inno is playing. And normally, the only 2K that some Inno players are playing is the 2K Sanji, the 6 cost, because that Pudding can also find him. So you can play 1 or 2 copies of that 2K Sanji, but you don't have the space for it. That's the only problem. For now, we see another Senor Pink to bring back the Mamaragan that was in trash. Now we see a 2K swing just for the minus, and then the Mamaragan to rest the Borsalino. So now he can just go into phase and make some pressure here. Maybe not really try to go for game. That would be very, very difficult, but maybe that's the only thing here to do. Depends on how many Lightning Dragons there are left, because Lightning Dragon does have 100% value here. Lead ability being used from Nami, and you need one more counter. There's a 1K. We see a Chitin being used. Recycled. There's a Lightning Dragon being drawn. That's very important.
And we do obviously also get the extra minus 1,000 power here, so that's going to go onto the Borsalino. There is Lightning Dragon, so that's going to freeze down one of the 2 Namis here. So Borsalino is going to allow itself to refresh if it survives through this turn. Remaining attacks on this board are double Reiju and the Charlotte Pudding. Those Reijus, of course, remember, are boosted up to 7,000 power. But it looks like 4 cards in hand here for Armin. Still 2 life to work with. And the possibility of that Perona getting triggered out from the trash as well through Gecko Moria could be a bit of a danger area if we do want to try and go for game on this turn. So we're going to swing with the Pudding into the Borsalino that was reduced. That's going to be allowed down. Ohm now back onto the board. Doll -1, drawing ourselves a card. Still not finding any secret rare Enels. And Taisu just going to pass the turn here, not wanting to overextend. 2 Reiju blockers will stay upstanding. Now we move up to the 10 Don turn for Armin.
Yeah, very strong turn here from Taisu, to be honest. Very good turn. And I think it's also too late to play out a secret rare Enel for now. 2 blockers, very important. You still have some cards in hand. I think like 5 to 6. And 1 life, that's also very important. So I don't think Arman can go for game here, but he doesn't need to go for game. That's the good position that Arman has. Starting off with a 6K swing, that's just a free block. A 7K swing, that you can just defend this attack by using your Reiju as a blocker and counter this one out with a 1K that we see in hand with Shura. So maybe that's an option here.
We've got Shura and we've got Ohm as well in hand as a potential extra 1K counter if we do want to just block and protect this Vinsmoke Reiju, and that's exactly what we're going to do here. The block has been declared, so we now move into the counter step, and the extra 1,000 power is produced by the Ohm. Now here comes the potential 7K swing from the Nami leader. This is going to go into lead once again, and this is going to connect. There's not enough counter or any real counter in hand here for Taisu, still holding on to double Gamma Knife, which really isn't doing anything on this board state at the moment. Now we see the payment of 7. It's going to be the Nico Robin. Oh, it was Gecko Moria that was healed by Borsalino. A little sly shake of the head from Armin Hajigasemi, but he's not going to mind too much. He's going to get the heal too, and putting Taisu still in a really awkward position here.
That Gecko trigger would be so huge, but Arman already had 1 Gecko trigger, so that should be fine. But 3 life, you still have your lead ability. That means Taisu needs to go through 3 lives and a 7K leader. That's not easy. And I think, Arman is in such a good position now to win the first game out of this best of 3 game, top 16 match, German mirror match. Let's see.
Yeah, it certainly seems very, very likely. We're going to start off with the 7K swing from the leader first, though. Leader effect is going to send away an extra copy of Nico Robin. We don't need that really anymore. And now the Wiper going to get used as the 1K counter extra as well. Are we now going to see the Gamma Knife going to get played down here? It's going to be a reduction of power onto one of the Namis. The Altart Nami is going to be dropped down to just a 1K character. And we are going to look to crash into it here. Ohm is going to take care of it. That will trigger the on-KO ability.
2 targets in hand. Perona and Mr. 3.
I mean, surely it's got to be Perona here.
Yeah.
Stops one of the characters from attacking in. Can stop that Senor Pink from being able to make an attack declaration. It is going to be Perona, and Senor Pink is not going to be allowed to attack until the end of the opponent's next end phase. And that is a real problem for Taisu here. At least he knows with that face-up life card, that being the Nico Robin, that it is a counterless card that will be drawn into hand by Armin. At this point, how much does that even matter? With the leader already at the 7,000 power base during Taisu's turn, we will, of course, have the 2 Reijus that are at that 7k boost, thanks to the 4 or more events being in trash. We are now going to see another replacement of Ohm, this time into Shura. Shura will be able to have Rush as well, with the 6 or less Don on the field. We do find ourselves, I think that's Lightning Dragon off of the on-play draw one from Shura, the gorgeous alternate art version, the manga art style of events. Taisu looking down and shaking his head, thinking, I don't know if there's a way through this board for me at this point.
Very tough, very tough position.
It's going to be the activation of the NL leader ability here. Just attaching 3 rested Don to the Shura. Another Gamma Knife coming in here. This will reduce the other Nami. Remember, there was one that was already taken care of on this turn. Now here comes the second that is going to be allowed through. Now Lightning Dragon is going to freeze down Kikunojo. And it's just going to be the pass of the turn. Again, having to leave these Vinsmoke Reiju blockers up and active on board. But what does Armin find here? Does he find something maybe like the a way to get through that Vinsmoke Reiju? Gravity Blade not necessarily going to work here, unfortunately, for Armin because of the cost boost on Reiju.
I mean, Taisu's really doing his best to still be alive, have the maximum value, but it still does not look good. 2 blockers, 4 cards in hand, no life, 3 attacks that you have to defend. So this 8k swing, it's just enough. So you just go for the next game, save some time. So Arman is winning the first game here. So it's 1-0 for Arman. That means we will go through the next game. And this time, Taisu will decide the dice roll. And we all know that Inel wants to go first. And maybe this time he can find some secret rare Inels, because this game, he did not find one of them. And that's something that is really, really tough, because this card is super important, especially by going first, because you just bring him out so early. You can do so crazy big swings with him. So the inner swing is always your opponent just take this one or just block this one, because it's just normally a 40k swing. So yeah, let's see in the next game if Taisu is going to be able to win this one. If yes, then we will have a 1-1, and then Aman will have the dice in game 3. But we will focus on game 2 now. Ben, what do you think? Going first, NL versus Nami with Doc. Is there a chance for NL to win this match, especially against a very, very tough opponent like Aman?
Yeah, it's going to be difficult, I think. Obviously, it's going to rely on that really, really blazing stat, something like Omen to Holy into that big 6-cost secret rare Enel. But granted as well that obviously the odd curve has traditionally, at the very least, been the unfavored curve for Nami. It always used to want to go on the even curve, but that was primarily when the deck was still running the girl promo. That was the big kind of make or break turn 1 for Nami. Nowadays, going first isn't kind of the worst case scenario in the world, because like we saw in that game 1, you've still got such a strong odd-on curve with the 5-cost Nami into the 7-cost Nico Robin. So strong, in fact, that you can even actually delay the Robin by a turn and just play the second Nami down, get that leader ability online, and still have some Don left over for some attacks. So be interesting to see if the even curve is still the strongest curve or stronger curve for blue-yellow Nami, or whether odd is actually the one that Armin is preferring in this game, unless it's a case of trying to take away that preferred curve from Enel in this matchup.
Yeah, the double Nami was really strong, especially against 5 life leader. It's very strong because against 4 life leader, if you go first, your 3 don turn is always an 8k swing that goes through. So your 5 don turn is the first Nami that brings your opponent from 3 to 2 life. So on 7 don, you will definitely not play another Nami. Only if your opponent, because your opponent will be on 2 life, so it doesn't make sense to play another Nami. Only if you are playing against a deck like Teach that plays a Shiryu on 6 don that allows you to heal up 1 life. So that means he will go up from 2 to 3 life again. Then you can play another Nami that can be very, very strong. So yeah, normally you just go for 8k swing in your second turn, then 5 cost Nami, then Robin, and then on 9, one of the 8 cost that you play, or another Robin. But then you have so many options to play with Nami, because you can also bring out a Mr. 3 Galdino into another 4 cost, into leader swing with 6, and so on and so on. So yeah, definitely some options there. Okay, both players seems to be nearly ready. We see the cut here, and let's have a look into Armand's starting 5. I see a Gravity Blade, yeah, and Whitebeard. That's it. 2 cards that you really don't want to see in this matchup, so enough to just go for that mulligan. And let's wait for Taisu. Judges are still shuffling his deck. Also something that is, yeah, a good thing that the judges taking both of the decks and shuffling the decks just to be fair for everyone. So it is Taisu's mulligan hand already, or yeah, it has to be mulligan hand, otherwise he would not place his life already.
Yeah, it would have been a very confident blind top 5 life if it was the opening hand to keep saying, yeah, I trust that I'm going to find Secret Rare NL to start off with this time. Didn't see him at all in game 1, except when I couldn't actually take him in a search from Charlotte Pudding. But, you know, game 2 will be totally fine. I believe in the Lightning God. And for Armin over to get his deck quickly shuffled up by the judges, we'll have a top 5 of his own to figure out how this game is going to go here for game number 2. We're going to get ourselves set and have a quick look into the top 5 of that hand. Instead, it's going to be put face down to kick things off. There's the life all set together, and we are ready to kick game 2 into gear. It will be Taisu that is going to go first. We've got a good start at the very least. It's a Charlotte Pudding, and there's no 6 cost Nels in there this time.
Yep, that's very good. 2 targets there from that search, Mamoragan and I think a Lightning Dragon. And he's going for that Lightning Dragon. And the pass, yeah, Armand's turn is just 1 don on the leader and the pass. Oh, he's going for the 2 don, also fine. And 3 don for Enel. So that could be the first Ollie here, starting with a 5k swing. Of course, that's just the leader ability. So you get rid of 1 brick or a 1k. Also counter out the 2k here, but he's going for that brick. Marshall the Teach. 2 copies of it in Armand's deck, and we see lead ability, we see a 4-cost Reiju and the pass.
Yeah, pretty quick start from Taisu so far. And for Armin, it didn't look like it was the brightest hand, I have to say. There was a little bit of a small grimace from Armin when he looked down at his opening 5-card hand. There's a Borsalino, there's double Nico Robin in there, there's another copy of Teach, Kumashi, there's also another 8-cost Teach Secret Rare, and that just goes to show how awkward the hand is. It's going to be a 9k swing, trigger the leader ability to draw 1 more card into hand, and then a pass of the turn. And Taisu does have the Enel Secret Rare this time on curve, slamming it down on turn 3. Going to get a top 5 search, take any card that they want without showing Armin, and we'll have to trash 1 card away for the cost as well. But already so much of a better start here for Taisu in this game too.
Yeah, way better start. For Nami, 4 don turn is quite normal, to be honest, that you just swing 9 here. I'm not a fan of playing a 4-cost here and doesn't have a lead ability unlocked in this matchup, because otherwise with no lead ability you will have to counter or take 2 attacks that are coming through. But because of putting Reiju and the leader on board, that it could have been 3 swings without leader effect, and that's too much. So you definitely don't play a 4-cost here. And don't have the leader ability. But Arman did it, so it's the right thing to do. To have 6-cost Secret Rare NL is super important now. Also going for that Vari. Yeah, give that Reiju +2. So play around. What card, Ben?
Perona.
Yeah, no, Perona still target, but it's to play around Gravity Blade.
Yes.
So Reiju being is, yeah.
Your Gravity Blade at the moment still can target that Vinsmoke Reiju at that 6 cost, but does need one more piece of cost modification at the moment. Does look like there's just one card in the trash that's an event at the moment, but right now doesn't matter too much. Is just going to go ahead and attach the Don onto the pudding. That will be the pass, with the leader ability being declared. So over to Arman's turn on 6 Don. Do we have the 5-cost Nami to be able to play down here for Arman? Aisu not at 3 or less life, so the Kikunojo isn't necessarily as threatening at the moment. It's going to be the 4-cost, the 7k swing. That will be taken. There is the draw, so now Kikunojo's on KO effect would be online, and it is just going to be that we commit to, and a pass of the turn.
Very rough. No 5-cost Nami this time. This is how the game changed. First game, Arman saw 2 of the EBO3 Nami, and Taisu didn't saw any Secret Rare NL. Now it's switched because NL has his curve and a good hand. There's Rage already on board, Om already on board, the 6-cost Secret Rare already on board, and only a Kikunojo from Arman's side. But he does have Nico Robin in hand, so for the next turn, there's definitely a good play, that's for sure. But he needs to deal with the turn of Taisu. Let's see what the best turn could be here. Is he trying to maybe minus that Kikunojo and then rest it and then freeze it? That could be an option. Let's have a look into his hand. I see a Senyo Pink. I see another Reiju there. So I don't think there's another Secret Rare NL in hand. That means... Oh, no, there is another one. Okay, never mind. So probably going for another NL here. So let's see. 6 Don available. Is it Reiju? Is it another NL? No, he's going for that Reiju. So 4 Don for that Reiju blocker. So 2 copies of the Reijus already on board. And now we see a Gum Gum Lightning being played. Oh my god. To get rid of that Kikunojo. Yes, you can heal because opponent is on 3 or less life. But wow, no character on board for Nami, for Arman. That does not look good, to be honest. Okay, there's another swing coming through from Pudding. This one Arman decided to take. So we go down to 4 life. He was on 5 because of the Kikunojo. And now, yeah, it's just the 6k swing and the Nico Robin, I guess. Let's see. Oh, this isn't a free block for now because only 2 events in trash. Looks like it's the ability being used, and we see the Nico Robin, the beautiful SP. Zeus being trashed, heal up to 2 life again, so goes up to 5 life, and just a pass. Let's see what Taisu can do here. Again, 6 Don. Now there's a chance that he can probably play that Secret Rare NL that is still in his hand. Let's see, first starting off with a 5k swing from leader.
Yeah, and I suppose the idea here, just to try and draw out the Nami leader effect, which is exactly what's done. Nico Robin's going to be trashed away, and that will give the plus 2,000 power for the remainder of this turn.
Yeah, he's replacing the Pudding with the first Holly now for this game. And a Gamma Knife. Oh. He is going for that Nico Robin. Oh, this looks so good for Taisu now. Perfect game. What a board. Getting rid of the second character that was on Arman's board. This does look really good for him now.
Yeah, this is looking really strong. The Gamma Knife plus the L4. Taisu happy to trade the 1 damage of the on-KO ability of Nico Robin for the fact that the lone character on Armin's side of the board has been dealt with. And now the leader effect getting activated. L4 boosting up that Ohm, which remember has double attack now as well. Because the Holy is on the board, all your Ohms and the Holy itself gets double attack. So this is a huge swing here that Armin is going to need to think about defending. Does have 5 life, so does have a little bit of cards to work with at the very least, thanks to that Robin. But is Armin thinking about actually just countering this out, not wanting to go down to 3 life, knowing that there's the 6-cost Secret Rare Renell that can still swing this turn?
This is so dangerous now with that Ohm and Holly on board, both does have double attack, and you can also swing with both of your Reijus and with your Secret Rare Enel, because there is no character on board for Arman. He is not playing the Bell Luffy, the Secret Rare from OP15, so that means there's only 1 attack if there's no Thriller Bug trigger that you have to deal with. And yep, that's why you're just swinging here. Right decision from Taisu, just to make some more pressure here. Oh man, this looks so good for him. As you can see, if you see that good as Enel, and if you have the dice, this is how the matchup can look. And it's still an unfavored matchup, but this looks so good for him now.
Yeah, this has been a complete role reversal between games 1 and 2 of these two players. Armin has had to really struggle through these opening few turns, and Taisu has just been off to the races throughout the entire time. There's the counter out of the Reiju attack. There's the swing from Enel, contemplating on the trigger and having a look through the trash. So maybe this is a Gecko Moria trigger that might be activated here. It's going to be taken into hand, though. Maybe not the targets available that Armin was looking for. Lightning Dragon just to cycle and draw the card, and it will be a pass of the turn over to Armin. Does go up to the 10 Don turn here. Is this just going to be another Nico Robin angle here?
Yeah, I think it was Hawkback in live. And
yeah, it looked like it was.
Yeah, there's maybe only Kumasi in trash, and you will not use the Talkback trigger to bring out the Kumasi on board. Only if you have to go for game and you need that extra attacker. So yeah, he's going for the 8k swing and the Nico Robin here to heal up again, and again on 4 life, lead ability being triggered. So having 4 life is very strong still, but the problem is you have to deal with 2 characters having double attack. That's the only problem Arman does have now. There's no blocker, but you have your lead ability, you have some counters in hand, so let's see how much Arman can counter. But the most important thing is, can Taisu again get rid of that Robin, or just rest it, freeze it, power reduce, and so on? I'm not sure if he does want to KO the Robin again, otherwise he will go to 0 life. Good point is, Arman is not playing the 3-cost OP15 Sanji blocker that allows one of your characters getting the unblockable ability. So you don't need to be scared of being at 0 life in this matchup. And we see a Reiju swing that also goes through, so Arman will go down to 3 life.
Yeah, not electing to use the leader ability on that first attack there either was Armin, so we are still at the 5,000 power base. Is there a reason, Abra, as to why that players are electing sometimes to not immediately fire off that Nami leader ability?
It depends. It really depends. If you don't have a 2k in hand, then you just have to use lead ability to double 1k. And if you do something like this, you just show to your opponent that I don't have 2ks in hand, so it does make more sense to just swing 8s instead of 7s, or instead of 9ks. Because 9 he will take anyway, 7 is just a 1k, and 8 is double 1k. That hurts a lot. So yeah, I think it's fine to take the first one, especially if it would have been a trigger. That he can bring out something that could help in this match or in this situation. So Taisu is going for that big Holly swing now. For now it's an 8k, but could also be a 10k. He's going for the 9k. That does make sense, because this means Arman has to use lead ability into 2k 1k, so 3 cards. are being asked. But no, this attack goes through, so Arman will go down to 1 life. First life being taken, and this could be a trigger. He's looking to his trash again, so this could be a Thriller Bark trigger to bring out Perona. This could also be a Gecko to bring out something else. No, it's Kumasi to bring out Perona. So, okay, that's very important that NL is not swinging.
Yeah, it's huge to make sure that big 10,000 power swing isn't going to be coming through on this turn to give Arman at least a chance in the remainder of this game. You see, I think that there is a Gecko Moria as well in hand. So if we find another Perona potentially in the trash, we might be able to get that back into life. And in fact, Taisu might be willing to do it for Arman here, because I think this is a 6k swing being declared into the Perona. That's going to be allowed through. We're going to stun down one of the remaining characters. That will be the pass of the turn. And this does mean that if Arman wants to, we can put that Perona up into the life, or put some other way up into the life to make sure that we've got Perona as an option to replay on Taisu's next turn.
Yep, that's right. So Gecko is definitely an option here, but no blocker and only the Gecko. I'm not sure if that's the right play here. I think, yeah, you have to go for that Borsalino, and Arman is going for that Borsalino. And I also think that he's going for the Mr. 3. So could be a 6k leader swing that is just a free block. And then the 8k swing, and look at this. I have the Haki ability, this Mr. 3. So Arman, of course, going to use that Mr. 3, but first swinging with leader just to have that extra draw before using Mr. 3. Otherwise, you will have too much cards in hand. So first swinging, then use the Mr. 3. That's how you have to play it, like this. 8k swing is interesting now because there's no block into 2k anymore. This could potentially be double 2k or just take this one. Yep, Nami ability, so he will go up to 8 cards in hand. And now with Mr. 3, it's 10 cards in hand. 2 life, 1 blocker. And the question, which character cannot attack next turn? Is it Inel or is it one of the double attack? It's only one left, Holy. No, he's going for that Inel.
Yeah. I think this is the one that makes the most sense here, because obviously Anel is punching in for such high damage numbers without any Don attachment or commitment. Also makes it so that things like the L Thor to be able to help boost the leader up doesn't necessarily help just for the leader here, so, or the character here. So making sure that Taisu is going to have to commit one of just the 6 Don that you're allowed to play in the Don deck to hit those high numbers up against a Nami with plenty of cards available in hand is going to be a little bit harder here for Taisu to do.
Yep, absolutely right. So to go for game here isn't that easy. You have to go through 1 blocker, 2 life, and 10 cards in hand. That's quite a lot. And Taisu is on 0 life. Like, he's so really, really good this match, yeah? Really, really good. And he's still in danger to lose this game because Nami is doing Nami things. It's so crazy. But let's see what is the best value for this turn. So Taisu starting with a 7k swing, leader ability being used. So it's a Gravity Blade that you really don't need in this matchup. And the Nami as a 1k. And now we see Senor Pink replacing Senor Pink. Don -1, bringing back a event card from your trash to your hand. Let's go. Let's have a look what he's going to take. Is it Lightning Dragon?
Might be that Lightning Dragon. I do see that there is a Gravity Blade. Oh, not a Gravity Blade. A Gamma Knife, sorry, available to Taisu in hand. As well as, I think that there was a Lightning Dragon, potentially a Lightning Beast Chitin in there as well. There was also Gum Gum Lightning I definitely saw. So we could go ahead and Gamma Knife and Gum Gum Lightning combo to take care of the Borsalino. We can't do it to the Nico Robin, because if we do it to the Nico Robin, we lose the game on the spot. It's 1 damage that's dealt as opposed to taking 1 life on the Nico Robin's on KO ability. So we are going to go Lightning Beast Chitin twice here onto the Nico Robin. Now the Lightning Dragon to freeze it down. So that's the best case scenario to deal with that 7k body on Arman's board. Now it's going to be the question of whether we're going to try get rid of that Borsalino. It'll be a little bit harder to do now that we've used so much Don minus. And actually, I think it might be impossible for us to do now with all the Don minusing. We've only got 2 Don remaining left active So we can Gum Lightning it and take out the Borsalino. That will do very, very nicely. Again, leaving Armin with effectively no characters left on the board. And the Holy Swing is going to get countered away. Thankfully, only needs to discard one card in the counter step. But Taisu smells that this could be the window and the opening. Swings with one of the Reijus. That's a 1k counter. And then a pass of the turn.
Wow. Really good turn again from Taisu. Playing really, really well here. No character swing for Arman again. Because that Robin is rested. You have 10 done. You have 2 life. So definitely the option to play a Borsalino. But I don't see a Borsalino in hand. I think he's just going for the 8k leader swing into Nico Robin again.
Yeah, I didn't see a Borsalino either. There is at least one more copy of Nico Robin in there. There's 2 copies of Gecko Moria as well. We know that there is the Kumasi and the Perona both in trash, so could potentially look to set that up to get Perona as a freezing option for something on Taisu's turn defensively. But as Armin, like you say, is the better option and the better argument here to just go for the 8k swing, either into life, draw out the block of the Vinsmoke Reiju, or even into the Holy to try and get rid of the double attacking threat, and then commit to the Nico Robin. It is going to be 8k swing. It will be into life. So Taisu does have the opportunity here to commit some heavy counter, or it's a block with a 2k. It will be able to save the Vinsmoke Reiju. There is the block. There is the Mamaragan that's going to go ahead and get activated. And there's the final 1k to help save the blocker. There is the Nico Robin.
Oh.
It's another Gecko Moria that we find as the life. Set the top 2 as life cards. Draw the next card on the top of the deck. And then a pass of the turn again.
I like to see the 8k swing instead of the 7k swing and the Gecko play. Yes, Gecko play also strong because you exactly know what you're putting into life, but the 8k swing does mean on 0 life that if he's going for the block, then he also need to have some counters that are not the 2k events, because you cannot use them by defending your Reiju. So otherwise, the 8k swing without the block does mean double 2k from hand. So yeah, I like to see the 8k swing here. But 3 life for Arman now, and a lot of swings that he has to deal with. The question is, if Taisu cannot go for game here, and if he's going for life, and he has to go for life because he cannot attack the Nico Robin, every single Thriller Bug trigger is one more attacker to go for game next turn. So Arman is still completely in game.
Yeah, still a chance. You never want to count Nami out, especially while it's on 3 life at the moment. Here is the 7k swing from Senor Pink to start off with, and has opened that door for himself as well, because there isn't that Gecko Moria or those Thriller Bark cards that were put into life. Otherwise, it would have just been the Enel swing to kick things off to make sure that you're playing around the possibility of Perona as much as possible. 7k swing does go through. Here is a 3rd copy of Reiju now, just to make things even harder for Armin to try and push through. Where does Taisu go for the remainder of this turn? Again, remember, can't attack into that Nico Robin, because otherwise Taisu will lose the game on the spot. With the 1 damage being done, it's going to be Holy that is going to attack in here. And it will be the draw out of the Nami leader ability, plus the 2k, plus the 1k of Hogback. Now here comes the big 10k punch from Secret Rare Enel, and it's a little peek from Armin at the top life card going into the trash. This usually means that there's some kind of revival trigger that is at the top of the life, either Gecko Moria, Kumasi, Dr. Hogback, or potentially a Perona available here for Armin. What has he found off the top of that life? It's the Kumasi, and it's going to be the Hogback that's going to get played down here. So as you rightly said, Abra, one of those Thriller Bark triggers just does mean that it's another body that Armin is going to be able to attack into with this next turn.
To be honest, Ben, I think Arman does have it. There's no Lightning Dragon. He does have it because I think Taisu has 4 bricks in hand, if I'm not wrong.
Davari. Do we have anything? It's going to be a pudding. That's not going to help us here. And we've already used the Enel leader ability, and we don't have any active Don. I think it's just double Gamma Knife in hand in terms of events. So it's not looking good. Arman is going to refresh, draw for turn, and a little nod of the head to himself, trying to figure out and think, okay, have I managed to somehow, some way get through and last long enough in this game to be able to take it and put myself up into top 8 here in Toulouse. Gonna take a little moment here before going ahead and committing to the attacks or any characters being played down. There is also, I did spy Mr. 3 in hand if we wanted to give ourselves an extra turn and draw out this game any longer. The Don now starting to be mapped out. I think maybe Arman starting to realize and notice that this is where we have to think about going for game.
I think it's really not easy because, of course, you think like, yeah, your opponent probably has at least 3 2Ks in hand. But I think the right thing here is just swinging 8 because this 8K swing, by being blocked with Reiju, again, you cannot use the 2K events there. So yeah, it's the right thing to do, Arman. It is the first 8K swing. And Taisu, look at this. He will just block and let the Reiju go. No, it's double 1K.
Wow.
Okay, this time. But the rest is only bricks. It should be Ene and double Gamma Knife in hand. So that means you just swing 5, 8, and then 5, and that's it. But of course, you will still have the rest of the Don. So this 8K swing is the block, and Arman will notice, wait, Reiju will be blocking and Reiju is gone. That means there's a high chance to go for game. 3 cards in hand, double 10. All 3 cards need to be a 2K, and that's very, very... I'm not sure. Yeah, 9K swing, and that's enough. Of course, he has to block this one, and then it's 11, and that's GG.
It will be indeed. Arman spreading out the rest of the Don, looking up, and there's the reveal. All bricks in hand, double Gamma Knife, and a secret rare Enel. Not gonna do it. There's the flex. There's the pose. It's another regionals top 8 for Arman Hajigasemi, this time on blue-yellow Nami. What leader can this guy not play to high success, Abra?
Of course, he is one of the best players that we have in this world. He's such a great player, but both players really showed us a great, great game here. So also congrats to Taisu to make it into top 16. And Arman, top 8. Wow, what a performance. Really, really strong. And we saw how good Taisu saw this game. Yeah, like his start was completely strong. He saw his secret rare. He saw 2 Reijus at the end, even 3 Reijus, 2 Senyo Pings, nearly every event, getting rid of nearly every character with Gamma Knife, rest this and rest here. But the problem is, Arman was on a very high number of life cards because Taisu had to get rid of the Kikonojo. So Arman was on 5 life. Then Arman heals from 5 life to 6 life with a Robin, and so on and so on. Again, he was on 2 life, play Robin again, 3 life. Like, if you have an answer to heal up every single turn in this matchup, and then you, of course, need to have a little bit of luck to find your Thrillbug triggers. That's why you play this package, especially for situations like this. And then you can still win a game like this. So Inel does have the dice in this match, and also does see a good amount of cards that he need to see in this matchup. And it wasn't enough, and it was still enough for Arman to win this game. So 2-0. Strong performance, top 8. Congrats.
Yeah, absolutely. The uncanny ability of Nami to just be able to hold out the game longer and longer and longer, even with Enel's attempts to be able to try and freeze some of those characters down, obviously did end up taking out a couple of those Nico Robins as well throughout the space of game 2 with the on-KO ability dealing 1 damage. It's always an awkward thing. It's obviously why Kikunojo has been such a strong card for so long because of that annoying on-KO effect. The exact same thing is true here for Nico Robin, except the boost for Nico Robin is that it has got an unbelievable on-player ability.
Absolutely right. And we see 3 very, very, very strong cards in this deck. Starting off, yeah, with, of course, the 5-cost Nami that we saw in the first game was being played 2 times. such a strong card, and one of the reasons why this deck is so strong. Second reason is the Nico Robin. I would say in the second game, the most important card was the Nico Robin, because Arman did play 2 or 3 copies of this card in this match. Nico Robin is always important. There's no matchup where you are not going for that Nico Robin. First of all, because of the on-playability to just trash 1 life and heal up 2 life is very strong, but also that second ability that also mean your opponent cannot get rid of this card only by removing it with a double with the bottom deck or with bouncing it back to hand. But there aren't that much cards to like Gravity Blade, only 6 cost. Red Rock isn't there anymore because it's rotated out, so you can only freeze it. So if you're playing green, there are a lot of cards that freeze 7 cost or less, an example, or the 9 cost Mihawk that we saw yesterday that can freeze a 9 cost or less. These cards are very strong against the Robin, but you cannot attack this Robin because of the ability, or you can only attack it if you are still on a very high number of life cards. And then we have the new card from OP16, Marshall D. Teach, one of the best cards in this set, the Secret Rare, with a very, very nice artwork. I just love to see this artwork. It's so nice. A very good stat line with being an 8 cost 10k. That's the very first important thing here. Then a very strong on-play ability. Check the top 3 and then just heal up 1 life, and you don't need to show what life it is. And you are playing a yellow deck, so you can just put every trigger card that there is as an option there at top of your life. And then the trigger ability, Ben, we talked about it yesterday, probably the best trigger that we have in this game right now. And then we have, of course, the main reason why this deck is so strong. It is because you can play any good package that there is that is blue or yellow for this deck. And of course, most of the players bringing the Thriller Bug package into this with this leader. We have Gecko Moria being the best out of these 3 or 4, I would say. Kumasi, my little brother, missing there. But of course, Gecko is the key card here. We have Hawkback with a very strong on-KO ability, and Perona that has an on-play and on-KO ability to freeze one of your opponent 6 cost or less. Freeze mean it cannot attack. That's I'm always saying freeze, but it's not freezed in wording. It's just not allowed to swing. And all of these cards has the same trigger ability. That's the most important thing. Only Gecko Moria has a better trigger than these 3, because Gecko allows you to play a 4 cost or less character from a trash. So Mr. 3 is a target, Marco is a target, and so on. But Kumasi, Hawkback, and Perona does have the same trigger there. So strong package, strong deck, and nothing more to say, to be honest, about this deck.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a known quantity for quite some time, and it's only gotten stronger through the OP16 format as well. Obviously, getting the Marshall D Teach, which granted we haven't been able to see too much of so far in the Nami lists that we have seen on stream. Hopefully we will as the remainder of the day goes on. But one we have seen absolutely is Mr. 3 Galdino being able to trash itself away, draw more cards, and prevent a character with a cost of 9 or less from being able to attack. That has been the real difference maker for this deck so far, and at the moment it's making its way into top 8 as well. We'll have to see just how many more blue-yellow Nami decks have made their way into top 8, as well as what's going on the other side of the bracket with the swarm of purple Enel and green-blue Luffy lists that were over on the opposite side. So we will go away and we will find out exactly what's happened, and we will be back with our top 8 feature match live from Toulouse very soon.
Tony Stark.
ただ神底をに輝いたのはジョーカー選手となりました。世界の頂に無敗で上り詰めたのはガンノ。
And Caden scoops it up. We have your champ, Cross.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to our coverage of Day 2 of the Toulouse offline regionals for the One Piece card game. The first event with OP16 legal here in the European region. Ben and Abra here with you, as we have been all weekend. And Abra, we just saw former multiple-time regional champion Armin Haji Gassemi taking a victory and booking his spot into top 8 with Blue Yellow Nami. Here's who else has joined him as well. And you'll notice on the left side of the bracket, it is all mirror matches that remain in the quarterfinals, with Havoye not able to repeat his top 4 heroics from Mexico last weekend. He has fallen at the top 16 stage in a blue-green Luffy mirror match. So it will be Gaston versus Perrier, that green-blue Luffy mirror up against Sergio Mais and Giorgio on an Enel mirror on the other stem on that left-hand side. Over on the right, though, is where things get a little bit more interesting. Armin, after winning against Taisu by 2-0 in our top 16 feature match, is going to have to face off against Nadir, who is still going strong with this one lone Lucy deck. The matchup we're going to be focusing on, though, is also a remaining one of left in top 8. It's the last remaining Teach deck up against Blue Yellow Nami.
Yeah, so Teach did play 2 times against Nami and now will face again Nami. And the Lucy player played against double Rosie and now playing against one of his favorite matchups, Nami. But we are focusing on Marshall D. Teach against Nami. This is, to be honest, not that interesting because this matchup is very favored for Teach. But as we saw from the bracket, we had a lot of matchups where we can say, yeah, this matchup is favored into this and so on. But it came out completely different. An unfavored matchup that the player won just by 2-0 and so on. So this tournament and especially OP16 is like so different. So everything is possible here. So I would not surprised to see Nami winning this unfavored matchup, let's say, against one of the best players that we have. Yeah, Dikle. I'm not wrong this time. I think he won a regional, but he definitely played one Worlds, and that's something very huge, something players dreaming of by playing on the highest level of this card game in Japan against the world best players. That's something I can just dream of, and Dikle did it, and that's a huge achievement. And I would be impressed if I see pairings and I see his name. I'm like, oh, I have to play against someone that already played Worlds. Always scary, especially if he's playing a deck like Teach. Yeah, a deck that is not that easy to pilot. Of course, going second, you just have to play your curve. I get it, okay, but you need to make a lot of decisions, especially with that lead ability, how you counter and so on, that are very important. Yes, you have to make that decisions with every single deck, but for this deck, a wrong decision can cost you a lot. But you are playing yellow cards with trigger, so every yellow card in your life can help you a lot from a bad situation and turning it out to a good situation. But you are playing against a deck that is doing nearly the same. So very interesting one to see. Still Teach favored. I'm not sure who has the higher seed here, Ben. I don't know if you know who is the higher seed here.
I'm not sure. Gianluca Di Clemente did finish on an X1 record, I believe, at the end of day 1. So will certainly be very highly ranked and has some pretty recent history in this matchup as well. Has had to go through multiple Blue-Yellow Nami players on the way through. In fact, he's exclusively played against Blue-Yellow Nami throughout this journey through top 32. So he's very well versed in this matchup. Will be very well versed in being forced to go first or second, undoubtedly. So we'll have a really good opportunity to convert this into yet another top 4. For Georgios, though, obviously it's Blue-Yellow Nami. You can never really truly count this deck out in the modern era, and is obviously using a couple of those new Marshall D Teach tools with the 8-cost secret rares. This list is a little bit different to the one that we saw just a moment ago with Armin. There's a couple of copies of that 5-cost Luffy from OP15, the Bell Luffy as it's affectionately called.
Yeah, and this card can help you a lot in this matchup. So Bell Luffy is very strong against nearly every deck, but especially against this deck. This could be very important and also have a very interesting tech in Teach, Ben. It is a card that I was not expecting to see. Black Robe Dragon Twister from EBO4 that Dikle decided to bring. Let's see if he's going to play this one out. So let's start with the game. Georges has to go first. That's not good, because you have to go second against Teach, and Dikle starting off with My Era and Stage. That's the perfect start that you want to have. Checking the top 3, but trashing 2 Borsalinos.
Oh, that's going to hurt, losing amount of Borsalinos like that early. I think he's also holding on to one already in hand. So that's 3 of the 4 Borsalinos already potentially accounted for Gianluca. Here now, Georgios is just going to go with the 8k swing. Not much more else you can do in the early stages of the game as Nami. Now into the 4 Don turn, we see there's the 4th Borsalino going away and to the bottom of the deck. So that means Gianluca is only realistically going to have access to 1 Borsalino throughout the entirety of this game. So instead, it's going to be the strategy pivot. We're going to go hard into the Jesus Burgess strategy here. While we have a stack of 4, each of stack of 4 cards in the trash is going to boost that character by plus 1,000 power.
I like the speed here from both players. Really know what they have to do in this matchup. And on their curve, because it's only playing curve out, still very fast. So Nami, now with the 5-cost Nami, that's so important, but the trigger is huge. It's Shiryu that allows you to draw 2 cards as a trigger. That's so strong. Decli goes down to 1 life. That's interesting. But with a Shiryu in hand, I will just go up to 2 lives again. But he's starting off with a stage, being rested. Check the top 3. 2 targets. Look how fast he decided to pick. It's crazy. Of course, you're not going to pick stage with stage. So probably 5k swing into lead and then just a Shiryu, and that should be the turn.
Yep, and Shiryu will be able to set something like the Doc Q, or the Vasco shot, I should say, I beg your pardon, into the life as well, unless there's another card that Gianluca wants to trash out from hand to set at the top of the life face up. Doesn't look like there's a great deal, so it is just going to be the Shiryu. What are we going to elect to trash here? Did obviously see that there was that Doc Q that was taken in the stage search in the early stage of the turn, but it is just going to be the Jesus Burgess. It will be Shiryu that we will restack back into life because, of course, it's not limited. It's just a Blackbeard Pirates type card with a cost of 6 or less that we can reset back into the life. So the first attack that comes through from Georgios will allow Dikla here to be able to get the draw 2 cards.
Yep, absolutely right. So play out Shiryu, and to bring Shiryu into a life is so strong. And okay, that Robin is kind of weird there on the board. But yeah, it is the Nico Robin play here. So no lead ability locked. Okay, Robin still needs to be on the right position. Thank you very much. And yeah, on 8 Don, there's nothing to think of, to be honest. You just always go for that secret rare Teach. But I don't think it's enhanced, so let's see if he can find one. Yep, there's one. And of course, yeah, you don't think what card should I pick? It's just the 8-cost Teach. And I really, really like to see the speed here of this game. First of all, yeah, both players definitely know what they have to do. Kikonojo trigger, very important there. That Nico Robin bring on top of his life. Very, very good. 8k swing coming, no Don under leader, so that swing is also going through. And that could be a Thriller Bug trigger. There is a Thriller Bug target. And yep, it is Perona, so Perona's out, but leader's also there, so 5k into 5k. This one will be countering out by 100%, I think. Yeah, you have to counter this one out, but is it only Borsalino in hand? I don't know why he decided to counter with Borsalino, but there's a Teach also, checking the top 3. I think he's going for the 10 cost, I think it was, just to have one more extra copy than just the pass. Also, one thing, Ben, that is very important to say, both players already achieved the biggest thing that you want to achieve in a regional. Making it into top 8, to have that serialized Luffy is the biggest mission. Of course, you want to win that regional. That's your biggest goal. But to have that Luffy is like, or to have that serialized card is always, and I'm doing it for 3 years now, it's always like after the round 16 match, you see that the players are more relaxed, more chill, because they know I have my serial, that was one of my goals, I'm happy. But then in game 1, everything is very fast and so on. But in game 2 and game 3, you will notice that the players are getting nervous because wait, there's still the chance to win a whole regional, especially the first one in this format in Europe. So that's a huge thing. So yeah, that's also something I just want to add here.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, in the midst of all that, we see that there is all of the attacks flying through. There is going to be the activation of Teach's leader ability there as well, trashing a card from trigger away from hand and changing the target into the big 8-cost Teach. But now Mr. 3 hitting the board and is going to freeze down the 8-cost Marshall D Teach, which of course is going to work even with the +1 cost boosting that the Teach leader can grant to all of your characters. So it is still well within the 9-cost range for the Mr. 3 Galdino. Now the Marco coming down as well to be a little bit extra protection. And for Gianluca here, does still have Burgess and Shiryu. Burgess all the way up to an 8,000 power body now. Is 1 card away from being a 9k. Gonna grab the fuller lead. There is Avalo Pizarro that's going to be taken into hand. A 2k counter. The on KO can draw 1 card and then play a fuller lead from your hand or trash. I think this is being more grabbed in defense here from Gianluca. Now, with the 10 Don turn, does this become a case of playing the 10-cost Teach, or is it something a little bit more? It will be the 10 drop, but it will be with a big barrel of laughter. Zee-ha-ha-ha. Played down. That will be the last card needed as well to boost Jesus Burgess up to a 9k body. The life has been elected to be forced to take there from Georgios. And now just a consideration as to what this 10-cost blocker is going to be deactivating this turn.
Yeah, 10 cost is definitely the MVP in this matchup. To negate Nami's lead ability is just so strong. So you don't have to face a 7k leader. You only have to face against a 5k leader. And he also negated the Marco. That means you can also not block. So you have to deal with a 5k swing, 9k swing, 8k swing, and normally a 10k swing, but Mr. 3 was played the turn before, so yeah, that 8 cost cannot swing. Yes.
Looks like there's just a little conversation here regarding the Kika Nojo. Looks like the players are happy with the end of the discussion. So still the resolution now of this 9k swing. I do see, I think, a couple of 2ks in hand. Looks like there's a Zeus and a Hiyori that's also there. A card that's been experimented with a little bit here and there in the Nami list. It's either been that or Baby 5, really, in that 2k slot.
Also, to starting off with the 9k swing, the reason behind it is because, yeah, you have to play around Perona trigger, because if he's starting to swing with Shiryu 8, then a Perona will be used, and then Burgess cannot swing with 9, so he's starting off with 9. But he's going for board now a little bit, probably because he's doesn't have that much cards in hand, and he know, okay, board looks good for Nami, so yeah, I need to make some space there. Yeah, there's only a 2k, I think, in hand. That's why he has to go for board a little bit. So Marco cannot swing because of the 10-cost Teach, but you have 4 swings into 1 blocker, 1 life. Then it doesn't look that bad for Nami.
Yeah, looks like Nami could have a good chance here. The 6k swing is going to be countered away by the Avalo Pizarro. We knew that was there. We've got 1 blocker and, of course, 1 redirect that we'll be able to grab here as well. The life is going to be taken. Looks like that might have been a dot Q. So that is another 2k counter that goes into hand here. But remember, we've got 1 blocker and we've still got a redirection as well that we can take here. So the game won't necessarily finish on this turn unless Georgios is going to surprise us all and show that there's some kind of rush element in this deck. There is the swing. There is the 2k counter away from that dot Q that we picked up. And another Mr. 3 is going to come down, freezing up. I'd imagine it'll have to be the 8-cost Teach, because the 10-cost we wouldn't be able to target with Mr. 3 Galdino. And another Marco makes its way down once again. It's not quite the best friends combo that we've come used to with Nami of the Mr. 3 plus Borsalino, but this is probably the second best that you could ask for in this board state.
In this situation, it is the best because you are on 3 lives, so Borsalino doesn't make sense. So Marco and Mr. 3 is so strong. And imagine you don't have one Marco on board, you have two Marcos on board. So double block means you are just drawing 4 cards. This is so crazy. And you're definitely not going to lose this game on this turn. And to be honest, I see Nami here in a better position.
We are going to see a full lead stage here, going and searching. Or grab Katarina Devon. That's another 2k counter. I do think I see, though, that there is another copy of Zihahaha in hand here, as well as another 10-cost blocker Teach. So we could Zihahaha force Georgios to take the life once again, turn off the Nami leader ability, and one of the 2 Marco blockers here again. The problem this time here is, isn't there, Abra? There's 2 Marco blockers now on the board, and as much as we can turn one of them off, the second one will be able to just jump in the way and draw Georgios 2 cards on KO.
Yeah, absolutely right. So, okay, I'm not sure if he's... Okay, he's going for board now, yep. I think that makes sense. So starting off with a 7k swing into Perona and Perona ability on KO. That one of your opponent character with the cost of 6 or less cannot attack. That means that Shiri will not attack. We have the Ziha into the tank cost Martial Teach again. So Nami and Nico Robin are negated. Nami leader and Nico Robin. And Nico Robin can also not swing. So the question now is he still going for face? Or is he just going for the Nico Robin because she's negated, so you can go for her? But no, he's going for face, and that's the right decision here. And it's a...
Fake and no trigger of the Bell Luffy there being brought into hand. There is that rush element that we were talking about being as a potential surprise factor to try and close this out here for Georgios. And now having 4 potential attacks on this board state. 2 of them are blockers, though. Will have to feel very, very confident if he wants to start thinking about swinging with those 2 Marcos. Of course, for Gianluca, there are those 2 big Teach blockers on the board. We'll have the leader ability as well to be able to redirect one of our attacks into a Blackbeard Pirates character. But there is the 5-cost Rush Luffy coming down straight away, just showing to Gianluca that this is likely going to be the turn. 6k swing, that's going to be countered away. This 6k swing can also be countered by the Katarina Devon here. And actually, with the remaining cards available, this isn't going to be enough here for Georgios, because both of the Marco swings will get blocked and the Rush Luffy could get redirected away with the final card that's left in hand that does have a trigger.
But why does he swing 6? I don't understand it. If he swings 7, he would have game.
Yeah.
Can swing 7, 7, 7, still have 1 done. He has to block. Luffy's getting pushed. And then that's it. I don't understand the 6k swing here, to be honest. But maybe there's a plan B. Maybe there's a plan B with 4-cost Galdino or another Marco. How many copies is he playing? Let me check real quick. He's only playing 2, but he's playing 3 copies of Galdino. So could be an option. You still have 2 blockers. And yeah, there isn't any cards left in Teach's hand because he has to use the leader ability here. And now you cannot go for game. I hope that there is something for Fordon. Otherwise, you definitely did something wrong.
Well, we'll have to see if there is a backup plan here for Georgios, or what the plan was initially here. Having the Don in hand, all remaining 4 of them. It is going to be a payment of 4. It's going to be the Bell Luffy that we're going to get rid of. It will be the Zorro to heal ourselves up, trashing away a Teach. So it'll be 2 life that Gianluca Di Clemente is going to have to make his way through, but he's going to have every single character available to be able to attack this turn, because there was no Mr. 3, so the 8-cost Teach is going to get a chance to swing in. And if Gianluca really wants to as well, that last card in hand can be trashed away with the full elite stage to boost Jesus Burgess up by an extra 1,000 power on this turn.
Yeah, you have a lot of swings now, but you have to go through leader ability because you cannot negate it. Otherwise, you have to play a 10 cost, and I don't think it's right to play a 10 cost here. Double blocker, you will draw 4 cards. You have a lot of counter in hand, so I think Nami is in a winning position. But Ben still, last turn, Nami could have go for game. It was game, but he didn't saw the line, unfortunately for him. But I still think that it will be enough because I don't think Teach can go through here. 6 swings into 2 blocker, 2 life. There could also be something in as a trigger that can help you. So, okay, yeah, he's going for bot because, yeah, I think he cannot go for game here. So 8k swing into Nami. Imagine Borsalino in hand, and then you can replace the Nami with ability. And there's Borsalino in hand. It's going
Yeah, I was going to say, I've got bad news for you, Abra. There's absolutely a Borsalino that's there in hand. So there, we're going to let it go through. There's the flip of the life face up. There is Borsalino getting played down, which remember, Gianluca has not had the opportunity to play a single Borsalino in this game. We are going to commit to another 10 cost blocker Teach here. It's going to be Nico Robin that we're going to turn off in terms of the characters. That will still leave the 2 Marcos around to get in the way of an attack and draw some cards for Georgios if he wants to utilize them as a blocker. For now, though, taking some damage, looking at the possibility of a trigger, and it's going to the trash, so that should mean that this is a thriller back trigger of some description.
Gecko. Mr. 3 on top means Gecko in life.
Yeah, it looks like it absolutely is going to be Gecko Moria, and there is the flip of the trigger, and Gianluca Di Clemente scoops up the cards straight away after seeing Moria get triggered, and it will be Georgios that will take game 1 against Marshall D. Teach.
Yep. First, very smart, just go next here. Don't lose any time because both players are playing yellow decks, means the game could be very, very grindy. Because yellow mirrors, I would say, because of cards like Borsalino, Teach with lead ability, Nami with all the heal. So there's a chance that one game can be longer than 30 minutes, way longer than 30 minutes. And this is a best of 3. So with 1-1, we will probably see 3 games. Not probably, we'll see 3 games after 1-1. And that's why just scoop up and go next to save some time. 1-0 Ben. Nami didn't have the dice, still managed to make to win this game. And I said it before, hardcore favorite matchup for Teach. Nami is leading 1-0 and didn't have the dice. That means if Teach is winning this game with dice now, Nami can decide the dice in the last game. And this is so, so important for Nami. So, yeah, looking good for him. But still, you are playing against a very, very good player. So not that easy. And you have to face him, yeah, at least one time more. If he's going to win the next game, he's going through with 2-0. And if he's not going to win this game, then it's 1-1, and then he has the dice. And he will probably go second, and then we will see how good this matchup can be with dice and how good he will draw, and so on and so on. So, yeah, it's very, very interesting now.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of the biggest breaking factors as well during that game was Gianluca not being able to have Borsalino, or being able to have major access to Borsalino there. Trashed 2 of them away in the first turn off of a My Era Begins, and then saw a 3rd copy off of a fuller lead, which wasn't able to be searched. And the final one would end up just being used for counter in the end. So just resigned himself to the fact that the healing possibilities of Borsalino weren't going to be available. Did as best as he could with things like the Shiryu, like the 8 cost Teach as well, and then chaining the 10 cost blockers. But by that point, it was too late, and Nami had the advantage, triggering the Gecko Moria out of life to be able to get the extra attacker and making it so that Gianluca had seen enough. But like you say, this game does mean that Gianluca is going to have their favored curve, or be able to take the favored curve potentially away from Nami once again. And with both players now pretty much set up, there is the Burgess in hand. My Era Begins. So a couple of early plays for Gianluca, and Georgios will have a little look into their initial opening hand, and it will be a keep for them as well. So we'll get ourselves started off. It will be Nami pushed to go first again. 1 Don pass, and over to Gianluca. It's going to kick things off with My Era Begins.
Yep, top 3. This time, not double Borsalino. Only 1. That's okay, I would say. Also Shiryu in hand, so he has his curve for 6. I think Burgess in hand. Yep, so yeah, it's clear what the next turns are going to be. He's decided to bring out a Pizarro. That's something, or a card that we didn't saw yet. Pizarro as a 2k counter with the on-K ability, draw 1 card, and then play up to 1 fuller lead from your hand or trash. So if you have a fuller lead in trash on hand, you can just play it out. Very strong. There is no fuller lead in hand, and also not in trash, but maybe later in the game, you can definitely use this ability. And I'm a fan of that Pizarro because I think if you don't have the stage at the start, you can just bring it out later to have your consistency back, because the stage is one of the reasons why this deck is so strong, because it's just so consistent.
Absolutely, especially if you are in a My Era Begins search and you have to take something else and you rather take the stage, or the stage is there as a potential option. It's a great way to recur it. Meanwhile, though, a strong 5 Dom play there for Nami. It is just the 5-cost Nami, bringing it down onto the board, giving the rested Don, so that leader ability is online on the opponent's attack. Counter as well in the remaining swing there, putting the Burgess up to 6,000 power. And now on 6 Don, as we mentioned, the probability that it is just going to be the Shiryu that's going to make its way down onto board here. A couple of targets, either the Katarina Devon or the Doc Q at the moment, are able to be set in life. 5k swing first, draws out the leader ability, trashing away the 10-cost Edward Newgate blocker. And here comes that 6-cost Shiryu. Is there anything else that we want to trash away right now to then reset into life? We'll trash the Searcher Lafitte, and it is going to be Devon that it looks like that we are going to stack at the top of the life.
Yep, makes sense to bring your Lafitte into your trash. So the trigger of Katarina Devon can just draw 1 card and play out that Lafitte that is in the trash into your field. That's very important to have that extra searcher, but normally you don't have to care for it. Not with 8 or 6 or 8, because on 8 you always want to have the secret rare, and on 10 you always want to have the 10 cost, but with ZR you have 2 dons left, and that's where you can search with the Lafitte.
Yeah, absolutely. Now over to turn here, while still going at the moment. We've got the 5k swing here from Georgios, which is an interesting fact that it's just the 5k. Maybe telegraphing that it is going to be the Nico Robin that will be played down here on this turn. Katarina Devon will be triggered, and we will bring out the Lafitte Searcher back from the trash that we used to discard away earlier. Now, here comes the 6k swing from the Nami. It will be the redirection from Vasco's shot into the Avalo Pizarro to play out Fuller Lead. And yes, the double check there, it can play Fuller Lead from hand or from trash. And as Georgios did telegraph, it is just going to be the 7-cost Nico Robin that's going to be played down on curve here. So no Don attached to leader for that plus 2,000 powers boost. But now Nami up to 5 life.
Yeah, both players with nearly the same as the last game, with the Nami into Robin and Burgess into Shiryu, into Secret Rare Teach that is in his hand. Also Fuller Lead now on board. Pizarro helps there a lot. That's why Pizarro is such a strong card. And now he's going for the 8k swing that goes through. There's no Don under leader, so that means every single swing can definitely be very important in this situation. So also the 5k swing here has to be a 1k counter at least. Our Bird is also swinging for 6, I think.
Yep, it's just the 6k at the moment. We're missing 1 more card in the trash to put it up to 7,000 power, which would be that magic number to prevent it from being trashed away or fended away with only 1 card out of hand. Georgios will take that life, and it will be the 8-cost Marshall D Teach that will be played on curve here. Some great options for triggers to be put on the top of the life. Either Zihahaha to draw 2, trash 1, the Shiryu to draw 2 cards, or a My Era Begins to just activate the event as soon as the damage goes through.
Yep. Teach is such a strong card, the Secret Rare. It's really stunning. So 9 Don for Nami. Is it a second Nico Robin? Is it a Gecko? You can also bring out, and you still have your leader ability because you have 1 Don left to put under your leader, and then you can just swing 6 here. This time, Declare has 3 lives instead of 2. That's something that is different from the last game, because the first game Declare was already on 1 life, and then he played out that Shiryu, and after the Shiryu was the Teach. He was on 2. This time he's on 3. Nami's also on 3. And Nami's swinging 6k, starting off into the Burgess. So 6 into 6. because he's going to counter this one out. And now he's a 7k because 8 cards in trash. For every 4 cards, this Burgess be bigger and bigger.
It absolutely will. And it just makes the follow-up attacks a little bit more difficult here for Georgios. We are going to see the payment of, it's going to be 4 Don. So it's going to be the Kikanojo here. So Georgios just electing to flood out the board a little bit. There is the 6k swing. It will be running straight into the Shiryu that was set there from the 8-cost teach on Diklay's previous turn. Now, will this be the Marco? Will this be the Mr. 3 to stop that 8-cost teach from being able to attack on the next turn? It will be the Mr. 3. Before it gets activated, we will see Nico Robin just go ahead and make an attack in 8,000 power here. And that is going to draw out the leader effect from Marshall D. Teach, redirecting into the big 8-cost. There is the Mr. 3 effect, trashing itself away, draw 2, and the Teach will not be able to attack on the next turn.
Yeah, I think to go white here is always good. Of course, Mr. 3 is not on the field anymore. Only Kikonojo as the new character from his turn. No Robin, no Gecko is still interesting. But I like to see Mr. 3 there, because now it could be time for a 10 cost. And if you can get rid of one attack that is definitely going through after a 10 cost being established, means yeah, you have to counter less attacks. So I think it's very good to play Mr. 3 here in this situation.
Yeah.
Is there a 10 cost in hand, Ben?
There is. Yeah, there absolutely is. In fact, I think it was drawn for turn for Gianluca.
Wow.
And there's the Zihahaha in hand as well. So we can Zihahaha into the 10 cost, force Georgios to take the damage, deactivate the Nami leader ability as well if we want to. Instead, though, we're going to start with a 7k swing from Jesus Burgess. So that is going to give the opportunity for the leader ability to activate here. That will be the plus 2,000 powers boost, trashing away a copy of that 7-cost Nico Robin. And what else will we commit into the counter here? Thinking about maybe a copy of Mr. 3. And that is exactly what will be committed to the counter. And now an 8k swing into life. That will be countered away by Kumasi for 2. And now Lafitte going and searching the top 5, finds double Shiryu, double stage, as well as that Black Rope Dragon Twister. And it will be the 9-cost Boa Hancock that will be played down instead of the big 10-drop blocker teach. The leader has the 7 Warlords of the Sea type, so it will be 1 life healed for ourselves and 1 life taken for Georgios.
Yeah, Boa as a one-off in Diklay's deck is very interesting. Georgios did know that there's 1 copy of the Boa Hancock, and he draw into it. Very interesting to see Boa Hancock in Teach. But it's nothing new. We already saw Boa Hancock in Teach. Not a big surprise. We have the value of the 5-cost Nami. That's why he decided to bring her out. But definitely makes sense here to play around Trigger also, because it's not a damage. It's that your opponent has to take it. That means you cannot use the trigger there. Very important note for new players. If you're asking, so we have double 6k swings that he just counter out. And he has some dons left. Could be for Borsalino, I would say.
Yeah, 5 Don left over, so that does really indicate that Borsalino is a possibility. Instead, those going to attach to Nami again and go for the 7k swing. Damage goes through, not going to activate the trigger of Doc Q. Now the swing in from Nico Robin, that will draw out the leader effect, and instead it's going to be 4-cost Zorro that will make its way down onto board. He's not a blocker, but for 1 Don cheaper, still is going to get that heal and boost Nami up back to 3 life.
Yeah, and again, Ben, it does look really good for Nami in a matchup that is really, really tough. But Georgios is playing it really well. Also see the key cards that he has to see in the matchup. Nami is very strong with the Onk ability in this matchup. Robin is very strong and very important. Have that extra here with Zorro is also very good. Kikonojo with Onko. And yeah, the only thing that I noticed, because he searched for the Vasco shot, we didn't saw a Vasco shot yet in this match.
No, we haven't. There's one in the trash. There's not one that's been played out so far. For now, though, it is going to be the 10 cost teach that will be played out through the Zihahaha event. The Nami leader being deactivated, as is going to be the Nico Robin here. So attention very well might be turning to try and get that Nico Robin off the board. And of course, thanks to the effect negation of the teach, the 1 damage on KO will not be done to Gianluca here. So he would be able to stay on 1 life if he is able to get through this Nico Robin on this turn. It's going to go into life, though, with the swing from Burgess. That's going to be taken. And now the next swing here is going to be Shiryu. That's going to be another 9k swing. This time, it's going to be a hefty counter out. Double 2k, 1k. And now the 10,000 power attack of the Boa Hancock. This might be an attempt, actually, to go for game here. Georgios, with a look at a trigger, is going to keep it in hand. It will be 11k swing here to try and close out this game. Yep. And it's nothing but 3k worth of counter. So Gianluca will tie things up. And we are going to go to a game 3.
Yep, game 3, it's 1-1. And we saw it, Ben. Zea into 10 cost is just way too strong in this matchup. And that's what you want to have, especially in this matchup, is so good. The 10 cost just negates the lead ability of Nami. This is something else. Like the 10 cost is definitely the best card, in my opinion, in this deck. And to have a card like Zea hard to bring him out for 2 dons less is just so crazy. And imagine Zea is not saying that you have to be on 10 don. Let's say he has to be on 8 don like the I Am Whitebeard. Wow, that would be so crazy. But it's perfectly that you have to be on 10 don and then you can use it. Otherwise, I think this card would be way too strong for 8 on your 8 don curve. But it's 1-1. But now, Ben, we talked about it after the first game. Nami has the dice, and you have to go second against Teach, because Teach curve is definitely better. But still, this deck can go first, especially with that only 1 copy of Boa Hancock. You can bring her out on 9 don. That's definitely something you can do. Otherwise, you just play out a 8 cost Teach. That's also fine. On 7 don, you play Shiryu. On 5 don, you play your 4 drop and have that extra don. So curve is still fine, but same goes for Nami. Nami can also go both. But of course, both decks have their, I would say, favored curve. But for Teach, I would say the curve is more important than for Nami.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd 100% agree. I look down at the Marshall D Teach list and the amount of characters with even costs on them compared to Nami. Yes, you've got obviously your 1-drop package of Vasco Shot, Doc Q, and Avalo Pizarro. You've got the Borsalino, which is more of the late game tool when you get down to that 2 or less life. And of course, full lead and My Era Begins. But so many of the strongest plays, and you saw throughout games 1 and 2, the strength of the curve going second to be able to go turn 1, full lead plus My Era Begins, or full lead plus Vasco Shot, then into the Jesus Burgess, start filling up the trash to get the stacks on that character as well. It's such a strength to be able to go second with that deck. Whereas with Nami, okay, cool, you know, going first, yes, you've got the Nami on curve, you've got the Robin on curve, but now going second, it means that you've got the Nami plus a Don to work with. You've got the Nico Robin plus a Don to work with. So all of a sudden, Robin on turn 4 isn't just a straight Robin, and I've not got my 7,000 power leader defensively for Gianluca's next turn. I've got Robin, and I've got that leader ability online as well, with a 6k swing to boot to draw out one of those 2k counters from hand. So really going to be interesting to see how Gianluca navigates being forced to go first. Undoubtedly, this would have been a matchup that he would have tested extensively throughout this build up to the tournament, and one he would have had experience with in top 32 as well. So far, the last 2 matchups that he's taken, he's won by 2 games to 0.
Yep, absolutely right. And that's why after having a run like this, you definitely deserve to be at top 8. And both players also deserve to go to the next round. And one of them will be going into top 4. And they are waiting 1 Lucy or 1 Nami, because on the bracket side, the matchup on the right side is Lucy versus Nami. Yeah, it's Aman. And on the left side, we have Mirror Luffy and Mirror Ine. What means semi-final is definitely Luffy versus Ine. And also something we can confirm is that at least Ine or Luffy will be in the final. So one of the decks from the right side of the bracket, Nami, Teach, or Lucy, has to face Luffy or Ine. That's something we can definitely confirm.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think there wouldn't have been too much of a surprise by that coming into this weekend's tournament. Obviously, everyone knew that Enel was still going to be a very, very strong deck, was one of the best decks in the OP15 format. Green Blue Luffy came in with a ton of hype, of course, and is living up to that hype very, very much so. But as are these two decks at the moment, with Blue Yellow Nami, with that little bit of extra support from Mr. 3 and Marshall D Teach, and of course, Blackbeard himself with this Black Yellow Teach deck being able to dip into the pre-existing support all the way back from OP09 when Mono Black Teach got the first leader and his first leader in the game, and now into this heavy yellow package with Dot Q, Vasco Shot, Avalo Pizarro, of course, Borsalino, and the 8-cost secret rare itself as well.
Yeah, absolutely right. Just the funny split here from Declay. Also, something I noticed, Declay is shuffling his hand like really, really crazy. But yeah, something like this happen, especially if you are nervous. Yeah, it can help you. It sounds weird, but it can help you. I know some people saying it's annoying, and I can understand it. But yeah, I know it's something that people are doing just to be more relaxed, I would say. So first turn, my errors. Nami's first turn with 2 Don, just the Don on the leader. 3 Don for Teach means 8k swing, goes through. There's no trigger. Nami on 4 Don could be a 4-cost into 5k swing, or 5k swing to 4-cost. Always swinging first. But you can also swing 9 here. But looks like, yeah, he's going for the 4-cost and then the 5k swing. And that's interesting because this is a trigger. Each, then the Hogback is in trash. But it's a Pizarro.
It's going to be the Avalo Pizarro trigger, drawing 1 card. There's no fuller lead to be able to play out here, though, for Avalo Pizarro. So it's just going to be a cycling. And now over to Gianluca's turn. It will be the 5k swing. There is the Burgess, which is up to 6k. Now, thanks to the taking of that trigger of Avalo Pizarro last turn, and just to pass straight on over. And again, you're seeing the fact of that odd Don curve being a little bit more awkward. Now here's the power of the even curve for Nami being forced to take that damage and still having 1 Don left over to go double 6k with the Hogback and leader.
Yep, absolutely right. Always very, very strong. Yeah, that 5-cost Nami is just what a card. And look at Declick going down to 1 life already. Wow. But okay, Katarina Devon trigger. Draw 1 card, play 1 cost. He's going for that Pizarro again. And then the pass.
Yeah, I would have preferred that Katarina Devon trigger with a little bit of a fuller trash. Avalo Pizarro, the only target, unfortunately, there for Gianluca. But at least it is a character that he'll be able to redirect into with the Marshall D Teach leader ability and try and get some on-KO value from. Now, first action of Gianluca's turn is just going to be a 6k swing into life here. See that there is a full lead in hand now for Gianluca. There's also multiple copies of the 8-cost and also a Shiryu in hand. We're going to see the KO happening, though, of the Dr. Hogback. That will draw out the Perona there. Is going to prevent it from attacking.
Yep, and there's the Shiryu. You have to pitch 1 card from your hand. You can bring up a character with a cost of 6 or less. And he's going for the Katarina Devon. Yeah, I mean, there are 3 Katarinas in trash, so that's the only target here.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't mind the idea here of actually the Katarina Devon being put into life here, because it means that the first turn, first action can be redirect into the Avalo Pizarro to get the on KO, bring the fuller lead out from trash into play, and then the second damage could be taken to replay the Avalo Pizarro. That's not a bad idea here. Definitely not the best case scenario for Gianluca. He'd much rather it be looping something like the Vasco shot, which on KO can draw one card and rest up to one of your opponent's characters with a cost of 6 or less to effectively prevent an attack from being able to come through.
Yeah, absolutely right. Also, something I just noticed now, you can put a card, Blackbeard Pirate card, not character, so you can also put into event card into the top of your life, but there aren't that much good targets. Myra is one of them, definitely. Black Vortex would be one, but not everyone is running it. So yeah, you always, or nearly always go for a character here. Nami starting off with a 6k swing. Is this one into Burgess?
It was taken. It
was
actually
taken. Oh, it was
taken.
already taken. Okay. So that means could be 2 high swings here, or just, yeah, 1 down under leader. So it's the 6k swing. This one will be countered out with a 2k. Again, Katarina Devon, of course, because it was in live. And what could the rest be?
It should leave 7 Don left over, I think, which could potentially be the Nico Robin, but instead we're going to grab 2 Don here and we're going to continue to pile the pressure on. It will be the 7k swing of the Perona that will draw out the redirect, and there will be the fuller lead being played out from Trash here, and that's 5 Don now left over. It's going to be the Bell Luffy that's going to get played down. We do have 6 or more Don, so that will be a rush. It will be the last life getting taken here as well. There is the Vasco shot a little bit too late. And now Gianluca in a real world of trouble. Does draw up to 9 Don on this turn though, and does have the 8 cost in hand, so will at least be able to heal. But there's a lot of pressure now currently on the board for Georgios.
There is, but you can just play out a 8 cost Secret Rare into a 1 cost Vasco shot. That would be the perfect answer and the perfect play in this situation. Vasco shot can help you to get rid of 1 attack because you have 3 targets to rest. And you have, yeah, you can also swing into the bot now with Burgess and Shiryu. First we have the 8k swing into the Luffy. It was it getting countered out with a 2k Zeus. Now we have the 5k swing, and oh, that's interesting because you could have swing with Burgess first into the Luffy and then with leader into the Perona to get 1 more card from hand. Yeah, that means Burgess is not swinging, unfortunately. Not that good. We have Teach now being played, top 3, and let's see if there's something that can help you a lot in this situation. Because it does look really good for Nami.
Yeah, there's a Zihaha, Avalo Pizarro, and a 10 cost blocker Teach in this top 3 stack. So not the best group of 3 cards here to find. It is going to be the Zihaha that is going to be put into the life. That has the trigger to draw 2 and trash 1 card. So maybe find a few more options later on. There is that Vasco shot that you mentioned as going to be the opportunity for the remainder of this turn. Now Georgios drawing up to 10 maximum Don, still has that Bell Luffy on the board, and the Nami, of course, as well, that's going to be able to make a swing in. First things first, though, let's deal with the highest power on the board naturally, and let's go with the Luffy. There is the redirect, and there is the rest of the Nami. Ooh. Now here comes the 10 cost Newgate.
Yes, first time we see 10 cost Edward Newgate in this matchup. Normally, it's not that good, to be honest, because you can just answer this Edward Newgate with your 10 cost Teach. So you cannot block with him and you cannot swing with him, but yeah, it's still okay, I would say, because you have the draw 2 trash 1, you have the 2 Dons under leader to swing 7, so that's okay. And also, if he's playing the 10 costs to negate the Edward Newgate, then your Luffy can still swing, and that's good.
Yeah, and if you're playing it out with Zihahaha as well, that means that the Bell Luffy would activate, and that's exactly what's going to happen here.
Yep.
We're going to see the Zihahaha go and activate. That will be the take of the damage. An event has been activated, so we will reveal up to one card from the top of our life. Not going to elect to do so, though.
Oh.
Could have gotten the plus 1,000 power boost per one cost of the card that was there, and it could be punishing as well, because we're now seeing 11k go into this Bell Luffy, and it's gonna go down, Abra.
Oh no. This is not good. I mean, oh no, there's no reason to not do it. This one hurts. This one hurts.
Really, really rough. Well, either way, Georgios is going to have to continue on, as we see now the 8k swing from the Shiryu is going to go into life. Of course, Georgios can't block, because remember that Edward Newgate has been turned off by the Marshall D Teach. Something quite thematic about that, Abra. Teach toppling Newgate with the negation effect. Now, here is the swing from Burgess. That's going to draw out the double 2k. And then the last attack will be a 6k swing into life from the Marshall D Teach leader. All we need is a 2k, but Georgios is going to take the damage. It's a Perona trigger, which is going to get us another potential attacker next turn. The Dr. Hogback makes its way out from trash, and over to Georgios' turn we go. Newgate isn't going to be able to attack, but I think I've spotted multiple Borsalinos in Georgios' hand.
So could be double Borsalino. Probably. Starting off 6k swing. And he counted this one out with double 1k, yep.
Yeah, that's counted away. So now the 6k swing. There is the trigger. There is that Zihaha that we knew was there. Double fuller lead. That's not going to be helpful here for Gianluca. Trying to defend. Here's the 5k swing. That's going to be blocked. Is this going to be the double Borsalino? It looks like it's going to have to be. There's Borsalino number 1. Healing up. The remaining 5 Don will be rested. There's Borsalino number 2 as well. A little shake of the head and a sigh from Gianluca, knowing that he's going to have to get through 3 blockers on this turn, because that Newgate is now back online.
Yep, exactly. And that's why the Newgate was the right decision to play out, because he knew, okay, next turn, if I'm not dying, then I can just play double Borsalino, have 2 life, 3 blockers, some cards in hand. And if you're asking, he doesn't have lead ability. If DK is playing 10 cost anyways, then you don't have the lead ability. So the Don is not necessary, to be honest. So yeah, double Borsalino is completely fine. But also, full board. So that means DK is... this is so close now. Wow, what a game.
Yeah, this has been a really, really close game here after Gianluca Di Clemente being forced onto the unfavored curve in this deciding game 3, having an intriguing start, going down to 0 life pretty quickly as well. And Georgios, with a couple of maybe missteps here and there throughout this game, has been able to conjure himself back up as well with this double Borsalino. Heals himself back up to 2, has that Perona back in the trash, of course, as well, to keep an eye out for in case there is another Thrillerback trigger that has been stacked. For Gianluca, just resolving this fuller lead search. It is going to be the Doc Q, and there is the 10-cost Marshall D Teach. So Georgios called it perfectly, not having to worry about the Don being attached onto the Nami leader, because the leader effect was going to be turned off anyway. Now this is where everything comes into play. The 5k swing, that will be counted away for 1 by the Perona. Here now comes the 8k swing of the Shiryu. And we've got 9k, 10k, 12k still to go if Gianluca is going to swing with the Teach blocker that was played last turn.
Wow, this is so close. He's not countering this one out. So 9k swing coming through. And the next swings are 10 and 12. So if you are going to take this one, you can just block the next 2. So you are not dying this turn. This is for sure. If there is a trigger, he can also... thinking of replacing it with Edward Newgate, because Edward Newgate will not do anything in the next turn, so just replace it and then try to go for game maybe with a lot of characters there. But you will lose your Borsalinos if he decided to swing with 10 cost teach and 8 cost teach. It depends, but yeah. First of all, he's checking how much can I counter. If he is double swinging, do I lose double Borsalino here? Oh, this game is so close. Super fun to commentate. What is the trigger? Is it just a thriller bug? Yeah, it is just a thriller bug. And look at this.
It's Perona into Perona. Won't be able to get anything stunned down or frozen down for this turn, though, because everything is too high a cost. So Gianluca has played around that one quite nicely. And now here comes the 10k swing, and Georgios actually considering, can I just counter out of this Marshall D Teach? We're going to block and counter, dropping double Nami, a Borsalino, and a Zeus to protect that blocking Borsalino from going down. And that means that Georgios is going to have one more attacker on this next turn here. The 10 cost Teach is just going to swing into the rested Borsalino. There's a pass of the turn, and Gianluca with 3 cards in hand, one blocker. This very well could be it. And Gianluca will scoop up the cards, raise his eyebrows, and that is going to be the game. A little celebration and sigh of relief. But Nami beating the matchup statistics, taking the victory by 2 games to 1 against a former world championship competitor, and will move into top 4.
Wow, what a game, what a game. Ben, I said it at the beginning, and I will still say it. Unfavored matchup, and you're still going to make it. And that's what I mean. You can still win an unfavored matchup. Yes, it's only unfavored. It's not an out-to-lose matchup, of course. We don't have that much out-to-lose matchups anymore. We had one of them was like Red Shanks or Yellow Enel against the Blue Nami from OP3. This was out-to-lose matchups, to be honest. But you can still win matchups like this, even if it's very difficult. And I love to see that everything is possible, even if you're facing your toughest matchup, I would say right now for Nami. Wow, what a performance. Congrats. DK still super strong, top 8. You can definitely be super proud. But wow, Nami top 4. That's very interesting. And also something, again, that we can confirm. Nami will face Lucy or a mirror match in the semifinal.
Yeah, absolutely. We're still waiting on that result to come through to us at the moment. And then obviously on the other side of the bracket is double mirror matches, a green-blue Luffy mirror and a purple Enel mirror. But that would be so much confidence there for Georgios, winning against his worst matchup, one of the worst matchups for that deck in the format right now, and potentially going up against the mirror or Lucy, which already has put up some numbers in the early stages of this OP16 format. Who is going to be in the top 4 along with Georgios and his blue-yellow Nami? We'll be finding out very, very shortly. So don't go anywhere, because when we come back, we will have our semi-final feature match live from Toulouse.
How do you start?
ただ神作王に輝いたのはジョーカー選手となりました世界の頂に無敗で上り詰めたのはガンノ
And Caden scoops it up. We have your champ, Cross.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to our coverage of day 2 of the One Piece card game offline regionals in Toulouse. Ben and Abra here with you, where we've got a little bit of a treat for you because we are going to be bringing you both top 4 games in our competition this weekend. Let's give you a little bit of an insight and a peek into what those top 4 games are going to be, though. We just saw in our top 8 match earlier on, we had Georgios beating Gianluca by 2-1 on Blue Yellow Nami as against Marshall D Teach, and they are going to be facing off against Lucy on the other side of the bracket. But our first feature match will be focusing on the left side, where there's been a bunch of green blue Luffy, a bunch of Enel, and now they're
Yeah, very, very interesting. So what I like to see, Ben, 4 different leaders in top 4. That's very, very cool to see. Also showed us that this meta is so open. Like, we have so many leaders that you can bring, and that has a huge potential. And we also see that Lucy is doing very good in OP16, already winning 1 regional. Is very, very strong, and then also being at the semifinal again, and now you will face a matchup that is favored. Yes, we talked about unfavored and favored matchups a lot because it is part of the game, obviously, that you have favored and unfavored matchups. But this top cut is so different. We had so many matches that normally you say, yeah, this matchup is unfavored, so you guess, you think that, oh, this, like, an example, we saw on stream the last game, Teach normally is winning against Nami, especially in the best of 3, but Nami did go through. And now we also saw that Luffy should be unfavored against Enel, but still Luffy just won, and that mean that Luffy can win again against Enel and probably can make it into the final, but we will see that. So we will show you both of the semifinals there, starting with blue-green Luffy against Enel. And that's the first time we have blue-green Luffy for today on stream. Yesterday we had 2 Luffys, and we definitely saw how strong this deck is. This should be the best deck in format, I would say, but you have Enel over on top also. You have Nami there, you have Teach. So I would say we have 3 to 4 leaders that are definitely the best leaders in this game. And then we also have Rosinante. But I think we can all agree when we say Nami, Enel, and Luffy builds the top 3 of this meta. What do you think?
Yeah, it certainly feels like it's that way. Obviously, Luffy being the newest of those 3, being released in OP16. And interestingly as well, for both these players, they haven't yet faced either of these decks today so far. It's all been pretty much exclusively mirror matches. So we'll see how this pans out and see how our players navigate through in this top 4. We have Perea on the green-blue Luffy, and we have Giorgio on the Enel. There is the fist bump. It's going to be Luffy going first. Nothing for them on turn 1, so no Searcher Luffy to kick things off. Over for Enel, they do have a 1-drop, though, on their first turn. They've got 2 of them. It's double Shura.
Yep, double Shura starting off. Very good. 3 done for Luffy. So that could be double 2 cost into a 1 cost. It could also be a double 2 cost into a 6k swing. But he's starting off with a Mr. 2. Perea is also the one that won against Hivoye 2-0. And this show how strong he is. What a run from him. Now facing Giorgio King that we also saw yesterday. I think the first game or the second game that we had on stream. Also won this one against ST30. And now he's at the semifinal. What a performance from him. 2 done for 2 done, and leader ability now unlocked.
Yep. The leader ability only available to be activated, of course, if it's your second turn or later, so can't immediately play the double Shura and then get that leader effect. Now we're kicking things off on this turn with the Charlotte Pudding, and it's going to be Gamma Knife as the only potential target here. Another leader, another player looks like is running Holy in this build, as that's going to go to the bottom of the deck. And look at that, plenty of events to be able to play out here. A couple of Lightning Beast Chitons, a couple of Lightning Dragons available here as well. It is going to go and be, looks like the Vari, though, for the first event of this turn. Going to be able to draw one card and give one of our characters +2 cost up until the end of the opponent's next end phase.
Yeah, it's just for the recycle here. Obviously, now there is a 6k swing that is also going through. Now we see lead ability, 1 active Don for rested Don being put under Shura. So that could be a 7k swing or a 6k swing. But there's nothing for 1 Don in hand. So it's probably going to be a 7k swing. If he... Okay, he's going for 1 more Vari. I think that's fine. Oh, to have 2 Lightning Dragons is also very strong. And then this should be a 7k swing.
And it will be 7k indeed, which Pereira is going to go ahead and take. No activation of anything from Trigger so far, so it'll be over to Green-Blue Luffy on the 5 Don turn. Hasn't quite necessarily had the explosive start that we can see out of this leader, thanks to its ability to restand 2 Don cards if your only characters on your board are Impel down. But at 5 Don, I do think I see that there is the 5-cost Buggy super rare in hand, and there is also the Prisoners of Impel down to be able to combine with it. So that's exactly what we're going to play out on this turn. Get the on play. The Prisoners, of course, will be able to become blockers as well once the opponent does declare an attack. There is the restand of the 2 Don, and we do have a little bit more to be able to do as well. 1-cost Luffy going to go and hit the board.
Yep, checking the top 3. And he is going for a Mr. 3 Galdino. Definitely one of the MVP cards that we saw for this weekend. And Nami and Luffy in every single blue deck. This is a very, very strong card. 1 Don left, so that could be a 5k swing, 6k swing. I'm not sure if you want to swing with Mr. 2 right now. But yeah, you can also play 1 more character from your hand. 1 more Luffy, but I don't think that's the right thing to do, to be honest, because you don't want to make your board that full. So yeah, it is the 6k swing. Also, this one is into leader and not into Shura, because with 3 1-drops on board, I don't think it makes sense to swing into them. It is how it is. Just leave them there. So that's 6k swing, just forcing a 2k to get rid of. We have some counters in hand, definitely. But you can also take this one to find more cards that you need. And yeah, Mamaragan, you take that.
Yeah, absolutely do, especially when we're going to draw up into this next turn into 6 active Don, and the secret rare Enel is already there in hand. So it'll be more than likely to make its way down onto board here. Just be about at what point do we want to start maybe with a little 5k leader poke first before activating and for attacking, or bringing out this 6-cost Enel. It is going to be the attack to start off with for 5k. Just going to be the 1k counter, or we can activate the Buggy ability and make the Prisoner of Impel down a blocker, and it would be able to soak up the attack straight away at its 6,000 power base.
Yeah, but normally you don't want to block this one, even if it's a free block, because you're playing against a deck that has the access to play Lightning Dragon. That would be a free freeze for Enel. So yeah, definitely not an option in my opinion. So he's going for the 6-cost Enel, secret rare, checking the top 5, searching for a card that you don't have to reveal. You just pick up anything there. That's so strong. And we see a lot of good cards. Not sure what he decided to bring. I think it was a 1-drop.
Yeah, I think it was Ohm that's been
I
brought
also
into
think
hand here from Giorgio, and there it is.
Yeah.
It is indeed Ohm. There are a couple of other 1-drops available. There was a Pudding or 2. There was also, I think, maybe a Shura as well to be able to potentially take, but instead it is going to be the Ohm, maybe hoping to try and find that Holy at some point later on. And Lightning Dragon trashed away for the remainder of the Enel effect.
Yeah, I think it's fine because for now in this situation it is only a brick. So he's going for the chitin. -1, draw 1, -1k into Buggy probably, or the prisoner. And then with Mamaragan and the other lightning, he can get rid of one attack in the next turn because the card will be freezed. Or you can also swing into it. And with El Tor, you can also get rid of that Mr. 2. So turn could be huge. Depends on how much does Giorgio wants to invest. What are you thinking of? What is the better card to give minus to rest and to attack into? Is it Buggy? Is it Prisoner? He's going for the Buggy. Okay, so Buggy is only a 5k now. And yeah, for sure, Mamaragan is there coming next. But he's going for another chitin. -1k again, draw 1. -1. And we have Mamaragan for -2. Draw 1. And then rest the Buggy. You can still make your Prisoner into a blocker. But you can also try to do one more -1 and then play El Thor to get rid of the Buggy. But I don't think that's something that you do here in this situation. So we have lead ability, 4 rested Dons under Shura, and this is probably going to be a 6k swing into 4k. Yep.
Now is going to be the decision about whether Pereira is going to use the ability of Buggy to make Prisoner of Impel Down a blocker, and that's exactly what we're going to do. And this is the awkwardness of trying to get rid of the Buggy while there is still that Prisoner on the board, is that it does still mean that the Buggy can activate its ability to let these prisoners jump in the way. Does look like Giorgio already prepping the Lightning Dragon, however, to make sure that either the Prisoners of Impel Down or the Buggy is not going to be able to become active during the refresh phase. We're going to go with Ohm first, though. Gets ourselves one extra card. There's the Holy. And we are going to go with a Lightning Dragon. We saw it getting prepped earlier on. Is it going to be the Prisoner or the Buggy that we're going to rest down?
Good question. I think you just go for the Prisoner here. Yep, makes sense. And that's it. So Buggy's still on board. No El Tor is going to be used to get rid of Mr. 2. 1k, -1k was missing to make Buggy a 3k body to play El Tor to get rid of him. So, wow. The double chitin, yes, for the recycle is fine, but wasn't perfect, to be honest, because Buggy is still on board. But yeah, Prisoner is rested. That's a good point. And yeah, on 7 Dawn Ben, I think, or Hancock to freeze Inner is the best answer here.
Yeah, it could very well be very, very strong. Of course, we'll then get 2 of that Don refunded with only Impel Down type characters on the board. We're going to start with just the 5k swing at the moment, have plenty of counter events in hand, one of them being one of the best in purple at the moment, the Mamaragan. And now Buggy going to go and get into the action here. 6,000 power, still not attaching any Don, so pretty telegraphed here that this Boa Hancock might be on its way down. It's 9,000 power base and the unblockable keyword as well, which will be for consideration for Giorgio when he thinks about trying to play out some of those Inspoke Reijus very, very soon. Now here's the swing from Mr. 2. So Mr. 2 will copy the base power of the leader, which is up to 5k, and then the Don attached will make this a 6,000 power swing. Giorgio does find that El Thor a little bit later as well than he maybe was hoping for, and is just going to use it as counter on this turn. And it's going to be the Mr. 3 instead of going for the Boa Hancock here. It will still do the same sort of job, except that the character won't stay around. And we will get ourselves 2 extra cards netted into hand. So Enel's Secret Rare is not going to be able to attack on this next turn. There's the leader ability, activating 2 Don, and that will be used up in combination with the remaining Don to play the Crocodile, flicker the Mr. 2, and make it so that it's active and not able to be attacked into by one of the 1-drops on Giorgio's turn.
I like to see Crocodile here in this situation because First of all, that all of these small units that Giorgio has, like Shura, Pudding, Ohm, they cannot swing into the Mr. 2 anymore because of the Crocodile. Just bounce Mr. 2 back and play him out to draw one card, and he's active, so you need to play El Tor to get rid of him for this turn now. So really, really strong. The only problem is you have 2 rested targets with 6k that Giorgio can attack into. You're in a Secret Rare cannot attack because of the Mr. 3, but you have Lightning Dragon to just freeze Buggy or Prisoner, or you can just with Ohm -1 and then try to get rid of him, of one of them, by swinging into it. So there are a lot of options for Enel to try to control the board a little bit, I would say. But the question is, what is the best one? How much can he invest to get rid of at least one of the buddies, Buggy or Prisoner of Impel Down? Both players with a good amount of cards in hand. And I think Giorgio is going to start his turn by swinging with Ohm just to give Buggy or Prisoner -1k. Let's see. No, it's -1 into Croc. Okay.
Okay, so 2k attack is obviously not going to do anything in terms of needing damage. You can elect to counter if you want to, but not necessarily any need to. And that -1000 power is going to go into Crocodile. Pudding now going to get replaced by the Vinsmoke Reiju. And obviously we mentioned about the threat and possibility of Boa Hancock with the unblockable keyword. So that might be something for Giorgio to have to think about in a very few moments' time. There's Gamma Knife plus L4 here as well now for Giorgio. So there is a way to at least deal with something on this board. Gamma Knife will be able to -5000 power to something on Pereira's board. And then the L4 is able to KO something with 3000 power or less, also giving a boost of 1k to a leader or character on your side of the board as well. It's going to be an attack declared first here from the leader to try and get a little bit of extra value, an extra card or two out of Pereira's hand after, as you mentioned, Abra, that hand is pretty well stocked at the moment.
Not an easy turn. That's why he's thinking, what is the best option here? Okay, he's going for the first El Tor here. Now -1. You are not allowed to draw a card, but you can give one of your leader or characters 1k plus, and then you can KO one of your opponent character with 3000 power or less. And it's not base power. This is what makes this card so strong. You can power reduce something with Gamma Knife or with Divine Departure or with your Ohm, and then use your El Tor to get rid of nearly everything. So we have the 8k swing into 6k Buggy, and Pereira counter this one out. He doesn't want to lose his Buggy there. So 2k, 1k. And now, what else could come? It's another El Tor here to KO the Luffy and to push one of your characters. This is going to be Shura this time, then leader ability.
I think just a bit of a pause here with the L4. I think maybe just the decision about whether there has been the miss maybe of the plus 1000 power declaration potentially, or we are going to see the leader effect still attaching onto the Shura. And the Shura will be able to swing now. We'll get the final active Don as well attached underneath it. There will be the attack being declared, and it is going to go into life, which Pereira is going to go ahead and take. That will do it for the turn there for Giorgio. Of course, didn't have the opportunity to use that 6-cost secret rare now with it being stunned down by the Mr. 3. And now into Pereira's turn. We've kept the Buggy around, kept the Prisoner of Impel Down around as well. Up to 9 Dons, so still holding on to Boa Hancock. And we'll now have 4 Don to work with as well after the leader ability once this Boa is played down, if that is the call here from Pereira. First things first, though, just the 5k swing. Reiju still around as well to be able to take the free block if they want it. It's going to be Holy that will jump in the way for the 1k counter.
Yeah, I think it's too late for a Holy now, but that's fine. Counter to use as a counter. Now a 6k swing. Need to have a 2k here, and I see a Gamma Knife. I think there's a Divine Departure.
Yeah.
And double 1k, so this 6k swing is annoying, to be honest, for Giorgio.
It's not the easiest for Giorgio to have to deal with, at least for his sake, though. He's still sitting on 3 life, so could be quite happy to take this damage, and that's exactly what he's going to go and do. Lightning Beast Chiton taken off the life. Now dialing it up a little bit more. This is a 7k swing, and we now do have the counter to be able to get out of this if we want to, either by using the Lightning Beast Chiton plus a 1k, or just that Divine Departure. Still will cost an extra card out of hand, but instead is going to take the damage, and it will be a second 6-cost Enel that we will find there. Yeah, going to continue this turn with just the 1-cost Luffy, so still holding on at the moment to that Boa Hancock, if it is still there in hand. I think there might have been the restand event found as a part of this search as well here. Let's go to the Navy headquarters. Saw how much of an impact that event had yesterday in one of the Luffy feature matches that we showed. Dead is happy just to take another copy of the Prisoner of Impel down. Now looks like is going to be the time to commit to the 7-cost Boa Hancock. So it'll be stunning down that Enel once again from being able to attack. Crocodile's now going to go and get into the mix at 8,000 power. So there's no blocker here for Perea. But at least there's not a 10k body that's going to be coming his way on this turn from Giorgio.
I mean, yes, good amount of counter in hand. That's why he's like, okay, let me swing with my blocker. I have 1 life. You can probably do 2 good swings here with Leader and with Reiju to go for game. And I think you are in a situation where you have to go for game because of that Boa unblockable ability, so you cannot heal. That also means that there could be a 19k swing from Boa that you can definitely not counter. So yeah, he has to go for game, and that's why he is going for it. So we have a 10k swing from Enel Leader, and I think I saw a 2k, I think I saw a 1k, and I think I saw a Gum Rain in hand. So yeah, you can just counter this one out, because the next swing is going to be a little bit bigger than this one. But if he counter this one out, he can do some minus and then split the dons between Reiju and one of the 1-drops.
Yeah, we'll take a little bit of conjuring up here from Giorgio. There is 1 2k that is public knowledge to Giorgio. That was that Prisoner of Impel down that was searched by Luffy towards the end of the last prayer turn. Just be about trying to figure out what the remainder of the attacks are going to look like. As you say, there will be an opportunity for some Don minusing with some 0-cost events. Perea is just going to take the damage. Now, Lightning Beast Chiton, draw 1, primarily for that cycle of the draw 1.
Yeah, you need Eltor here. Eltor is helping you a lot. Oh, there's Eltor top deck. I just call it. Yeah, Eltor is super, super important to go for game, because you can just give one of your characters that extra plus 1k for just minusing 1 rested Don, and you can do more minus to have the most value out of your leader ability. So this Eltor is so huge now. So Reiju is a 8k buddy now, and now we have like all of the Dons. So this is a 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Is it 13?
13?
Yeah. 8,
Looks
9,
like it's
10,
13k.
Yep,
with the Elthor boost. So does Perea have enough? There's Gum Rain, so that'll get us up to 8 at the moment. There's 10 with Prisoner of Impel down. There's 12 with another
Yes,
one.
it.
13,
Wow.
14. He's got the counter.
Wow.
And Giorgio will extend the fist bump knowing that there's going to be no way through. And Pereira is going to take game one after a huge counter. But Giorgio, he was in a situation there where he had to go for that.
Wow. Wow. 30k swing and he just countered this one out. To be honest, I think a card like Gum Gum Rain can help you a lot, especially in this situation, because yes, Luffy can brick sometimes. This can happen with this deck. I brick a lot with this deck, and since I'm starting off playing Gum Gum Rain, it feels just so strong because you can just counter a brick out with it, and zero cost events in general in every single deck and in every single color are super strong. Like doesn't really matter in which color, but we have Divine Departure for purple. We have You're the One Who Should Disappear for the yellow decks, and this card is just this is such a crazy card as a trigger if it's your last life. And yeah, it's nice to see such an old card because Gongo Rain is from OPO 3, I think.
Yes.
It's such an old card, but you can still play it, so it's not affected from the rotation. Some cards are not affected, obviously. Some cards that has the manga artwork, and some cards where Bandai decided to still let them into the game being played because they are too important for this game. Like the one-cost Bonnie Searcher that is your Supernova Searcher. It's just too important for Supernova decks. So yeah, I'm a fan of it to see that. And I also decided to let Gum Gum Rain still be a card that you can play. And yeah, it's a very important card. It's only a card that you play, I think, as a one-off, but this deck draws so many cards. That's why I think it's fine. And if I'm not wrong, let me just do the quick double check. Yeah, it's Impel Down, so you can search it.
Yeah. It's amazing, and I've always been a fan of the zero cost event cycle, like you say, and with all of them that were in block one being protected by rotation as a part of that 15 to 20 card list that Bandai released a few months ago to say that these cards will still be safe. It does just give a little bit of extra opportunity for deck building and a little bit of opportunity as well to have that surprise defense for yourself as well. Like you say, Divine Departure in purple, You're the One Who Should Disappear in yellow, you've got Gum Gum Rain in the blue color, you've got Bad Manners Kick Course in red, Six King Pistol in black, and then because the side of justice will be the side that wins in green. So every color has at least one zero cost event to be able to utilize, and it's good to see that they are still being played here in the modern day format as well. So really, really strong first game there. We're going to take a little bit of an extra pause here for the moment as well between games 1 and 2 as the players get themselves set up. But we've spoken about how this has been sort of, historically a difficult matchup here for these players. How were you kind of expecting this matchup to go, Abra?
So normally I would say that Inna is favored in this matchup, and I still think the same, that Inna is favored in this matchup. A card like El Tor is helping you like crazy. You have a lot of characters that are one cost that can swing into cards like Mr. 1, Mr. 2. That's very, very important. And most of the cards that Luffy is playing has 6,000 power or less, and you don't need to invest that much power reduction to get rid of these characters. So that's why I think this matchup is quite good. But Luffy with dice is a little bit different, especially against a deck that has to go first like NL. At this time, we saw Luffy going first. If you go white on your first and second turn, and then on 5, you just play Buggy Prisoner, this start is always good. Doesn't matter against which matchup, the start is always good. Of course, if you play against yellow decks because of Viper, you need to play around it a little bit, so don't go way too wide with characters that has 2,000 power or less that are a target for Viper. So on 5, it's very important to have Prisoner and Buggy as a package. And then on 7, you have 2 choices, like we saw. One of the choices is you can play, or one lines we can say that you can do. One of them is just playing out Boa to freeze the character that your opponent plays on 6 Don, and then you have your lead ability, and you could just swing 7 or split 6/6, 5. What else? Or you can just play, and that what happened this game, you can just play Mr. 3 to stun the card that your opponent plays on 6 Don, and then use the leader ability and just play out a Crocodile. And that's really, really strong. And you have also that one extra Don to swing 6k with one of your 2 jobs, Mr. 1 or Mr. 2. So swing 6 with them, play Mr. 3, stun the 6 cost character from your opponent, or any character from your opponent that is cost 9 or less. Use your leader ability, play Crocodile, bounce your 2 costs in hand, play them out, draw 1 card, 2 cost is active. Exactly these turns are the key turns that you have to do against Enel. So yeah, Enel is still favored in this matchup, but it's not unwinnable again, and that's what we saw again, like the whole day. It's nearly the same. So wow, I'm a big fan to see unfavored matchup, but still the unfavored deck in this matchup are just taking wins after wins after wins.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we do have to issue a little bit of a correction here. There was a little bit of a review on some of the numbers and some of the maths in that last turn, and it looks like that the players might have just miscalculated in the end, because Enel has won in game 1. They had enough, and the counter just was equal to the attack and not at the same level or higher. So the tie going to the attacker, meaning that Giorgio was able to take game 1 after a little bit of a miscalculation. But we had the review, it's all gone through, and we are into game number 2 with Perea going first and Giorgio being first to go second.
Okay, wow. So the swing was enough. So because I noticed that there was 1 Don missing, I think. So that has to be a 14k swing, but I was not quite sure. So yeah, rest of the cards that Perea has in hand was only bricks. That's unfortunately. So he was very, very nearby countering out a 14k swing. That's so strong. So yeah, Giorgio is leading this game by 1-0, and that's why Perea has the dice and is going first, of course. Also means, yeah, his start is just on 1 Don, Luffy as a searcher, and on 3 Don, no 2 drop, only the 7k swing, and 1 Don as active.
Yeah, not the best start so far for Perea, but it doesn't look like Giorgio's got the strongest start either at the moment. I only see Shura, I think, in hand as a 1 drop. So it's going to be the 5k swing. That will be taken through. We've also got a bunch of Lightning Beast Kitons, it looks like, in hand. We are going to see the Shura getting played. Don -1 will draw us an extra card. And of course, that will give us the leader ability online now as well, because it is Giorgio's second turn. That will attach on to the Shura. Will be a 5k swing that goes through. Holy comes down onto the board. And we do have El Thor here if we want to deal with this Luffy searcher right now. Giorgio says no. We're happy to hold on to it. It'll be a pass over to Perea.
Yep. So 5 Don for Luffy now. Like I said, this is normally your buggy and prisoner turn, but no, this is different now. But maybe he is looking for something to draw and then restand the Dons and then play it out. So starting off with Mr. 2 on play, draw 1 card. Now, if he's going to use leader ability now, then we're probably going to see buggy into prisoner, but yeah, my feeling is saying that he doesn't have it. So it's 1 Don under Luffy. And this Luffy is swinging for 2k. No, for 3k. Because 2 character on board with a different name, Luffy and Mr. 2, and the 1 Don. So 3k. And this is a 5k swing into Inner Life. This one goes through. Inner goes down to 3 life. We have leader ability, and that should be Crocodile to bounce back Mr. 2. And to play him out, to draw 1 card. And then you just pass your turn here. Not the best start on 5 Don, to be honest.
Yeah, a bit of an awkward turn there. I see a couple of super rares in hand for green-blue Luffy. Definitely see there's a Mr. 3 as well, but definitely feels too early for that when we haven't seen that first 6-cost Enel hit the board just yet. So, bit of an awkward start for green-blue Luffy in this game too, when he's already a game behind. 5k into 0, that's going to absolutely be allowed through. The Searcher Luffy now going down, and 6-cost Secret Rare Enel should make its way onto board pretty soon after here. We see that there's a second Holy. There's also a Frankie and a Reiju. That's obviously accompanied by an extensive amount of 0-cost events. that Anel does elect to play. Just thinking, is there a argument to delay this 6-cost secret rare Anel be played down onto the board here? A little bit of consideration. Is that Anel that is being finally decided on and is going to commit to playing down? So look at the top 5 cards of the deck, grab anything you want there without showing your opponent, and then have to trash 1 card away as payment.
So interesting top 5. Some different options. And he's going for the 1-cost pudding here. So rest of the top 4 just go to the bottom of his deck. And he also has to trash 1 card from his hand because of the secret rare inability. And he's going for a Holly. That makes sense because you already have one on board. And now he's going for the El Tor, pushing the Holly and getting rid of the Mr. 2. Yeah, El Tor is just doing a great job in this matchup. No lead ability. 1 active Don, the rest are rested. So put everything under Holly and just swing very big. And Pereira has to block this one. Otherwise, he will go down to 0 life. Or just counter with a lot of cards.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is a 5, 6, 7, 8, 9k swing of double attack, and it is just going to be the block there from the Crocodile. Here comes Charlotte Pudding that we searched out earlier. We see a secret rare Anel. There is also Gamma Knife and Mamaragan. Those are the 2 actual targets that we can take here for Charlotte Pudding. It is going to be the best event in this deck. Mamaragan taken into hand here. There are so many 0-cost events here in hand. I think that 2 more copies of El Thor available to Giorgio here as well.
Not sure. Looks like it was 4 Chitin in hand, but I'm not 100% sure. Let's check. I think
There's definitely
right.
a couple of Chitins.
Ah,
yeah,
right.
double
Chitin,
double Chitin, double
El
L4. Yeah.
Wow, that's strong. Yeah, El Tor you need. So you saw already 1 El Tor and you have 2 more copies in hand. That's super scary for Pereira. So definitely very good position for Giorgio. Starting off his turn with a Mr. 1 to draw 1 card. And has 5 dons left. Could be finally the Buggy Prisoner. If not... Oh, it's a 7k swing. Okay, it can still be the same. But this is only forcing a 2k. But he's going for that Mamaragan. Oh, and join to Mamaragan. This is so strong. So yeah,
and that drew into another secret rare Anel as well, which is equally as strong. Looks like finally, though, with the restand, we are going to see this 5-cost Buggy come down. We have the Prisoner of Impel down as well to be able to combine with it. So we will at least have ourselves another blocker on this turn. But as we already mentioned, Abra, there's plenty of El Thors already in the hand here for Giorgio, and a couple of Lightning Beast Chitins. We can find 1 more piece of power reduction. We'll be able to get rid of the Buggy or the Prisoner of Impel down on this turn.
Yeah, there's no more Organ in hand. Otherwise, he could have gone for game this turn. That's really crazy. Because with Chitin, Mamaragan, you can just rest the Prisoner. So there's no active blocker. And then with Holly and Secret Rare and your leader, you just go for game. But it's still possible. So he's starting off his turn by using or by playing a 4-cost Opio 9 Frankie. I love this card. Don -2, trash 1 card from your hand, draw 2 cards. If you have more bricks in hand or more secret rares that you don't need, just use them as your target for Frankie to draw 2 cards. Also, the -2, you don't care about the -2 because you can just -5 to 6 in 1 turn, use your lead ability and have your dons back. This is how strong this deck is. 2 active dons left. Could be Gamma Knife, could be a 1-drop that we see now. It is Shura to draw into Ohm. Titan still in hand, no Mamaragan. So I don't think that he can do the Chitin Mamaragan play and then go with double strike Holly and the rest for it. But Lightning also there. I see Ohm, I see a Reiju. It's a good hand.
Yeah, it's a pretty good hand indeed for Giorgio. Also has that Ohm in hand to be able to think about replacing the Charlotte Pudding if we want to. We are going to see a Don Return back to the Don deck. It is going to be for Lightning Beast Kaiten, and it will be Vari that we pick up off of the draw. So what's going to get the minus 1,000 power reduction? It's going to go on to the Prisoner of Impel Down. So that will become a 5k here. And now another Don minus coming here. Is this going to be the second Lightning Beast Kaiten potentially? The Varis are at the front of the hand. Now going to see Don minus, and it is actually just going to be Vari. So we're going to plus the cost onto the Enel. El Thor drawn off of that replacement. And now 5k swing from the leader. There will be the buggy effect to make the Prisoner of Impel Down a blocker. Are we going to use the blocker straight away? We're not. We're just going to counter out a hand with Brook for this first attack.
Yeah, you cannot use your blocker here. That's right. So we have lead ability, 4 rested Dons under Holy. So he's an 8k. You can use El Tor to get rid of Mr. 1 and also boost that Holy. But then you have to return 1 active Don, and that's something you normally don't want to do. I think Giorgio is missing on that Mamaragan, because with Mamaragan this turn would be very clear. Maybe it wasn't right to play double Mamaragan for the counter, but it depends. If there isn't, or if there wasn't a different counter option, then of course he has to use double Mamaragan. But there has to be a different counter option, otherwise, because he draw Mamaragan into Mamaragan, otherwise he wouldn't use it. So yeah, maybe that wasn't the best decision. Okay, so he is going for another 1 cost here. Draw 1 card. There is the Mamaraga now. Yeah, but that's too late. You are not going to use it. That's for sure.
Yeah, well, at least it's something we might be able to just park for the next turn. Poor Giorgio still has this Holy that's going to be able to attack in for 8k at the moment. And of course, Pereira still has the blocker of the Prisoner of Impel Down. 6 cost Secret Rare Enel not frozen on this turn though, so that is going to be able to declare an attack. Looks like we are going to potentially return another active Don here. We're eyeing up the El Thor. But finally, it is going to be the commitment of the last active Don onto Holy. 9k will just be blocked. There's the 10k of Secret Rare Enel. That's going to be taken. And now we see some more Don minusing. Vari to give more cost to the Secret Rare Enel, drawing ourselves a Frankie blocker. A pass of the turn over to Pereira, who doesn't have that Prisoner of Impel Down blocker anymore, but did look like just drew a Mr. 3 for turn.
Yep, but Mr. 3 is not helping you to negate the Enel because he's a 10 cost now.
Yeah.
Because Doppelvari. So it's not base cost for Mr. 3, but you can still use the Mr. 3 to negate the Holy, but Pereira is first swinging into the Holy. And now let's see if Giorgio wants to defend it anymore. No. So the 7k swing into 6 is enough.
Yeah, there's no point to try and defend the Holy now. The double attack doesn't have a usage anymore with only 1 life. It would be the same as just attacking with any normal character or the leader. So happy to let that one go. Now, here comes the Mr. 1 attack. And of course, with the Don underneath it, we have 5 more cards in hand. So it is going to get the 3,000 power boost. 6k swing countered away there by El Thor. And now just the 5k swing, asking for how much more Don is left over from Pereira. Looks like it's 7. And again, it's going to be a Mamaragan used to counter. So that's 3 copies of Mamaragan down now for this game. Here comes Crocodile to make its way onto board. Going to take back the Mr. 1, replay it down, redraws the card. Leader effect will restand 2 more Don. Do we have another buggy plus Impel Down prisoners? We absolutely do, it looks like. There's the buggy, drawing 1 card. There is the Prisoner of Impel Down. So we're going to have double blocker going into this turn here with the cards still pretty plentiful for Pereira on the defensive. Looks like about 8 cards in hand. Now over to Giorgio.
Yeah, board looks good. But you still have to deal with a big swing coming from Secret Rare Enel Frankie on board. So after lead ability, you can also swing big with that Frankie. You have some options in hand. I see another Frankie in hand. I see a Reiju there. Double Eltor and one Chitin, double Eltor and one Lightning Dragon. Also one Ohm. This is the hand of Giorgio. So again, some options. But what is the best one? Do you go for Buggy here? You just try to take that one last life on Perrier to try to go for game next turn. 2 blockers on board. One of them is the Crocodile, that is already a blocker. The other one is the Prison of Impeldown, that will be a blocker after using the Buggy ability on your opponent's attack. But the only problem is that Inne can try to get rid of both Buggies and then play around it, but this is going to be way too expensive, because then you need Gamma Knife, and then double Eltor, so you don't attack and the Buggies doesn't have the ability. But that would be crazy to see, but I'm sure we will not see a turn like this.
Yeah, it's going to ask a lot for Giorgio to try and get that line together. Giorgio now just having a look down and thinking, what's the best case of action that I can take on this turn? We obviously mentioned the Lightning Dragon. That could be used to stun down that restive Buggy for a turn. Just going to kick things off with the 10k swing. Pereira immediately grabbing for the Prisoner of Impel down, turning it into a blocker with one of the 2 Buggy abilities. That's going to be sacrificed away, so Croc's still available to jump in the way of an attack here, if necessary. Now Giorgio eyeing up the maybe possibility of a 7k swing here with the Enel leader. Do have the Frankie and the Reiju, as well as remaining 4 Don plays, as the Frankie gets you a little bit more card filtration with its Trash 1, Draw 2 ability. Here goes the 7k swing from Enel.
Counter this one out with double Mr. 3. The 2k and the 1k. And Fodon left, so I think he's going for the Frankie or for the Reiju. I'm not sure what is the better card here. Probably Frankie, just to draw more cards to find something that you can use in the next turn or in this turn. So yeah, he's going for the Frankie, Don -2. Now he has to pitch 1 card. That could be a Ohm. Or yeah, Ohm I think is the right thing here. Draw 2. There's a Gamma Knife. And there's a Mamaraga. That's the perfect pair you want to draw into.
Yeah, but the problem is, isn't it, Abra, is that we're not going to have the 2 active Don to be able to use the Gamma Knife on this turn. So we'll have to be saved for next turn at the very least. But we have found it. We have found the combination to start thinking about trying to deal with some of these characters on the board. Leader effect hasn't been used yet. We want to use a little bit more Don minusing, it looks like, before we do that. We've got Lightning Dragon as a potential option here. Also thinking about maybe just using this Mamaraga now to Don -2, draw 1, and then rest down. The only target right now would be the Mr. 1 as things stand. So it's going to be the Don -1. It's going to be the Chitin here.
And he used it already. Oh, yeah. No. Okay, but yeah. I understand. Of course, he just want to play a Tor here. That's why he just use it to stick to Ohm. But yeah, he already showed the Chitin. Oh, yeah. That hurts. That hurts.
Yeah, the Chitin's been revealed here, so we'll have to see how the judges do go ahead and rule this. The Don -1 if your leader is an L, draw 1 card, then give up to one of your opponent's characters -1,000. Discussion will continue on here between the players and the judges as well. And we might have to think about stepping away here for a moment just till this gets itself sorted out on this board state. Obviously, the situation is that the Lightning Beast Chitin has been revealed and the cost has been paid as well of the Don -1. So at that point, it is a case of the abilities and the effects do need to be resolved in that manner. The just out of your picture there, one of the judges having an extra discussion with both players about what the best course of action for the remainder of this game is going to be.
This hurts to see as a caster and also as a player, because everyone that is watching, and also we, Ben, we know that, of course, he wants to play that Eltor. That's why he sticked the card under Ohm, because he wanted to go with the Eltor there. Unfortunately, he messed up by playing out Kaiten instead of Eltor. Yes, both of them are events cards. Both looks nearly the same, but there is a difference, of course. And to be honest, if you revealed the card already, then it is how it is. That's something, especially on a higher level of competitive game, that you have to be aware of, and something like this can happen. So it is how it is. Kaiten has to be played, and he can still use his Eltor because he still has some rested dons there. So yeah, now we see the Eltor. So it's the push for Shura and the KO of Mr. 2, obviously. Mr. 1.
Yep.
What makes sense.
Back into game. Obviously, as Abra said, we still have that opportunity to use Errol Thor. There is the Lightning Dragon, so that is going to freeze down the 6-cost buggy, the 5-cost buggy, I should say, for Pereira's next turn. Now he's going to be the activation of the leader ability, and that Shura is going to get the rested Don after it was boosted up by El Thor. They're going to get the final active Don as well to really try and push up this attack. It absolutely will. The swing here from Shura. We do still have Crocodile to block, and that's where Pereira is going to go with the defensive on that attack as well. Not too much else here for Giorgio to consider doing. There is that Mamaragan, but not necessarily useful at this point in time now. It's just going to be the pass. Pereira will only have his leader and the 5-cost buggy that was still active be able to work with on board here.
And it doesn't look good for Pereira, to be honest. Yeah, Mr. 3 can help you, that's for sure. Just to stun that 6-cost NL. Also allows you to draw 2 cards. But you are on 1 life. You have only 2 swings this turn. And you have to deal against 3 lives and double Frankie there, smiling at you with that artwork. It's really, really tough now.
Yeah, Frankie, both of them looking very, very primed as potential attackers on the next turn. Obviously, that Enel secret rare not going to be able to attack. And now here is just the 5k swing from the Luffy leader. Mamaragan going to be used to counter here. 6k from the buggy. We do still have 5 Don left to work with here. We've not seen leader ability yet. So this could be the opportunity for another buggy. In fact, we've got 6 Don still left to work with. So we're going to burn that extra 1 left over for the Monkey D. Luffy. Do we find, if we didn't have it already, a buggy or a prisoner of Impel down to give ourselves that extra blocker? Have a look into the hand there. Oh, I'll tell you what, I don't see either buggy or prisoner of Impel down. There is multiple extra copies, it looks like, of the Mr. 3. So from the search, it will be Mr. 1 that we are going to grab. At least
it's not something that you want to find now.
No, it's not indeed, is it?
Ooh.
Gravity Blade is, though. That's not bad. That's going to send both of the Frankies back to the bottom of the deck. That's not very super of you, if you ask me. But needs must here in this situation. Gravity Blade Raging Tiger dealing with those 5,000 power base body threats. But there's still quite a lot for Pereira have to contend with here. Those double 1-drops of Shura and Ohm. Of course, the leader as well. There's another 6-cost Enel secret rare in hand for Giorgio. There's a couple more 1-drops, Pudding, and looks like another O maybe.
Hey, the Gravity Blade was huge, very huge. Problem is, you don't have any blockers, only 1 life. But good point is, Enel cannot swing. You get Enel. But you can split the Dons and after using leader ability between one of the 1-drops and your leader. But I don't think that will be enough because Luffy has a lot of cards in hand. But again, this deck can also brick. So let's see. But Inel doesn't need to go for game here, so he's still at 3 life. He has a good amount of cards in hand. He has a Gamma Knife, so maybe he can just play that Gamma Knife and then swing into one buggy, then swing into the other buggy. If he has one more Eltor, and I think there is one more Eltor, he can also get rid of the Luffy. You have so many options right now, and that's the power of this deck. Also, quick reminder that the winner of this game will face Nami or Lucy in the final. We will stream both semifinals. This is the first one. The other semifinal is Nami versus Lucy, and the winner out of this game will face one of them.
Yeah, big potential prize to be on the market for whoever is able to win this game. There's just 10 minutes left on the clock, with Giorgio in the lead by a 1-0 as well. It is going to be that 6-cost Enel that's going to make its way down. So a second secret rare hits the board here for Giorgio. Draw is going to be, we haven't trashed yet for the Enel secret rare, so we are going to leave that card there. We didn't look at it, so
yeah, that's fine.
Good hesitancy there for the moment from Giorgio, wanting to go with the Lightning Dragon to freeze down the buggy. There it is. We have Don Minus already, so that's dealt with. We draw the second Lightning Dragon as well to freeze the second buggy down. Who needs to worry about attacking into them? Bro, we could just stop them from restanding. We've got that Elthor as well to take care of the 1-cost Luffy. This is going superbly for Giorgio this turn.
Lightning Dragon, draw into Lightning Dragon is so huge, and that could be probably the key moment here for this match. Also, the last copy of Eltor, I think he just used to get rid of Luffy. There's no character that can swing for Pereira's side, only the leader. There's a big swing coming, and probably this swing is going through. Yeah, because this one is going into live. And it doesn't look good.
No, it does not look good at all. Giorgio sat there on 3 life still, 2 secret rare Enels as well. Pereira's going to need double Mr. 3s to at least try and stop the advance a little bit more, but that won't account for the Enel leader. It won't account for the Shura and the Ohm as well that are both on board. Pereira put down the Gravity Blade Raging Tiger on the last turn, thinking that maybe that was going to be enough to buy a little bit of extra time. But a huge turn there from Giorgio with Enel has put Pereira predominantly on the back foot here. What does he have in hand? It is going to be the Mr. 3 to start off with. That's going to activate its effect straight away, drawing 2 cards and stunning down one of the secret rares. Do we have a second one to combine with that and stop the other secret rare from being able to attack? Because if we don't, then a 16k swing might be enough to close it out and send Giorgio to the final.
I think you can just swing 11 with your leader, use some minus events, minus, leader ability, and then swing 14. So 11, 14 or something like this. You can try to do, depends on your hand. But yeah, you definitely need to have one more card that allows you to stun the second secret rare Enel. One of them is Boar, the other one is a Mr. 3 again, and a Boar is not good in this situation. So a second copy of Mr. 3 for this turn would be huge, because one costs 4 Don, the other one costs 4 Don, but you can use your lead ability. It only costs 2 Don, so you could have passed your turn with some Dons open for some counter events, but he's going for a Mr. 2 for 2 Dons to draw 1 card. Now he's going for a Crocodile to bounce it back, to play it out, to draw 1 card. And he still has his lead ability, if I'm not wrong. So you pay 4 Don. Yeah, he still has his lead ability for some counter events. So 1 Enel can swing. That's for sure. 1 secret rare. And you are probably only going to swing 5 here. And swing just into Shura? I don't think so. Okay, he's going for another 1-cost Luffy. Checking the top 3, there's a counter event, there's Gravity, but there's only 1 target, and that is Prisoner, because the other card was Gravity and Demon Aura, I think, DMG. Yeah. So yeah, it's 1 Don up for counter event, and probably just a 5k swing into live, and then just pray that Giorgio cannot get rid of that Crocodile and then just go for game here. That's the only thing you can do in this situation right now.
Well, we've seen quite a few Mamaragans already in this game, potentially all 4 of them as well. It is going to be the 6k swing here from leader into life. There's
No counter event.
no counter events. There's a couple of characters in there with 1,000 pound counter attached to them, but we've got 3 life already. We've got such a healthy advantage. If this is going into lead, there might just be an argument to let this go through. 4 1Ks in hand, as well as the Gamma Knife. Giorgio is actually just debating about countering out this attack. Now going to have a quick check of the trash. How many of these events have been used? It's the L4s that we're bringing to the front and counting first and foremost. There's 3 copies gone. It looks like here. Now the Mamaragans. There is all 4 gone, like I thought that there might have been.
I think all L2s also. I think it was 4 copies, but I'm not sure.
Yeah.
So
it very well
double-
might be.
yeah.
We've seen a lot of L4 so far in this game. There is going to be the counter away. That's going to be the start of the turn now. Now the Gamma Knife is the draw for turn there, so not really helping us. We do have the pudding, I think, still. We do have 1 copy of pudding, so we can potentially draw ourselves into some kind of other resting event.
But what do you want to find with that pudding? Is there an event that can help you? You don't have a Ragan left. And the problem is that you can just go for a counter event to have a 2k here, I think. So just go with 2 big swings, and there's a high chance that Luffy can survive this turn, that's for sure. But you are still on 3 life. You have Reiju in hand. Just play out the Reiju, I think. You are still in a very, very good position, in my opinion. But it's still so close, because you want to use that pudding now. Do you just swing 10 here to see what Pereira does have? How many counters? Does he just want to block this one? Going for the buggy swing. Yep.
Yes. Swinging into one of the buggies here. We've got Gamma Knife that might be about to be used to target the other buggy here. So it's just going to be an attempt to clear some of the board. And we're now going to put some of these 1-drops to use. Ohm going into buggy. That's going to be allowed through.
And Giorgio also.
It is going to be the Reiju to finish things off. Leader ability gets us our 1 Don active. 4 rested Don. We do have the Shura that's going to be able to attack on this turn. That could try and draw out the block, or one of the 2k counters that we know are in there, of course. Remember, we saw the Prisoners of Impel down getting taken a moment ago. Just going to be the big swing with Shura. Plenty of cards in hand here for Pereira, so should have the capability to counter this out. And if all else fails, we do have Crocodile to be able to block. There is 2k, 1k with Prisoners plus Emporio Ivankov. Pass the turn back over to Giorgio, who has the 1 blocker on board. This is where you would have loved to have had the Boa Hancock still around with that unblockable keyword to just chip away on some of that life or some of that board, maybe. 5k swing is countered. Now the 6k swing with Mr. 2.
Only 1 card, and it's Gamma Knife, so this attack is being tagged, or just a free block here? Is it a Shura? No, there's no way. Is it the free block? He's going to take this one. And it's a Shura, so it's a 1k counter. There's Mr. 3 coming down. No way. Don't tell me double Mr. 3.
Well, we've got 2 more cards to potentially find it. We don't see it there. I do think we saw that.
Prisoner.
Let's go to the Navy. Yeah, let's go to the Navy headquarters.
Exactly.
It's Boa! And of course, Boa's going to stun down the Enel as well. So we're still continuing on at this point. The problem that you've got, though, is that we've only got just over a minute left, and Giorgio's a game ahead.
Oh my god.
So I believe with the recent adaptations and changes to time rules that if time is called with Giorgio being a game ahead, he will just win on the spot.
Yep, that's the problem. So, ah, to be honest, I don't think you can go for game here again, because Perea does have enough counter. I'm not sure about our timer, because there's also a judge on the table with a timer, and because we had two situations where we needed to have a judge, a head judge. Maybe the players have some seconds or minutes left. I'm not sure. Maybe someone from the production team can confirm us if there is more time than this, but we will see it in 25 seconds. Because if the timer goes down to 0, that's it. Okay, we had the added time that we see now, because it was still missing from the discussion that we had. So thank you to our team, the extra minutes. So for the viewers, don't be confused. We had one situation where the timer was going on, but there was nothing happened, because they had to look from the first game with the situation with the swing, where the game was over, but the timer was still going on. But they had to check something, so that's why we added some more minutes there. So yeah, very, very nice to see that everyone is having their eyes on a situation like this. So we have some minutes left. The thing is, what can Giorgio do here? We have Gamma Knife in hand. We have Divine Departure in hand. And what is the other card? Is it Kaiten? Is it Bari? Not sure. I think it's Bari.
I think it's one of the two, which isn't really giving us too much help here. Lightning Beast Kaiten, we're able to reduce something down by 1,000 power. Well, nothing's rested, so we can't really attack into anything here. And then Vari grants the +2 cost, which, I mean, is insulating us from the potential of another Gravity Blade again, maybe. But again, not really quite anything that we're wanting to find out here. It's really about trying to get that Crocodile out of the way to stop itself from being able to run in and block. What is Giorgio going to do here with 5 more Don still remaining here as well? Has double Shura, also has the leader that's going to be able to swing. Trying to calculate every possible eventuality, how many cards are available in hand as well. We know that there is at least 1 or 2 copies of Prisoners of Impel Down available. Going to be a Don -1. It's an active Don. It's going to be for Vari. We find ourselves another Reiju as well.
What a draw. Reiju is so huge now. What is going on now?
Be just a little bit of conversation between the players and the judges, but now with that draw off the top of the deck from that Vari being the Vinsmoke Reiju, we've got ourselves a second blocker on the board. We haven't used the leader ability yet. Still have our leader that's able to swing. Here is the leader ability, 1 active Don, and then 4 are going to be able to be attached. It will go on to the Shura. Still got 1 active as well to be able to attach. This is currently just a 6k swing. We could go double 6s here if we attach that final Don onto the leader. And it is just going to be the commitment of a 6k. There's the snap 2k counter from the Prisoners of Impel Down. We knew that that was there. And then another 6k swing. Again, a counter with the Prisoners of Impel Down. Pass over the turn. We've got over 3 minutes left.
First of all, the extra minutes being added there, just for our viewers again, because a warning. So that means we have some extra time. Otherwise, there's no way to play his turn. So now he has the time for his turn. But double Reiju, 2 life, 2 cards in hand. How can you go through this? It's difficult. Reiju is sitting there like just 2 free blocks if it's not a 7k swing or more. How many Mr. 3s are out? 1, 2, 3.
All of them.
1 Mr. 3 is left. Okay, that's
no,
crazy.
They're all gone.
They're all gone. I was
all
4 copies. Oh, okay.
Yeah, they were all gone. They were all pulled to the front of the discard pile there for a moment. So the swing from Crocodile is just going to get free blocked here by Reiju. Obviously, the Boa Hancock has unblockable, so wherever that attack goes, that is going to be able to go through at 9,000 power. Another free block here from the Luffy leader. There is the Mr. 2. Going to draw 1. We'll have that Don essentially refunded for us as well from the leader ability. Now Mr. One, Pereira still trying to find some tools and some options. Maybe looking for another 7-cost bow at Hancock to at least freeze down one of these 6-cost Anels. And now the Luffy swinging in. It's getting its maximum bonus here because we have 5 characters with different names on the board. And Giorgio does have that Divine Departure in hand to be able to counter out with. Or can just go ahead and take this life.
Only one more swing, so I don't think more options there. Oh, Lightning Dragon, okay. 9k swing, yeah, you can not counter this one, so you have to take this one.
Oh, let's go
it's
to the Navy
restand!
HQ!
Oh my god! It's
And that's
the
going to be enough to
restand!
do it, isn't it?
Oh my god!
Wow!
It's the restand, and he has it. It's 1-1. No way. Oh my god. It's the 1-1. I was not thinking about that. It's the restand, and Boa Unblockable will go through.
Wow, what a finish to that game too. And of course, time is going to close up very, very soon here. So we're going to have just a few turns between these two players for game 3. And then it's going to go to tiebreakers. I mean, that game was so long and such a marathon. But Pereira being able to do enough just to squeak through and force it to this game 3.
What a game. I'm speechless. What a game. What a weekend. We had so many great games. This is definitely one of the highlights. So, if I'm not wrong, Ben, we have 10 minutes now for the last game? Or is it just, like, what is the situation now? Tell us. If you can tell us.
Our overtime procedures will be you've got 5 turns or 10 minutes, whichever finishes first. By that point, though, if there is no winner declared, because the game is tied at 1 apiece, it's going to go to tiebreakers. The first tiebreaker is life. And already Luffy is going to be starting at a disadvantage, being a 4-life starting leader up against the 5-life of Enel. So the game plan for Enel, I think, Abra, is going to be pretty simple. Defend with all of those 0-cost events.
Wow.
If for any reason, though, a life does go through and we are tied on life, the next choice is cards left in deck.
Wow, what a game. So let's go in. Players are already have a look into their hand. I think it's before the mulligan, so mulligan option is still there. 10 minutes, 5 turns, and Enel has the dice. So he has to go first. Or he wants to go first.
Well, before that, we are going to have ourselves the mulligan quickly from Giorgio. Maybe he's realizing exactly what needs to be done in this game 3 as well, just getting as many of those 0-cost events to defend with as possible. Pereira is going to keep their hand. An offering of a cut of the deck as well from your opponent after the judge has gone ahead and shuffled up 4 cards, 5 cards being set into life for each player respectively. This is going to be it to see who is going to the grand final on Toulouse, either against Nami or against Lucy. And we are underway. Pereira with 1 Don. Do we have a 1 Don play? No, we do not. So it's going to be a pass of the turn over to Giorgio.
And Enel wanted to go second. Okay. Because of the time, maybe? Yeah, because Luffy can only swing once in his second turn. So does Luffy has only 1 turn? Is it just the 8k swing?
Potentially. There is the Vari that's being taken here from Charlotte Pudding. We do have an extra 1-drop in hand as well. We have a couple of extra 1-drops in hand here with Ohm and with Shura. And it's just going to be the pass. Just wants to keep them in hand as counters.
It's just 8k. He countered this one out and that's it.
I think Giorgio
like
just
this?
confirming that how this is going to work here with the time. It might be a case of the time has maybe been called a little bit off with our timer as well, potentially. But here is Pereira. There is the double counter event. And I think from Giorgio, if they understand everything, there is Giorgio draw passing and just confirming.
Yeah, I think he got it. Yep, that's it. Wow, okay. Yeah, that overtime now, it is confusing because we only have like 2 turns for both players. Okay, there's the fist bump. Nice to see that, but wow. Then that was a game. I have no words left. This was like so weird, especially with that overtime now, because we don't have 10 minutes gameplay and then see after the 10 minutes what the situation is. It is just like, now I understand why he decided to go second, because then he just know that I only need to counter 1 attack. And because you are playing so many counter events, yeah, I think it's really, really clear that you just go second, draw into some counter events, and that's it. So, wow, what a game. And that means we have Inne in the final playing against Nami or against Lucy.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting matchup to see exactly who's going to make their way through, obviously, with Lucy and with Nami. That is the matchup as well on the final 2 of Peoria Regionals a week or so ago, and Lucy was the one to be able to come out on top in that matchup there. So are we going to have a similar thing here over in Europe, or is it going to be a little bit different? We're going to find out very, very soon. So don't go too far, because when we come back, we will have the second semi-final live from Toulouse.
dark.
ただ神底に輝いたのはジョーカー選手となりました。世界の頂に無敗で上り詰めたのはガンノ。
And Caden scoops it up. We have your champ, Cross.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to our coverage of Day 2 in the Toulouse offline regionals for the One Piece card game, the first OP16 legal event here in Europe. We've already put one player into the grand final of Purple Enel, and now it's time to see what deck they will be facing in that final match. We've got Blue Yellow Nami against Red Blue Lucy, the final match from Peoria over in North America a week or so ago. Now it's getting the repeat into the semi-final, and we are already underway.
Oh, we have Nami versus Lucy. yeah, to say one thing about this matchup, normally Lucy is favored, but we cannot say if there's anything favored now. This top card was so crazy. We saw Georges on the left side already beating one of the best players that we have, playing Teach. So he just won 2-1 against Teach. No, 2-1, 2-0. I'm not sure. I forgot.
2-1.
Yeah, 2-1. So I would not be surprised if he just win again an unfavored matchup. So Nadir, that we already saw yesterday on stream, is in top 4. So he's on a very good run. Got that serialized already. That top 8 Miorg, top 16 Crocodile, top 64 Boa Hancock, and also one more round, and then he will go through the final. Okay, we see a 6k swing that goes through, and a Hiyori, and did you notice what he picked on top? It is Marshall D. Teach.
Yeah, pop the new secret rare into the bottom of the life there, so has that trigger to negate the effect of up to one of your opponent's characters during this turn, and then KO up to one of your opponent's characters with a cost of 5 or less. And considering we've got that protection of Leo on the board at the moment for Lucy, we'll be able to turn that protection effect off and try and either go after it or something else. For now, here comes the memento of him into the Cavendish, using the draw 2 trash one from hand, and then playing up to one Dressrosa type character card with a cost of 4 or less.
Yep. So very smart play here from Georges. Very smart play to say. To play around Leo, to KO that Cavendish. This could be one of the reasons why he will go ahead in this match, in this round. Because this is very smart, and I'm not sure if Nadi does count with a card like Marshall D. Teach. Of course, you know that Georges is playing 2 copies of it, because again, we playing, or the top card is being played with open deck lists. So you know that Nadi is playing, obviously, Roger. So you need to be aware of Roger. And for Nami, for Georges, he's playing 2 copies of Marshall D. Teach. No Gravity Blade ban. That's surprising to see. But 2 Bell Luffys that we already saw.
Yeah, and there is the trigger of that Marshall D. Teach on the Cavendish attack, negating the Leo, meaning that the protection effect by placing one character to the bottom of the deck instead is turned off, and getting rid of that Cavendish, which historically has been the strong early setup piece for Lucy. It was typically sort of accepted that if you don't find Cavendish on your 4-Don turn or on those early enough turns, that the deck has a real issue and really struggles. But here, finding the Cavendish, getting one activation of the draw 2 trash one, no further activations, however, as the leader ability of Nami is activated. We get ourselves that 7k leader. Rebecca now finding ourselves another one of the key pieces to this deck, that 7-cost Sabo.
Yeah, 7-cost Sabo, definitely the best card in your deck. There's also one thing I want to say. Oh, we see a 4-cost Bartolomeo first, with the ability that's very strong to have a target with that Bartolomeo. So let's have a quick view into the Bartolomeo. So first of all, there's the permanent ability that if this character would be KO'd, you may trash 1 event card instead, and on play you can activate a Dressrosa type event with a base cost of 3 or less, and there's the perfect target there. Go ahead and use them, Mr. Luffy, to draw 2 cards, and with lead ability you draw another card, so you just draw 3 cards. That's so strong. Double Rebecca on board. If there wasn't that Teach Hiyori play, then the start of Nadi would be so good.
Yeah, it would be a really ideal start without that Hiyori into Teach. The Hiyori being used as a 2k counter in replacement of Baby 5 in some of these Nami lists. We are going to see a 7k swing here from the Nami leader now, followed up after a 7k swing from the 5-cost Nami. That just drew the block of Rebecca. And now 7k swing here needs 2k, 1k, or, of course, can discard away a bunch of events with the on-opponent's attack ability of Lucy. It's going to be taken into hand, though, which, of course, triggers the ability of Nami to draw one card into hand, and then Kikanojo will be the follow-up here. It's on KO effect, not very easy to play around typically, unless you're playing blue and you've got access to something like Barrier Pistol.
Yeah, exactly. Barrier Pistol can help you a lot to get rid of that Kikonojo or to get rid of that Nami. One thing I wanted to say about the Hiyori is the discussion always for Nami is, do I play Hiyori or do I play Baby 5? Baby 5 has the good point being a trigger card. Your leader's multicolor, so if it's in life, you just draw 2 cards. But with Hiyori, you can do a turn like Georges did by preparing something in life, by putting something in life from your hand that has a huge value in this match. And that's why I like Hiyori more, to be honest. So 5k swing. This one was countered out by using lead ability. Now 7k swing. We just used there a 1k counter. We see the Sabo into Barrier Pistol. And yep, the target is 5 cost Nami.
It makes a lot of sense to get rid of either the 5-cost Nami or the Kikanojo. Obviously, with placing cards at the bottom of the deck, it means that the on-KO abilities aren't triggering up here, so Nami not able to turn the top card of the life face up and play out another character in order to replace her. So now over to Georgios' turn, starting with this 6k swing here, and that will draw the 2k of Leo. And is there a window here for Marshall D. Teach? I think this is the first time maybe that we've seen this card played outside of a Marshall D. Teach deck for its actual full 8 Don here this weekend, especially in Nami. Look at the top 3 cards of the deck. Put something into life. So Georgios has the knowledge of what's in the top life. And then get ourselves that 8-cost 10k body.
Yeah, very strong. Also not that easy to get rid of for Nadia. But you have some cards that can help you. Like we have Watch Me Ace. We have Fire Pistol, obviously. Both Fire Pistols. But let's see what Nadia is going to do. So he's starting off his turn with a 7k swing from Bartolomeo. That Bartolomeo is such a good card. Also very interesting to see that the first months of OP15, when Lucy was released, no one was playing the Bartolomeo. Nearly no one was playing it. But it did change after sometimes people starting to understand how good this card is. Because it's unKO'able. And you can just draw 3 cards by finding the right cards with Bartolomeo as a target and your lead ability. So Nami just countered this one out with lead ability into 1k, and the 1k is Mr. 3. Normally you don't want to counter with Mr. 3 because he's very important, but I think you don't have any other options. And there's another 7-cost Sabo being played. We have the Fire Fist, so 3k push, so 8k leader now. Minus for the Teach, 2 Dons. Your opponent's leader need to be...
We've got the other Fire Fist here, which is going to be able to remove the last 4,000 power. We have the 2 or less life, so we can get rid of that Marshall D. Teach. Really, really strong turn there. And then the 8k swing does run into a Perona trigger, but bring Hogback out onto the board. But this turn, absolutely advantaged. Nadia here has established a second Sabo blocker, gotten rid of the big threat on Georgios' side of the board, and is still chipping away at those cards in hand as well. He's just got 3 at the moment.
Yep, absolutely right. So not your opponent has to be on 2 or less life, you have to be on 2 or less life. So double Fire Fist is such a strong combo to get rid of a card like Marshall D. Teach. So Nadia clearly ahead right now. 1 life, 2 Sabo blockers that are 9k, so 2 free blocks for sure. You have Rebecca there, but no Don, so Rebecca isn't a blocker yet. And you have Leo for your protection. So let's see. Georgios starting off with a 6k string from Kikonojo. And that's the first block from Sabo. We're probably going to see... we see a 10-cost Whitebeard here. draw 2, trash 1, 2 Don under leader, 2 Don under Hogback, means 1 free block and 1 7k swing that you have to deal with.
Yeah, interesting here to go with the Edward Newgate there. I do think saw the Borsalino in hand for Georgios, so did have the opportunity to play that down and heal back up to 3. Instead, though, is going to commit to the big 10 cost 12k blocker. 2 Don will go underneath the Hogback and the Nami. It's the Bell Luffy that was trashed away. Now there is the free block off the Hogback. Now the 7k swing in from the leader. We have quite a few cards in hand here. We absolutely have a 2k, 1k in there. I can see Leo, I can see Bello Betty. There's Rebecca as well. It's Leo and Rebecca that are going to join forces once again, as they did in Dressrosa, to be able to counter out of this attack. So over to Nadir will go. Georgios, 4 cards in hand, thanks to that draw 2 trash 1 of Newgate. 2 life still. That big 10 cost 12k blocker. And
Ben, double Fire Fist in hand again. So he can again,
no way.
yeah, he can again get rid of that Whitebeard. Unfortunately, there's no 7 cost Sabo. That's why he's going for that Bello Betty to try to find him. But no 7 cost Sabo in hand. You still have 1 Don because you need 7 Don for Sabo play, 2 Don for the Fire Fist, so double Fire Fist means 9 Don. So yeah, you have to play it now because you cannot search for the Sabo. But it's still fine. You're clearly ahead right now, and look at this. Again, a big body getting removed by double Fire Fist here. And now we have the 8k swing, so that's leader ability into 2k. But this one goes through, no trigger. Do you swing here with Cavendish, of course, because it's 1 card that he has to throw away. But do you swing with Sabo here? I don't think so. I think you just pass here.
And it is just going to be the pass here. Yeah, not willing to risk it by putting one of those 2 9k bodies in to the red zone, knowing we're only on 1 life still. It could be a little bit fragile, but I think that Georgios might have found double Borsalino potentially as an option here. We're seeing the 5 Don split both in half here for Georgios. It is double Borsalino that will be able to bring us back up to 3 life. Won't have Nami ability on Nadir's turn. In fact, we are going to commit 1 more Don and go 7k with Kikunojo here. So it's not going to be double Borsalino on this turn. It's just going to be some 7k swings, another free block, 3rd time's the charm. This one is going to go through.
Ooh,
and looking at the potential of a trigger here. Triggers that we have available to us, a Fire Fist or Barrier Pistol. It's the latter. We're not going to activate it, though. And here comes Borsalino. The big problem is, though, Abra, I think the King of the Pirates might be able to make an appearance.
Yeah, you're right. There's a chance that we can see him, but do you have to play him now? You have double pistol in hand. You can just use double pistol here to get rid of 2 characters. Barry Pistol is only putting a character with 6,000 power or less to the bottom. And because of the Dons, there wasn't a character with 6,000 power or less, or only Hiyori, but you don't want to bottom deck it because his from life it was the Barry Pistol. Kikunojo is at 7k or was at 7k in Nami's turn, and Hogback also. So that's why he cannot, or he doesn't want to use his trigger there, because you don't care about the Hiyori. So what could the turn be? Is it just double Barry Pistol because you have 2 blockers? You just get rid of Borsalino and Kikunojo, or is it just try to go for game here with Roger, or 1 Barry Pistol and then swing with the rest? Also an option, or just try to find another Sabo to do a combo play there. This deck has so many options.
Yeah, it does indeed. Being 7 Don being picked up here, so it's not the full 10 for Goldie Roger. We've already seen 2 copies of the 7 cost Fire Fist being used, one of them through the 7 cost Sabo, and another we've had played out from hand as well. Now the Barrier Pistol is being pulled to the front of the hand, and 5 Don is put aside here to try and bottom deck either the Kikunojo or the Borsalino as well, if you want to really continue to threaten. Where will Nadir go in the space of this turn. Also got go ahead and use a Mr. Luffy. Just watch me ace. But it is going to be barrier pistols to start things off. We are going to go after that Borsalino and send it to the bottom of the deck. That's a 3-cost or higher event that we've used as well. So that will be a free draw from the secondary effect of the Lucy leader.
Mhm.
Now, we've still got that Bartolomeo at 6,000 power base. We could swing 9 with that. Obviously, we don't have any kind of power boosts on our leader at this point. So instead, it's just going to be a little bit more reserved. It's going to be the 7k swing. Still will demand 2 cards out of hand, no matter whether it's the traditional 2k, 1k, or if it will be Nami leader ability to make it 7k for the remainder of this turn, and then the extra 1,000 power as well.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I like the 7k here. Will not go for the double Barry, obviously. Just split your dons. Also can give 1 don under the Rebecca. That is very important. And we have so many cards in hand. Like, how many cards does he have? 2, 4, I think like 8 to 9 cards in hand.
Something like that. It's a pretty bountiful hand. Obviously, helped by the fact that we've used throughout the early stages of the game events like a no one else can have it. It's our memento of him, and go ahead and use a Mr. Luffy to draw ourselves quite up nicely. There is the leader ability for Nami being utilized. So we are at that 7k base for the remainder of Nadia's turn. Nadia is just going to match that power level here with the leader swing. 7 into 7. We just need 1,000 powers worth of counter here from Georgios. He is going to take the life, though. That was the Borsalino healed life. There's no trigger to contemplate or activate here from Georgios right now. So it is going to be 1 don underneath the Rebecca. We're going to keep 1 don spare for Just Watch Me Ace because we have 4 or more events in the trash. So it's going to get -3 cost. And it will be a pass of the turn over to Georgios with a lot to do.
Exactly. So you are 1 life. So that also mean that you have to play something that heals you up to 2 life. So Nico Robin can help. Rosalino can help. But no, he's going for game. And that's why he's going for the zeros to KO the Rebecca. And now he has 3 swings that has to go through with 8 don. One of them is a 6k body. The other ones are 5k. So you have to split 8 dons between these 3 characters. So not the best number, to be honest, because the highest swing is a 8k, I think. And you just have to counter this one out, and that's it. So not that good, but that's the only option here.
It's going to start off with a 7k swing. That's going to draw the first of 3 blocks, or of 2 blocks. And then, obviously, the bountiful amount of cards in hand for Nadia. We know that Just Watch Me Ace is in hand as well. There is the 8k swing attempted here from the Dr. Hogback. Was moving to block with the second Sabo, then just reconsidering. There is the block finally declared. And 4 don left remaining. Georgios is going to try with the 9k swing. We're just going to dump the hand for 10k counter there to be able to make ourselves safe. We'll pass the turn over to Georgios. And this is just going to be about how do you want to do this for Nadia here. There's quite a few cards in hand and quite a few 2Ks, but I think they realize that that is going to be enough. And it should be game 1 to Nadia on Lucy.
Yep. 1-0 for Nadia. We saw that this matchup is quite hard for Nami. Like, you play 8-cost Teach, it's getting removed. You play 10-cost Whitebeard, it's getting removed. That's so strong, and that's the power of Lucy. You only needed to have 2 7-cost Sabos, and it was still, in my opinion, very clear. So, yeah, 1-0. Nami now has the dice. Probably want to go first because Lucy, also a deck that can go both, but I think going first is a little bit better. It was like this in OP15. I'm not sure if it's still the same because, yeah, with the Bartolomeo, maybe you want to go second. I'm not sure. I'm not a Lucy main. I did play this deck at the starting of OP15 because first I'm a big Sabo fan or Lucy fan. And I'm a fan of this deck. I just love this deck. It's something I would say new because you have red-blue control style, but you can also just go very wide by playing event cards that play out a character. And with that 7-cost Sabo to have the combo, you can just play out a card like Very Pistol that we saw, a card like Fire Fist, the best option, I would say, out of 4, 5, 6 options that you have, because this deck's like Inne relies on a lot of event cards, obviously. And what I love about the leader ability is that you can use your counter events by pushing your leader or by defending your leader. That means it feels like you're finishing or you're attacking or you're defending with more than 10 dons. And that's very, very strong. So if you want to go for lethal, your opponent has to count some cards in hand from his opponent that could be 1k push for the leader swing. And that's something that is very, very strong. So yeah, I'm a big fan of the deck. And I also like to see that this deck has still a good position for OP16, because everyone was talking about the new leaders from OP16, obviously, about the best decks in format, like Enel, like Teach, like Luffy, and so on. But I think Lucy is also up there, being one of the best decks. And I think people will definitely start to bring this deck to locals and to tournaments after seeing Nadir performing with this deck on such a high level. We saw Lucy last week performing and winning a whole regional, so it's not a big surprise to see Lucy again doing a great job. And yeah, he's leading 1-0, but everything is still up for Nami. 2 more rounds to go if Nami is going with that 1-1 for game 3, and then we will see. But let's focus on game 2 now. And yeah, this time Nami has the dice. Let's see if Nami wants to go first or second.
Absolutely. It looks like we're getting ready to get ourselves underway very, very shortly. Confirmation there. Nadir taking game 1 after Georgios conceding. Realize that there's not much else that we're going to be able to do after the big final push and attack attempt was countered away. Looks like Nadir is keeping his opening hand with a life set there, and Georgios maybe just deciding to go for the mulligan here. There is the last life cards being set for life. There's the fist bump, and we're about to get ourselves underway into game number 2. It is Nami going first and Lucy going second.
Yep, Nami wanted to go first. I mean, both decks can go both curves, and I'm a big fan of decks that can go both, because then the dice roll isn't that important. But of course, the dice roll in some matchups is important. But if you're playing a deck that can go first and second, I think you can just feel more comfortable with the deck. That's why I'm a fan of it. So Lucy is starting off with a 5k swing on the second turn, and with the 4-cost event that you have to find on 4 Dawn. That's very, very important. And the card that he discarded was Bartolomeo, I think, and he's going for that, or second copy of it, and he's finding the perfect target for it. It is 4-cost Cavendish, being a Dressrosa card. Obviously a must-have in this deck. When attacking once per turn, draw 2 cards and trash 1 card. This Cavendish is super strong, and you know, Ben, what is super strong about that Cavendish in this deck? If the Cavendish is behind a whole wall of Sabo blockers, this is so dangerous.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Just consistent value while being protective, if you can protect it indeed. Wasn't able to do so in game 1. Ran straight into a well-timed and well-placed Marshall D Teach trigger. But this time, it looks like it might just stick around here. We see the 6k swing attempted in, be countered away by Viola, and now Dr. Hogback getting played down onto the board, which is interesting. There is that Zeus that's in hand there for Georgios. So could have elected to go for an 8k swing into Zeus to take care of the Cavendish.
Yeah, to be honest, I was expecting a turn like this, but Georgios decided to not play that Zeus. Also interesting that Nadir countered the 6k swing, because he's still on a 5-cost Nami range by being at 3 life. Normally you just take the first 2 swings, so you're getting out of the Nami range. But Nami on 7 Dawn, if Nami is playing if the leader Nami is playing a 5-cost Nami on 7 Dawn, then it's out of curve, and that's not that good. So maybe that's why he's like, okay, let me counter this one, and if you want to play a Nami, you will not play a Robin, and that's fine for me.
Well, we see the Rebecca going forwards there, just getting ourselves a little bit of an early search. We've still got 5 more Don left over remaining. I'm not sure if I saw a barrier pistol in hand for Nadir, but not electing to play it out. We're going to see Rebecca make its way down again, and that's going to be a miss with double Bello Betty and Roger hitting the bottom of the deck. So not finding anything there. And now a 5k swing, which we haven't seen leader ability for Nami at the moment. Just wanting the card in hand from that 6k swing earlier on in the turn from Cavendish. Now here goes the leader ability, trashing away that Marco, and Bartolomeo now coming down, ready to go ahead and lose a Mr. Luffy and the extra draw as well for the base cost of 3 or more event having been activated. This is a really strong start from Nadir.
It is. Like, without the miss with the Rebecca search, it would have been nearly the perfect start. So, wow. Very, very good. So for Nami, 7 Don, Robin is an option. And Hogback is only swinging 5, so, yep, there's a high chance we will see Nico Robin being played. So 5k swing into Lucy leader. Cavendish is 6k body, so you can not attack him. You can attack him, but there's nothing that will happen. So this time he's going to use leader ability and using that 3-cost event as a 1k counter. And there's another 5k swing, so this one goes through. No trigger there. Barry Pistol would be strong. And he's also drawing 1 card with the leader ability because life was taken, and this is probably going to be a Robin. If not, I would be surprised. Or is it Zeus into Boza? He's going for Luffy.
It's Bell Luffy that's coming down, and another 7k swing that's making its way onto life here. Is still the 2 Dom that's available. So as you mentioned about the Zeus, that still could be a potential option here to try and deal with the Cavendish. There's no Leo on the board at the moment to help protect. We're going to double 2k. There is the Zeus that we thought we were going to see on the last turn, and it's going to take out Cavendish. Nadir has gotten a lot of value from that card so far. That is going to end the turn.
Yep, the card that he drawed with Zeus was Gecko Moria. Unfortunately for him, because yeah, you want to have Gecko in your life to use the trigger after taking 1 damage. So yeah, we see a Sabo. The thing is, he's going to use an event to minus the Luffy, but it doesn't matter what there is. This Luffy will not survive. Even if there's a 10 cost white beard that I just call out, it's still not enough because he's -1 plus 10. So wait, no, he's on a very big number now.
Yeah, he'll be up to 9k, won't he?
Oh,
if that is how that is the ruling will work. I think just double checking, confirming with the judge.
It is. Oh my god. So that was really the only card where you have to pray that it's not Whitebeard, and it is a Whitebeard in life. Wow.
Unbelievable. Well, at least I suppose for Nadir here, he realizes that the top card of life doesn't have any trigger and is counterless, so can be used as either Nami ability fodder or just sit there in hand. There is that little bit of information at the very least here for Nadir. Now going to see the double 1Ks from Bartolomeo's attempted 6k swing. There is the 8k. I wonder what card that was taken into life from Georgios. And the last active Don is going to go underneath Rebecca, turn her into a blocker, and then pass the turn to Georgios with 9 Don active. They're not going to be able to play that 10-cost Whitebeard that we just drew from life.
Wow, that Whitebeard in life was so important. But the Luffy is still -1k. That's the only good point, because the minus is until the end of your opponent's next turn from Fire Fist. So Luffy will probably not swing this turn. So that's still fine, I would say. But yeah, if Nadir is also going to be able to get rid of that Luffy, then I think this game would already be nearly it. But now everything's open. 9 Don could be 5k swing, 6k swing, and then 8 cost, I would say, to heal. Or go wide to have more characters on board, to have more value. So maybe it's just like a Mr. 3 and Borsalino, but then you don't have your lead ability. But I think that should be okay because you have blocker, you stun the Sabo, you draw some cards. Yeah, maybe that is an option.
Well, Georgios is going to start off with a 6k swing here in with the Dr. Hogback. So this will force a 2k counter, which Nadir provides, the form of the Viola. Now another 6k swing here. So this is setting up 7 Don remaining. Do we have Nico Robin available to us to be able to heal? We do have Nico Robin. We're going to trash away the Perona and then heal back up to 2 life. That's 7 or more less cards in hand as well. So we're going to replace the Robin in hand. I think it might have replaced with a second copy of Nico Robin as well. But at the very least, Georgios has given themselves a little bit more leeway. That Luffy is back up to 7,000 power base as well. I'd love to see it again. I'd love to see Nadir try the Fire Fist again and reveal another 10 drop from life. That would be hilarious.
Oh, that would be crazy. Let's see. So first of all, the 7k swing that he counter out with by using lead ability and a 1k. It is Sabo Ben.
Uh-oh. Please show me the Fire Fist. There it is. There's Fire Fist. Now, what are we targeting with the reduction here? Are we going to try and go for the Luffy again? Obviously, it's not rested, so we can't attack into it. No, it's going to be the Robin here, I think, that's going to be reduced here. And we're not activating the Luffy at this point as well, it seems.
Yeah, you don't need to. There's nothing to be scared of. So you don't want to reveal what you have on live. But the question is, does Nadir really want to use his Lucas Fire Fist now to KO the Robin? Oh, he's using the second ability of Fire Fist by trashing 2 cards from his hand to get rid of it. Wow, okay. I mean, 2 bricks, that's still fine. Or 1 brick because the stage isn't a brick that much. But in this situation, it is a brick. And some big swings coming. And look at this. Nami's like, yeah, give me all of them. It's fine. But no trigger there. So that should be it. No, 2 dons. So double blocker. You have 1 life. And no, 3 blockers, but double Rebecca.
3 blockers, yeah.
But he's no life. So Luffy isn't working now. Because you cannot reveal anything. There's no life yet.
Yep. We'd have to heal up first, which I do think I saw a Borsalino in hand for Georgios. So he's going to be able to heal at least 1 life here if he wants to. There's also that second copy of Robin as well. But we'll see where Georgios wants to go. It's over to their turn. Having been hit with double 7-cost Fire Fist in this game so far. One of them not working quite as anticipated for Nadir. But the other one being pretty devastating. Here's the first payment. It's going to be Zoro for 4 instead of double Borsalino. So that will also give us the 1 Don extra left over to attach onto our leader and have that on-attack ability online during Nadir's turn. There's going to be the first attack, trashing away the 2-cost Fire Fist with the Lucy leader effect. Now here comes 6k into life. We do have the Leo in hand, and of course we've also got that blocker Sabo that's able to jump in the way, and that's exactly what we're going to do. We did activate blocker, and it's +1 cost, but it's
Only
a Kumasi in life.
Yeah, only 1 cost. That is not that good. Maybe the second life would have been something better, but of course you will not play Borsalino and then swing, because otherwise a Bari pistol from life could be just a game. So Nami back on top with 2 life, 5 cards in hand, lead ability unlocked, a blocker, a Luffy on board. Looks fine. That's why he decided to take this one, because he know, okay, I will play Zoro into Barza in the next turn and also have that 1 extra Don for my lead ability. So Nadir needs to replace something if he wants to play something out, because he decided to not block with the Rebecca. But I think it's fine if you want to replace something or a Sabo from hand, then you are fine by replacing one of the Rebecca or the Bartolomeo if you need to have a 4 or 5 blockers to survive. But you still have 1 life, but not that much cards in hand for Nadir. So not that easy.
Now, down to about 3 or 4 cards in life at the moment here. Just going to tease out some cards from Georgios here, or some decisions. 5k swing, just to ask the question. That is just going to see the leader ability get activated. Now, here's the 7k swing from Bartolomeo. That's going to find a 1k counter. The moment now, for the remainder of this turn, unless there is something like Roger, which we already saw one go to the bottom of the deck, this is going to be a lot harder for Nadir to win on this turn, at the very least. No trigger. And that last card in life we know is the Kumasi, because that was revealed from the Luffy activation. So that's why Nadir is having a little bit of an ask of how many cards and what cards are in the trash for Georgios, to see exactly what Thriller Pirates characters with the cost of 4 or less could be played out from that trigger.
Oh, this game is super close. Luffy's doing a great job. It's a very good tech against Lucy, definitely. Also funny to see that we have the highest number of cost with that Luffy and combo, and the lowest number of cost, or the second lowest, we have also 0 cost. That's very, very funny to see. So he's going for a 6-cost Jozu. That's a new card, not a new card, but that's a card that Lucy players are starting to play with OP16, and I'm a fan of it. And Jozu is one of the best blue cards that we still have.
Yeah, Jozu has been an absolute staple in the format over the past couple of formats and couple of sets, predominantly, of course, in Red Blue Ace. Did a lot in that deck. The Jozu Wars, of course, when he used to have the mirror matches of that deck. But here, predominantly, it's just bouncing back that 5-cost Bell Luffy. The 1 Don being attached onto Rebecca as well to turn her into a blocker, and 1 Don active as well for the potential of Just Watch Me Ace as a counter event defensively. And now Georgios is back in a pretty similar position that he found himself in game 1. Yes, he's still got 1 life to work with here, but it's still a pretty difficult position to feel like that maybe we need to think about trying to push through here, or at least getting those remaining cards out of Nadir's hand, that Rebecca blocker out of the way as well. How much more healing potential do we have here on this turn as Georgios just counting up and across the number of characters and the kind of power levels that they'll be able to swing at with some Don attached on. 5 Don as well being...
4 swings into 1 life, 1 Don, and 2 blockers. Not that easy.
No, it's not indeed. We're going to see the Roronoa Zoro attack in first. This is a 6k swing. So just needs to find 2k counter, or you've got the free block with Sabo or the block with Rebecca. It is going to be the counter. We're going to draw Leo out from that. Still all 10 Don remaining. And maybe keeping half an eye on 5 Don spare for another Borsalino blocker.
Oh, maybe Zeus is going to swing here.
Yeah. Yeah, 3 Don onto Zeus, try and 5k again. Of course, we've still got that Bell Luffy as well.
I mean, there's only 3 cards in hand for Nadir. That's the problem.
Yeah, so we are going to go for the Bell Luffy here, and we're playing this down now.
Oh, look.
To
playing around
draw out the blockers and playing around barrier pistol trigger, absolutely. It means now that Nadir, if he does activate one of these blockers, yes, it's only a plus 1,000 power boost from the Kumasi that's still stuck in life, but every little helps here. And so Nadir is going to use that 1 Don and go Just Watch Me Ace. That is an event, though, of course, that's being activated. So that's plus 1k to Luffy already.
So it's block, block, and you take. So that should be game.
That should be safe, yeah.
Yep. You block this one, you block the next one, and you take the last one. Yep. Free block again, plus 1. And
so that's going to push Luffy up to a 9k. But as we mentioned, that's not really going to make much of a difference here.
Yeah, wow. I think now he noticed, okay, Maybe he will just attack into board, but there's a Rebecca and Borsalino will be active. You have that trigger, but yeah, okay, you can bring up Perona. So if Jozo's swinging, you can play Perona and then Bartolomeo's not swinging, but you have to deal with 2 Sabos that swings for 9. Not good. But yeah, he will definitely go for board now. It doesn't make sense to go for life. Yeah, it's going for Barto that has an OnKO ability, but he still decided to block and the pass. Yeah, doesn't make sense to go for game, obviously, because you cannot win. So let's see if this is going to be Lucy's last turn. Is there a Bari pistol to get rid of? There's a Fire Fist in hand, and I think he's going for the Fire Fist.
You see 4/7 Don being collected, and there it is going to be used. Wow. There is Fire Fist being activated. We're trashing away the remaining cards out of our hand to get rid of that Borsalino. We get 1 extra card, of course, as well from the ability of Lucy. And now here comes the swing to kick things off with Jozu. 7k swing, that draws out the leader ability and a 1k. Now the big 9k swing, and that will just do it. There's nothing else in hand for Georgios. So Nadir by 2 games to 0 after qualifying with an 8-2 record on day 1 has made it all the way through to the grand final in Toulouse and will be up against Purple and Nell in just a few moments' time. What a great match that was.
What a performance from Nadir. What a run. Yesterday on stream, he played really, really well. And today, again on stream, played such a high performance. So, wow. We have our final. And Ben, what is funny? First OP60 tournament in Europe, but we have 2 OP50 leaders in the final. This is so funny to see. So, if you're still thinking of, should I bring Lucy to a tournament? I hope Nadir did show you that Lucy is definitely a leader that you has to think of bringing to a tournament, because Lucy is so strong. And now Lucy will face against Enel. And this matchup is really interesting because starting with OP15, a lot of people said, yeah, Lucy probably the best deck in format with Enel, but then people understand that Inel is very strong against Lucy. But I think after more and more time, after Lucy player getting more and more comfortable with their deck, I think this matchup isn't that bad for Lucy, to be honest. Still think that Inel is a little bit favored here, but matchup should be fine for Lucy. So it's not like you will getting smashed from Inel, really not like this. So we will have a final match between Inel and Lucy, untimed. That's very important to say. It's an untimed final. And to be honest, Ben, both players deserve it. But it's just nice to see that top 4 leaders, crazy games now for the top cut. It's just an amazing weekend for me.
It absolutely is, but there can only be one. Will it be Purple Enel, or will it be Red Blue Lucy taking another OP16 tournament worldwide after winning in Peoria last weekend? We are going to be moments away from starting to find out, so don't go anywhere, because when we come back, we will have the final of the Toulouse Regionals. Stay tuned.
dark.
ただ神底王に輝いたのはジョーカー選手となりました世界の頂に無敗で上り詰めたのはガンノ
And Gaten scoops it up. We have your champ, Cross.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to our coverage of Day 2 of the One Piece card game Toulouse Offline Regionals. We are about to jump into the final of our weekend's competition. It's going to be Mono Purple Enel against Red Blue Lucy. Lucy looking to go back-to-back across regions to be a regional winning deck as well. One over in Peoria in North America last weekend. It's made another final here in Europe as well. Is it going to be able to take top spot? We're going to find out very, very soon. We got myself, Ben Fitzpatrick, and Abra Krasniqi here with you. But before we jump into the final, we wanted to do a little bit of a recap and showcase just how much and how many different decks have been played and their shareholdings as well in this weekend's event. So some of our wonderful crew and team have been able to put something together to be able to show you exactly the splits. Nel Rosinante as well in there. So pretty much those top 4 or 5, what we kind of expected.
Yeah, absolutely right. I mean, we talked about Luffy being probably the most played deck of OP16. Blue Yellow Nami, I think the good point about this deck is you can bring this deck and play the whole tournament, and it's not that difficult. It is really, really strong as we see the graphic now, or not, okay. So yeah, just sorry for that, guys. But yeah, we saw real quick that Luffy is the most played deck for this tournament, then Nami, and then it was Teach, Yamato, Rosinante, and then Yamato. So this is interesting because a lot of players bringing Yamato, but no Yamato in top cut.
Yeah, 8% of the field was Yamato this weekend, at least from day one. So a lot of people trying to try out one of the new OP16 leaders. Obviously, got a very strong possibility for that looping as well with the 6 cost and the 8 cost Yamatos, if you can get the engine online. But as we mentioned, when we saw Yamato in day one, it can be a little bit of a glass cannon if you can't quite find those pieces and fill up that trash in the early stages of the game.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. So Yamato has the problem that you always need to have the right cards in the right moment. Like if you don't see a 6 cost Yamato, then the game is already near to over, and that's something bad about the deck, and also a problem about the deck that if you're playing against Yamato, you can read this deck very easy. You know what is coming, you know how what you're expecting, and that's something very good players are just playing around stuff that Yamato is playing because it's very clear that what is coming. Yeah, that's one reason. But that doesn't mean that this deck doesn't have the potential to top. You can still make it into top cut with this deck, and you can still win a whole tournament with this deck. Because, as an example, we have Lucy being not even top 7 most played decks in this tournament, still managed to make it into the final. So there's no reason why Yamato couldn't be there at top like Lucy is now. So yeah, a lot of different leaders, Ben. We talked about it, how many leaders you can bring to this tournament, you can bring to your locals, and a lot of leaders with a high number of potential. We talked about the probably best 3 decks with being Luffy, Nami, and Inel. So I would say maybe we can confirm, or not confirm, we can agree the top 3 is Luffy, Nami, Inel. What do you think? Do you go with that?
Certainly. It certainly seems like that. I mean, Enel was only represented with 13%, was 4th from day one, with Marshall D. Teach at 16%. So it wasn't quite necessarily the like representation numbers at the very least to back that up. But when you consider that Enel is going to be one of those decks in the final, you've got to agree that it is among one of the top 3 decks. So let's cross over and get ready for that final now as well. It's going to be Mono Purple Enel up against Red Blue Lucy. Nadir, who remember as well, of course, had that 8-2 record at the end of day one to be able to qualify and get through into the grand final, up against Giorgio on this Mono Purple Enel.
Yeah, so I'm so ready for this final match. Of course, both players are there's no winner yet, so this just need to be fixed. But yeah, the most important thing is untimed, so we will not have any time here for this game, and we will see a best of 3 between these two. So Enel going first, starting off with a Orm, and Nadir going second, starting off with a Leo. I'm not sure how good Leo is in this matchup because it's an easy Eltor target. So Giorgio is going for that second Orm now. That's a really good start. Double Orm already on board.
Yeah, and we do actually see that there is that L4, it looks like, in hand for Giorgio if he wants to go ahead and activate it straight away. Also got a 3rd copy of Ohm as well available to us. So let's drop all the 1 costs early on. This is our 2nd turn of the game as well. So we are going to get that leader effect, return 1 Don active and 4 Don rested, and we'll be able to attach 4 of those Don onto a character. We did have an Ohm there previously on the board, so we will be able to make the swing. That will connect for 6k, and then another 6k swing to follow up. Nadir just going to happy to take this one down to 2 life in pretty quick succession.
Yep, absolutely right. So, wow, this is not that good. 3 Orm already on board that's the first time in my life I see 3 Orm already on board that early. This is very, very scary. Yeah, and Lucy now on his 4 Don turn. So probably just the forecast event into a target if there is one. It would be the perfect play, so no one else can have it. It's our memento of him. The very long name. Yep, he got it. So draw 2 cards, trash 1, and then play out a Dressrosa character with a cost of 4 or less, or return up to 1 stage to the owner's hand. Of course, you are not going to use this ability. This ability is only good against Emu. And yep, there's the perfect target for it. It is Cavendish, but the problem about that Cavendish is there are 2 Ohm in front of it. So double swing, that means he's a 4K already, then 1 Kitten and Eltor, and he's gone.
Yeah, at the very least though, there is that Leo that will be able to protect Cavendish from the potential of an L4. If your character with 7,000 base power or less would be removed from the field by your opponent's effect, we can place 1 character at the bottom of the owner's deck instead. So to start with, we're going to drop that secret rare Enel, the 6 cost, Don -1, going to look at the top 5 cards of the deck, grab 1, and then we'll also have to trash something away. out of hand here. See the blocker Enel super rare there in this selection from Giorgio. It's not going to be taken, but definitely a card that we don't get to see too much of anymore in Enel builds.
Yep, that's right. But this deck is so good. You can play so many different purple cards that are really strong. That worked being 6 cost or less for this leader, because you only can play 6 Don. So yeah, I mean, you can play a 7 cost Akatsuki, but you will just draw into it, and that's it.
Yeah,
That doesn't make sense. But it's not like Rayleigh that the red Rayleigh that doesn't allow you to play any cards with cost 5 or more.
Mm.
Oh yeah, that's a
So
perfect play. Yeah, it is Secret Rare Inner, it is Mamaragan, it is the -1k into the Cavendish. So definitely 2 swings coming into the Cavendish. There's also an Eltor in hand, so you can also try to get rid of that Leo and then swing into the Cavendish, so there's no character on board and only 2 life for Lucy. So yeah, definitely not a good start, and a very, very good start for Inner.
Yeah, and even better as well with that when attacking effect from the Ohm, going to reduce down the Cavendish even further. So that is going to be allowed through by Nadir. Cavendish has been dealt with. And now Giorgio with a 5k swing, not going to elect to go with the 6. I do see there is a Shura in hand as well, so that might be what Giorgio will end off the turn with. This 5k swing at the moment from Nadir. Got plenty of options to counter out with. We've got a couple of Rebeccas in there. We've got a few different events as well. It will be the barrier pistol that we'll use as pseudo counter with that when attacking on opponent's attack effect of the Lucy leader. There is that Shura as expected to close out this turn. Then Giorgio with only really the other Ohm to swing in with if he wants to give that Leo an extra -1000 power. Doesn't decide to. It will just be a pass over from there.
Yeah, just a pass. Yeah, the problem is still no Sabo turn because you are on 6 Don and there's already a Secret Rare NL on board. Good point is, if that Secret Rare NL is rested, you can just play out a Sabo after it, then a Fire Fist, and then just swing into the NL. So it's not that hard to get rid of that NL. Like we said yesterday, you need to find the right moment to swing with that NL. That's the key point in this matchup. So let's see. Rebecca's going to find a Sabo. 7-cost Sabo, very important, of course. We have another Rebecca. Checking the top 3, and there's 1 target. There are 2 targets, Yola and Fire Fist, the 7-cost Fire Fist. And he's going for the Fire Fist, I think.
Yeah, I was going to say it might be that Fire Fist to set up for the exact turn that you were mentioning there, Abra. Even though the 6-cost Secret Rare NL cannot be removed by your opponent's effects and obviously gets the +2000 power as well, does mean you can still reduce into it. And if it is rested, you've got plenty of opportunities and targets to try and swing into and remove that big 6-cost NL from play the old-fashioned way. That might be what Nadir is trying to set up for later on in these next turns or two. It'll just be a 6k swing into the rested Ohm, and then a pass of the turn once 2 Don has been applied, 1 each to both of the Rebeccas. So 2 blockers online for Nadir, 1 active Don as well, potentially threatening the Just Watch Me ace with its reduced cost as long as there are 4 or more events in the trash.
Yeah. Because Enel is still on 5 life. That means in such a good position, you can just play out the second Enel easily. Try to go very wide with a good board. And there is the second Secret Rare Enel, down -1, checking the top 5, search a card. You do not need to reveal it. Then you have to pitch 1 card from your hand. 2 Secret Rare Enel, so if he's not going to take 1, we will definitely, not definitely, but we will probably not see another Secret Rare in this game. Otherwise, he has to go through his whole deck. Yeah,
it'd be unlikely, like you say, if we don't draw through the whole deck or find any other ways to bump those cards back onto the top of the deck. But generally, 2 Secret Rare NLs are typically kind of enough and where you need to be for the majority of the game, obviously thanks to their protection effects. It's going to be the Charlotte Pudding that will be the mystery card that will be taken. So that'll get us into some more of those zero cost events, which at the moment we don't have a great deal of. It looks like that we have Elthor, potentially Vari, and something else in there as well. Might be the Gamma Knife that's in hand as the final event, which is a 2 cost. So Giorgio just deciding on what to trash away from hand here. Got the Frankie and the Reiju that are being thought about here, and it is going to be the Reiju that's going to be trashed away to complete the remainder of the secret rare Enel effect. Leader ability now being used, putting the 4-rested Don onto the Shura. This is another 6k attacker.
Yeah, you can also use Eltor here to get rid of that, at least Leo, I would say, because Rebecca is protected from Leo right now.
Just going to
5k
try
swing being counted out. Now the 6k swing.
Yeah, and intriguingly, used the Just Watch Me Ace with the Lucy leader effect there. So maybe actually just threatening it, but didn't have enough events in the trash to get the cost reduction there for Just Watch Me Ace. 6k swing is counted away by Leo. Now here is that Charlotte Pudding that we searched out from the secret rare Enel. We find Mamaragan. So maybe Gamma Knife in there.
Yeah, and I think Lightning. That's a beautiful search.
Yeah, a really nice search indeed. Giorgio having another look down at their hand is going to go for the Mamaragan that will take from this search. One of the best purple events in the game right now, being played in so many decks, no matter whether they're meta or off meta. I saw a list of a leader of mine that I really, really love and enjoy. Purple Black Luffy. That's even including Mamaragans in the lists now.
Yeah, that's right. We talked about this very interesting Purple Black Luffy list. And Mamaragan is a staple in every purple deck, I think. There's no deck that is not running this card. It's so strong. Or nearly no deck. Such a good card.
Well, it's going to be held on to for the time being. It's over to Nadir. Up to 8 Don. There's only really one thing that we're doing here, and that is going to be playing the Sabo. It is going to be the Fire Fist that we're going to activate here. You give the minus 8,000 power to, seems like not really anything, because the 2 Enels are still standing, so we can't even attack into them on this turn, and of course we can't KO them with the trashing effect either. So it's just going to be the 8k swing into life. That will be taken. Remaining Don underneath one of the 2 Rebeccas. That is going to be the turn.
Yeah. Of course, he did minus one of the Enels because the minus will stick until the end of your opponent's next turn. So 1 Enel is definitely not going to swing. But yeah, like you said, if it's not rested, you cannot get rid of it. And that's the problem, because I mean, the situation for Giorgio is so good with 2 Enel. He's like, okay, then one cannot swing, but my other one can swing. The question is, does he want to have to swing with it? He could have swing with 1 in the last turn, but like I said, you need to find the right moment to swing with, because last turn wasn't the right moment, because then, without a blocker on board, that Enel that would be rested would have been gone because of the Sabo, and then you swing into it, there's no blocker. So you need to wait until there is a blocker on board, and then you can thinking of starting to swing with your Enels. Especially Reiju is very good, because with Frankie the problem is he's only 5k, so Bari pistol target, and Reiju is 7k. That means you need to have that extra minus power to get rid of the Reiju and then swing into the Enel, and that's really hard to do in one turn.
Yeah, of course, barrier pistol, one of the biggest problems in this matchup. Not only the fact that the Enel secret rares can't be removed by effect, but also barrier pistol doesn't say 6,000 base power or less. So as long as you've got the 4 events in trash to get that plus 2,000 power for Vincent Reiju, absolutely right, Abra. It's not targetable by barrier pistol. to be able to bottom deck it away. So bit of a difficult card in this matchup. At the moment, though, we're seeing Giorgio go off to the races. We've already seen Gamma Knife. Now we're seeing the Lightning Beast Chitin go onto this Sabo blocker.
Yeah, that's not good. That's really not good. So he's definitely going to remove that Sabo blocker. And having a bot like this is dangerous. So yeah, we have Moraga now. So Sabo is rested, and now you can just swing with Ohm into it. And this attack is going through.
Wow.
That's not good. But yeah,
This
of course,
is
it
the
doesn't make sense
power.
to. Yeah.
Yeah, this is the power of these reduction and resting effects of these zero-cost events. Even though you're paying the hefty Dom -1 cost, it is so easy to return them back, because look at this. Now leader ability activated, 1 Don back active, another 4 returning in rested and attaching straight onto Shura to make that a 6k attacker on this turn, demanding the 2k or the block. Neither will happen. Nadir will take the life. There's a barrier pistol trigger.
Really, Ben, I need to say that I think I have Haki. I think I have no conservation Haki. I talked about the play and the problem about Frankie. He swung. What happened? Barrier pistol in life. It is exactly what I said. That is the problem about Frankie. But still, Frankie was able to recycle. That's very important. But yeah, just lost him there. That's why maybe he's not going to swing with the NL now, because, like I said, you need to have a blocker. You need to have NL being protected from a blocker, and because of that trigger, there isn't a blocker on board anymore. Maybe he's not going to swing with it. But Lucy is down to 0 life. That's also a big problem.
It absolutely is indeed. At least Nadir does have a blocker still active on this board state. You've got the Don underneath the Rebecca that will be able to jump in the way of an attack. Giorgio holding on to that L Thor as well. Obviously, we've still got Leo on board for Nadir to be able to bottom deck something away. You either just bottom deck the other Rebecca away to protect the one with the Don attached. And Giorgio is going to activate L Thor here. And the target is going to attempt to be that blocker of Rebecca, and we are going to send away that Leo, and Giorgio is fine with it apparently. Plus boost is going to go onto the remaining Enel that is able to attack in, the one that wasn't heavily reduced by the Fire Fist on the previous turn. How aggressive does Giorgio want to be? Pretty aggressive. It will draw the block of the Rebecca. And now a pass over to the turn for Nadir, who's all the way up to 10 Don. No life, quite a few cards in hand. There are a couple of Sabo blockers in there as well. There's the potential looming threat of a Gold D Roger.
Yep, that's right. But Gold D Roger is clearly doing nothing here in this situation. So it's only a brick. Sabo into Fire Fist is way better because that NL is rested. So now he can swing into it, and he has to swing into it. Otherwise, he will definitely lose in the next turn. Lead ability being used to draw 1 card because you use a event card with a cost of 3 or more. And I think, yeah, 1 Don you need to have for the Rebecca. 2 Don still maybe for a Watch Me Ace or just to swing even bigger. But I mean that NL just have 2k power. I don't think you will counter out of an 8k swing into 2k. Only if you have to do it, otherwise you will lose the game.
Yeah, be asking a lot, but Nadir is still just going to go with the 9k swing here. Where is this attack going? Is this going into lead, or is this going into... It is going into lead. The 1 Don has been kept away for that Rebecca, and that will do it for the turn. So one of these Enel, and there is being marked by the indication of the dice, has been heavily reduced by the Fire Fist. Not going to be able to attack on this turn. We have, though, as Giorgio, gotten rid of that Leo. So if we do have a way to clear through this Sabo and this Rebecca of some way, the Rebecca's easy to deal with. That's an L Thor. And then maybe something like Gamma Knife plus Mamaragan. That will deal with the Sabo, at least by resting it down. To start off with, though, here comes Frankie. So Dom -2, trashing away a Holy, drawing 2 cards. That's Shura and Pudding. Not quite finding the pieces just yet. Try and threaten Nadir with that 0 life.
I think he has all the tools that he needs to have to go for game here. It is Gamma Knife. He also has Mamaragan in hand, I think.
Yep.
Yep, and L-Tor. So,
And L4, yeah.
That should be game. Definitely game here.
We will here just go through the motions here. Mamaragan is going to actually rest down the Rebecca.
Oh.
So we're going to give the -1000 power to the Sabo and L-Thor the Sabo instead.
Yep.
Just in case this doesn't work. I mean, it was the same end result. Both the blockers were gone, and Nadir extends the fist bump as well. That will be a scoop, and that will be a game win for Giorgio on Enel. He's 1 game away from a regional title.
1 game away. Well played, well played. I said it. This matchup is not that easy for Lucy. Normally, it's a dice matchup, yeah, of course. Enel is a deck that wants to go first. And if your deck also wants to go first and you have the dice, then it should be okay. So second game will definitely be a game that will be better for Lucy than this game. This was unplayable for him. 2 secret rare Enels, every card that removes something in hand, still at 4 life. He had to swing into life and not into the Enel just to make a little bit of pressure, to have a little bit of a chance to go for game, but with 3 life, double secret rare, Frankie blocker, and so on, you cannot lose this game. So yeah, 1-0 for Giorgio. Only 1 more win. And then we have our first OP16 European regional winner champion. And this could be an Italian player again. So Italy is on a very, very good level in One Piece card game. Everyone know that Italy players are really, really different. And there's a chance that Italy is taking again a regional win. I'm not quite sure where Nadia is from. Not that important. It's just like a very funny thing that so many regionals getting wins by Italy players, because the player base there is super strong. We need to say that. So yeah, 1-0. Now Lucy has the dice. Definitely will go first. I can assure you that. Otherwise, I will be shocked. That's for sure. And the chance should be better now. That's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. When there's so few opportunities left in Season 1 as well to get yourself that regional championship title after this event, there's just a handful more tournaments. There's 4 more regionals in Season 1 before we go on a little off-season break and into Season 2. You've got Bielefeld in Germany on July 4th to 5th, which you've mentioned, Abra, that you will be there and a part of that event. There's also Utrecht the weekend after by Victory Road on July 11th to 12th. You'll also be there, won't you?
Yes, I will be at Bielefeld next week in Germany, hosted by No Heroes. It's not that far from me. I will be there with my friends, and I have a ticket for both events. And after this, I will also be in Utrecht. And we also have 1 more event in Utrecht. But this one is the biggest event that we had in One Piece card game. Flame Fruit, Extra Grand Battle, Last Chance Qualifier, Finals, Regional, Treasure Cup, all of this happening in 3 days. And wow, this is going to be a huge one. I will be part of this huge event. I'm so proud to have the position to be part of this history. And then this event is going to be so huge.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely incredible. And some more players, of course, have still got to forge their path to get to that point into Season 1 finals itself. As mentioned by Abra, there will be that last chance qualifier for players to have that opportunity. We are underway, though, in game number 2, and Giorgio is 1 game away from being able to walk into that event in September in Utrecht as a regional champion from Season 1. How is he going to go through in Game 2? Nadir starting off, as we said, and as you mentioned, Abra, has elected to go first. So the Viola for him, and Giorgio on turn 1 with 2 Don does have the Charlotte Pudding here. So he's going to be able to search a little further for some events. It'll be L4 as the only target.
Yep, L4 is the only target, but still a target. That's very important. And this time we see an NL in hand, but it's a different one. It's not the secret rare NL, it is the super rare NL from OP15. That is also a very interesting card. Not everyone is running this card. This is like, if you ask 10 NL players for the list, I would say 7 players are not running it. 3 are running it, like this, like a number like this. What I like about this card, the Don -1 is not once per turn. That means if this card is on board and you don't have any events on hand to go heavily on minusing Dons to have the maximum value of your leader ability, this super rare NL can help you a lot by just spamming the -1 because it's not once per turn, like I said. So you are able to bring all of your Dons back to your Don deck and then use the leader ability. That's very strong. And it's also a blocker for a -1. It's and for one card that you need to discard. So it is a really good card.
Yeah, it absolutely is. As we've seen Nadir go through their turn pretty swiftly. It was just 2 5k swings from Lucy and Viola, both of which were taken. And in fact, one of those, life for Giorgio, actually drew himself into the secret rare 6-cost Anel as well. It wasn't in hand previously, but now available to Giorgio. And we're seeing a payment of 3 here. It looks like it might be time to let the dogs free because Holy is making its way down onto the board. The double attacking menace. No ohms at the moment to be able to combine with Holy and get multiple double attackers on board, but still, this pup has got teeth.
Yeah, Holy is just so good right now. Who let the dog out? It was yeah, the partner of Holy. Yeah, what a card, really. It's such a strong card. And yeah, I think after this tournament, there's no purple Enel player that is not including this card in the deck list, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's been very popular from all of our NL players that we've seen on stream this weekend, that Holy has made its grand return. You see the 6k swing from Charlotte Pudding is going to be allowed through, so that leaves one more Don left active for a 6k swing. We are going to see a Lightning Dragon come through here, and that is going to draw ourselves one card. Now we draw into Ohm off of the Lightning Dragon there. Could have been a potential of a waste to use a Lightning Dragon on something so simple as a Viola, but here, more for the draw one card effect, and it's paid off perfectly. There is Ohm to draw one and draws into Holy as well.
Yep. So you have both on board now. This is very dangerous because both of them have the unblockable ability and also, not unblockable, double attack, and also being 6k bodies on your opponent's turn. That's the most important thing about these two. Pudding is also there as a rested target, so you can attack into it. Not sure if you have to do it. But yeah, it's again a very good start here for Giorgio, because there's no 4-drop on his 5 Don turn for Nadir. That's not good.
No, it's actually a really awkward and clunky hand. There's 3 Sabos, 3 7-cost Fire Fists, 2 Leos, and a Jozu in hand for Nadir. So an okay hand once you start being able to loop and chain those Sabos back to back to back. But you're not really doing anything else for this turn. It's literally just the go ahead and use a Mr. Luffy and then a 7k swing. The attack will be allowed through, however. And maybe Nadir actually might be kind of grateful for these double attacks to be coming through to try and draw himself a few more cards.
Yeah, normally yes with that hand, but the problem is that you have to deal with double attack 2 times, first of all, and second of all. Okay, not sure what is...
Maybe just a bit of a question here in regards to some cards that have been seen or some cards that have been drawn here. Well, get a little bit of a further clarification in just a moment as to what's happened on board. Clearly, the judges are taking a little bit of action, so we'll have ourselves a bit of an extended pause here at this point.
Oh, it's a cut?
Yeah, judge reshuffling the deck there, and then some being put onto the bottom, or whatever it happened. It looks like it's been resolved at the very least there, and we are able to continue on with our grand final. First order of business of this turn will just be the putting into Viola, and that will be taken care of. We've got the 6-cost Secret Rare Enel online for us, as well as that Super Rare Blocker Enel as well. But when we've got the choice, it's always going to be the Secret Rare that's going to get played down.
Yeah, of course. Secret Rare is one of your key cards. Now checking again the top 5. Wow, so many cards in hand. Good board. No character on board for Lucy. That's the problem. And next turn, of course, there's a Sabo coming, but with Fire Fist is fine, but you're not getting rid of that inner. That's the problem.
Yeah,
because
absolutely.
that inner is active.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you're only going one character per turn each and every time, it's going to be so easy for Giorgio to be able to try and remove them. We already see there's Gamma Knife in hand, there's El Thor, there's Mamaragan. There's so many ways to reduce power down and get rid of that blocker Sabo if and when it does get played down on the next turn. There's the Ohm on board as well to be able to give the extra minus 1,000 power. So a really, really strong position for Giorgio to be in with this Enel deck. Well, still has the Holy that's going to be able to attack in as well on this turn. That will be a double attacking swing. Just considering if there's anything else that we want to do before activating that leader ability, putting 4 Rested Dawn onto Holy. It'll be a 5k swing with leader, and that will draw the 1k counter of Jozu. Now, here comes the leader effect. There is the 4 Rested Dawn underneath the Holy. That will be an 8k attacker right now. Bump it up to 9 with double attack. And Nadir is just going to take this one.
Yep. Was down to 1 life. Giorgio's on 2 life. Still on a way better position, to be honest.
Especially when it looks like all Nadir can really do is just play down this 7-cost Sabo. Yes, it's going to be able to activate the 7-cost Fire Fist out from hand as well while doing it. But as we mentioned, the biggest problem is that the 6-cost Enel is active. It's protected by removal effects. So it is just going to be the Sabo. It's just going to be the Fire Fist. Of course, we do get that leader bump.
Yeah, I mean, makes sense here to use that Fire Fist against that Enel, but still, yeah, you need to swing into that Holly. And if you cannot counter this one. I think it's an 8k swing into 6. Now you can counter this one out. This is the problem. You can easily counter this one out by using a Mamaragan and double 1k. No, not that easy, but he wants to do it. There's a 1k. There are double 1k in hand and a Mamaragan. Oh my god, he can definitely counter this one. But oh wait, this one is going into life. Okay.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, I don't care about the Holly anymore because I'm at 1 life. Double attack. Yeah, isn't that dangerous? So that's fine. Both players on 1 life. But the question is, can the Giorgio getting rid of that 7-cost Sabo? If yes, then that could be very, very huge.
It definitely looked like that he could in his hand previously early on. There is a Gamma Knife, there is a Mamaragan, there's El Thor, and of course there's also the Ohm that will be able to attack in and reduce power of this Sabo as well, down from the 9,000 base that it is currently at. Giorgio just figuring out what the best sequencing of all of this is. There's also the 6-cost Enel. There's 1 drops of Shura and Ohm to be able to make use of that Don before doing some more Don minusing with these 0-cost events. course, remember that Enel with the dice on it is the one that has been reduced down and targeted by the Fire Fist that was activated from Sabo. Two Don now set aside, so it might be the Gamma Knife that we're eyeing up here. Just going to take absolutely no chances. It will be the payment of 2. There is the Gamma Knife being committed. We need to make sure that we are Don minusing 1, and there you go, rightfully pointed out and spotted from the judge.
Yeah, that Don -1 is also very important for Enel. It's not like you don't want to minus there. You always want to minus with this leader. So it is very important. And it has Mamoragan, Kitten in hand. Oh, Ben, this doesn't look good for Lucy.
No, it's not good by any stretch of the imagination. Like you say, has Mamoragan, has Lightning Beast Chitin, also has the L4 to be able to finally get rid of this Sabo the old-fashioned way with the removal. Is he going to go with the Lightning Beast Chitin here? The Gamma Knife brings it down by 5,000 power. So the moment the Sabo is 4,000, this Chitin will make it into 3,000, which will be enough and in range of L4 to be able to KO it. It deals with characters that are 3,000 power or less. We can even reduce it further if we want to. We've got Ohm, we've got the Mamoragan, we've got so much usage and so much utility here as Enel with so many cards in hand.
So he's only at 3k, so Altor is enough to get rid of that Sabo.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't need to use the Mamoragan. He's going for another Holly here, that's for sure, yeah. For the 3 Dons. 2 Holly on board. Like 1 isn't enough. Let me play my second one. Altor is in hand, 1 active Don. Wow, this is very rough for Nadir.
Yeah, this is not how you would have wanted this thing to go and how you would have hoped to script this up. And you were entering back into the venue in Toulouse this morning. Giorgio just deciding about whether we want to go with Mamoragan here to rest down that Sabo and see if we can attack into Sabo, maybe save the L4 for later. It is going to be Mamoragan that we're going to play here. So Sabo will be rested down. There is to the draw. There is the attack in with Ohm. Another minus 1k will bring it down to 2,000 power right now, that Sabo. Nadir, a slight temptation about protecting this Sabo here, but if he does, that's just so many extra cards out of hand. We've got 1 Holy that can attack into it as well for 4k. We've got the Pudding that can attack in for 2k as well, and just continuously chip cards out of hand. Nadir having a look at the amount of counter that there is there. There's, I think, 3 Leos in hand. Nadir says, no, you know what? I cannot waste the cards on trying to protect this Sabo here, especially if there is the eventuality that you've got L4 available. Lightning Dragon now coming through purely just to cycle the card. And now the Enel leader ability. 1 Don returning active, 4 Don returning rested. It will go underneath Holy here. Right, at minimum.
7-8?
8k swing, yeah, at minimum.
Yeah, and then with leader 7, so 7-8 is coming. So 2k, 1k is asked. And then 8k swing could probably go through. So first leader ability and a 2k. Now it's an 8k swing. Yeah. And he will go down to 0. I mean, good point is... Oh, is it Berry Pistol? No, it's Fire Fist, the 2 cost. But does it make sense? Please at 4k, yeah. And minus the active Holly and then KO it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that will work. Okay, that's a good trigger there, but... Yeah, still. I mean... How can you win this game now?
Yeah, I mean, not even drawing up to 10 Don, so not even
Yes.
just a Goldie Roger and hope for the best. I mean, we've got the extra Sabo in hand, so that's probably the best case scenario that we've got, just to play the Sabo down and try and stall things out a little bit more, use the Fire Fist, reduce that 6-cost Enel once again, but still the presence on the board. We've got the L-Thors in hand. Don't know if we've got any further power reduction, though, to be able to deal with this second Sabo. So it is going to be the commitment to the blocker. We will activate the effect of Fire Fist with the Sabo on play. Draw one card from Lucy. It's another counterless card. It's another 4-cost Cavendish. Bit too late for that.
It is. Didn't saw the Cavendish on 5-Don. Now he is drawing into it. Yeah, deck is not on his side in the final game. I mean, if he's going to lose this one, and it looks like he's going to lose this one, second place on a regional is still a crazy, crazy achievement. But yeah, it is rough. First of all, the matchup really not that easy. Second of all, that he didn't find the right cards in the right moment. So it's an 8k swing, double 2k here, and okay, Rebecca checking the top 3. Okay, 2k Viola, and 1 Don under Rebecca probably. Yep. And the pass.
That's going to be it for the turn for Nadir. He'll drop down his leader back to 5,000 power. The 6-cost Enel, at the very least, is still way too weak to be able to think about making an attack in here. We do still have one extra copy of L-Thor as well that we've been holding on to. We've got Senor Pink as well here to be able to think about returning back something like the Gamma Knife here to be able to deal with this Sabo again. That's so strong, and it is just going to be immediately used there. You can see Giorgio going through the motions quickly. The 2,000 power swing will just be to deal with this Sabo. There's the L-Thor. Are we going to deal with the Rebecca, or are we going to deal with the Sabo here as what was initially looking like was being planned?
Yeah, that Senor Pink is so huge now. Yeah, with Gamma Knife, that's the best combo that you can do. Now we see another L-Thor. Yeah, that's again Sabo being removed. So you are playing a deck like Lucy that is a completely removal deck, I would say, or power reduced deck, and you are facing a deck that is doing the same with a different color. This is how strong this Enel deck is, especially in this matchup. Yeah, like we said, it is not an easy matchup for Lucy, especially if you cannot find the right cards in the right moment, like we said. And yeah, for Giorgio, he joined to everything he need, but it is a super consistent deck. Oh, there's another L-Thor. No way, there's another L-Thor.
And now
that's game, I think.
It'll be the 7k swing here in with the boosted Enel. There is the discard away of an event plus the 2k counter. 5 cards left in hand here for Nadir. Enel leader ability will be activated. 4 rested Don plus the active Don will be attached on to Holy. And there is the fist bump being extended. Giorgio with the pop-off and a 2-0 victory. Mono Purple Enel will win and prevent the back-to-back across regions for Lucy to be a championship deck. Giorgio, your winner in Toulouse.
Yeah, Enel is the first deck that we see in Europe winning a regional. So still one of the best decks that we talked about the whole day and also yesterday. Enel is still on top. Great performance from Giorgio, 2-0 in the final. That is a statement, but yeah, it is into a matchup that is very favored. For Nadir, still congrats, second place in the first OP16 regional with a deck that I would not say no one was expecting, but it's not a deck like Teach, Nami, Enel, and Luffy, obviously, that you count on. Also, with the new leaders, maybe they didn't practice this matchup that much because they're like, not that much people are playing that Lucy, so I'm like, okay, I don't need to practice it that much. And then you have a run like Nadia did. Second place, congrats, really strong performance. And yeah, Ben, what a weekend, what a top cut. Wow, I'm flashed.
Yeah, absolutely. A fantastic weekend there, making Enel our winning deck. And Very well played, and congratulations to both players, to everybody that made it into our top 32. They'll be getting some of the few spots left before that last chance qualifier to be able to play in the Season 1 finals in Utrecht in a few months' time. As we were mentioning, still a couple of opportunities for some players that were able to get their tickets to the July offline regionals run. Bielefeld in Germany, Utrecht in the Netherlands, Wolverhampton just a couple of hours down the road from myself here in the UK, and then Bulgaria as well, for I think potentially the first time in One Piece card game history heading over to Bulgaria. So still plenty of One Piece card game to play throughout the remainder of Season 1. Plenty more time to explore this OP16 format as well. Remember, we've got those starter decks that are coming out in a very short while as well. How much will they shake up the format at all? And how often will we be seeing more Enel, more Luffy, and more Teach in these final events as well? Well, that is going to do it for our coverage here of the Toulouse offline regionals. It's been an absolute pleasure to be a part of it, as always. A big thank you goes out to every single person that played across the weekend, as well as every single one of you that has tuned in with us across the weekend as well. Got to give a shout out as well to the tournament organizers and all of the judges that have worked effortlessly and tirelessly over on the ground in Toulouse from Pecco. A big thank you to our production team as well. They've been able to put all of this together. Abra, do you have any final words you want to say before we sign off for the weekend?
Wow, what a weekend. First of all, I'm always grateful and thankful for this opportunity, being back in front of the cam, not behind the cam. Yeah, just feels like how I starting this career. I love doing both, to be honest. I love being a broadcaster, but I also love being a caster. And also something, just a quick flex, I think I'm the only one that is doing both. I'm a caster and a broadcaster, so I can be proud of it now. But thanks to everyone for this opportunity. Ben, it was really, really fun to cast with you again. Not the first time, of course, and definitely not the last time. So for our viewers, I just hope that you enjoyed this weekend. Also, the new quality that we try to bring for the streams. We always try to do something new, and I think we are on a good way with our streams. So I'm really, really happy about that. First OP16 regional in Europe. Next week, like you said, we have Bielefeld, then we have Utrecht, and then so many other regionals, and then the biggest event of this year, and probably the biggest One Piece event that we ever had, will be in Utrecht, the finals, the first week of September, and I'm really looking forward for this one. But for now, that's it. Let's close up the event. Yeah, you can see the date again, 5th of September and 6th of September in Utrecht. We will be there, and I'm so hyped for this one, because this one is such a huge thing. And yeah, that's it from my side, Ben. If you have anything else to say, then you can do the close-up for the stream.
Absolutely. Well, I echo all the words and the sentiments from Abra. We're really, really fortunate to be a part of this community. We're really, really fortunate to be a part of this whole endeavor and initiative, bringing these events to you all as well, tuning in. And we sincerely hope that you have enjoyed our coverage. That's going to do it from us this weekend. Thank you so much for tuning in. And until next time, we'll see you soon. Goodbye for now.
Raise your cards up. Break that board game. Yeah. The journey starts now. Find that card game. Yeah. Dominate the field. Master your tactics. Dominate the stage. Master strategy. Deck to the world. United the world. TCG, yeah. Stack to the top. United the world. TCG, yeah. Bandai card game. Make that card game. Yeah. Journey starts now. Bandai card game. Yeah. Bandai card game. Bandai card game. for the world.